great knockout FC here in Manchester. Who will be on the plane to Munich?
That is truly special. Here we go. eChampions League time.
Big games coming your way.
We could be watching something special here.
The best 36 in Europe. That is brilliant.
It's life-changing. It really is.
This means so much more than you think.
Just soak it in. You might be about to witness history.
This is his moment.
A new name on top of European FC.
He will be this year's eChampions League champion.
Hello and welcome to the eChampions League. It's the pre-show, it's presented by Justy, and yesterday 36 players became 24 as we concluded our ECL League phase. And today we're into the ECL knockout phase where our 24 will become 8. Joining me at the front is Tom Lees and Mr. Richard Buckley, looking as suave as ever, the both of you. And Buckley, first things first, how on earth are we going to call the action today?
It's going to be incredible. We've got the best players in Europe and even the world in some instances coming into Manchester, and there's one thing on the mind. For what, a third of these players, it's 2 wins. For 8 players, 1 win is all you need to be in the illustrious Munich crew to go to the ECL final.
We are absolutely on the road to Munich. Tom, listen, we saw action until the last kick yesterday. This format is absolutely incredible. We saw Tex get knocked out in the last moment, a huge surprise for many who have watched. It was a gruelling couple of days for these players. How do you think they'll be feeling now?
Ready. This is where it really matters. Obviously, we're at 24 at the minute, but it's going to become 8. And I think, yeah, the level's going to go up. You're going to see some unbelievable gameplay today.
I mean, when we're looking around this studio and we're seeing all of our players getting ready for this match, it is literally knockout FC now. We are at the point where you cannot afford to lose. Of course, our top 8 from yesterday have already made it through 1 round, so they're 1 win away. But the players who are starting off, they need 2 wins to get to Munich.
Yeah, you're in this really, really fascinating predicament where you've got players like Rosende, who went through on 6 points. You've then also got players who were flying through, thought they'd be in the top 8, and now they've got to recompose themselves. What we're seeing here is some of that top 8, and they look cool because they only know 1 win's enough.
They're looking as cool as ever. You know, a lot of them love playing up to the camera. Of course, Anders Vergang, a bit of a shock. He's facing Young today, by the way. A rivalry has been reignited as we take a look at the bracket. We're starting off with the round of 24. I mean, Tom, do we even need to mention that game between Anders Vergang and Young? And by the way, I spoke to Young before and he said, I've never been beaten twice by the same person in the same competition.
Yeah, I think Anders won't be happy with that. You know, he should have got top 8. He was in a good position. He was asking how many points he needed. He didn't get enough in the end. And he's already beat Young. He's done what he needed to do. He's probably thinking, right, I'm over that now. And he's got to go and do it again.
I mean, Levy Finn, by the way, he didn't actually lose a game in the ECL League phase. The draws caught up with him and he finds himself out of the top few, which made it to the round of 16.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of Levies as well, that trio, Nicholas versus Fuma, winner plays Levy David, that is brutal. Like, two of those 3 players aren't going to be making it. That's fascinating.
I mean, we're showing the highlights from yesterday, select highlights from different games. Honestly, if we could replay the whole thing again, it would be box office throughout, Tom.
Yeah, it would. You see some of the goals there, a nice little recycle. I mean, I think what I like about the players, they're all about attacking. Everyone knows you need to score goals in FC 25 to win games. It's not the kind of game where you can win 1 or 2-0. You have to score 6, 7, 8. And that's what they're going to need to do today. There's no time to be defending. It's all about outscoring your opponents.
You've been in this predicament before as a player where you're 1 game away, 1 qualifier away from making the final 8 of the eChampions League. What's that pressure like?
I mean, don't remind me, Rich. I lost.
Sorry.
I lost the game. It is the highest of pressure games. You know, everything you've worked for, all the qualifiers you've gone for, you want that top 8. You want to be the one going to Munich. It was overwhelming for me when I found it. You can see that release of emotion there, how much it means to them. I'll be honest, I struggled with it when it happened to me, but I think you have to step it up, and it's what you've worked all season for.
Danny Pitbull, by the way, is in action very soon. He was lying down on his chair. He had his shirt tucked in. He's ready to go. I actually can't wait for extra time and penalties today. Did somebody say just eat?
They certainly
Right, sorry lads, Shells isn't here. I'm hungry, so I'm about to bring in my takeaway.
Taking the Shells roll.
Well, yeah, I mean, one of us have got to order it. I mean, if you're watching at home, get yourself a Just Eat. You're going to need it. You're going to be stuck to your sofa. You're going to be watching it. A massive thank you. I am absolutely starving. Thank you very much to Just Eat.
we'll get on that later.
Yeah, any for us or are you?
I haven't bought you anything. Shells told me not to.
Oh, is that how we're all doing it today, yeah?
Every man for himself.
I'll tell you what, we'll head over to Casey. She's with Levy Finn.
Thanks so much, guys. I cannot believe you did not order me any food again, but we'll have to move on. Guys, I am here with Levy Finn. Fantastic league phase over the past 2 days. You went 3-3, but a very difficult route, wasn't it?
Yeah, exactly. As you said, I was undefeated, so I'm really, really proud of my performance. At the end, I didn't get top 8. I'm on the ninth place, just because Allian scored 1 goal more, I think. So it's hard, but that's the format, that's the system. Now I just focus on my game against Resende. And then, yeah, the aim for today, of course, it is to go through the final and go to Munich.
Now, talk to me about that last round of games, because us behind the desk, we were stressed. I can't imagine what it was like for you guys playing. You were 1 goal away from being level with Alihan, so it was really close to get into that top 8. But that last round, how stressful was it?
It wasn't that stressful because I didn't even know what the result of Allian is. And I was leading 6-5 against RVP until the last attack, I think. So I conceded in the last attack, so I was feeling comfortable to being in the top 8, because I think if I won that, I would be in the top 8 for sure. So it wasn't that stressful because I just tried to focus on my game. And also, like I said, I didn't even know what the result of Allian and Nicolas is.
Now, talk to me about today, because you do have Resende in your first game. Are you changing anything in your gameplay?
No, I just do like I always try to do. I know he's really good. He's he loses the final in the Spanish league, I think. So he played a fantastic season, I think. But as always, I just try to focus on that game against Resende, try to perform as high as I can, and then I would just of course want to win the game.
All right, well, Levy, thank you so much. I'll let you get back to it. Good luck today.
Thank you.
I believe we caught up with Nicholas99. Let's check it out.
I am Nicolas99 FC. I'm 25 and I qualified for eChampions League through La Liga finals. That was a tough final because this year we have different and new players, and the level was like a little bit higher. At the end of the day, I won it, so I was so happy that day. I think my performance right now is really good. Last year was okay. I was like 7.5 out of 10, but I think this year I am like 8, almost 9.
Nicholas, he's started brilliant.
I'm watching Nicholas masterclass again.
Nicholas is making it look simple at the moment.
That's enough to be in the top 8.
I am pressing really well this year with the defense. Also, it's more manual, it's not too automatic, and also I am adapting to the different metas. This is my 5th one. I only wanted only one, but it's because this kind of competition is really tough. To take the win again, I think I need to first play very well, but I think it's just try to do my best because I think the confidence is there and also the level is there. The feeling about winning is I want even more.
Hola, 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 welcome everyone to the Knockout Sunday. The thing is, we're on the pre-show, the Just Eat, but I guess the guys have some Just Eat things, because it's always you, Shells.
It's funny, FG didn't bring any food for everyone else, but he's complaining at me, but we'll talk about that later.
I mean, we'll talk about that later for sure. First things first is Nicolas draft, because the thing with Nicolas, he's always using some kind of different players. So Shells, take me through it.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with Nicolas, he's been one of the best FC players for ever since he's entered the scene, to be honest. And I'm looking at the 2 midfielders, Hullet and Vieira. A combination you don't really see in these latest days of FC, but man, they do the job. Defensively, I don't think you can get a better partnership rather than them two. But on the ball, they're not really the passers, but he's got Harry Kane and Ginola and Beckham with all the passing play styles you need. Harry Kane, I think, is one of the deadly strikers with gold finesse and goal driven. But he's also got silver long ball and silver incisors, which is crazy.
Another thing, of course, Gervinho is an interesting pick, but the thing is, I think in the 50, 60 minutes, Rivaldo always comes in, right, Shells?
Yeah, I think Gervinho is he's probably the ball carrier for Nicolas. I think he's very important to get up the pitch, get him into the right areas for his strikers like Harry Kane and David Beckham. David Beckham. David Beckham with gold finesse.
Let's see how Nico did, because he's playing now against Fuma. And the thing is, this is a rematch, because they played on Friday.
It is a rematch. And on the first day of Fuma, I mean, he had the disappointing day. So he was looking to get revenge, but Nicolas, I mean, it's Fuma going on through with Kaka. straight away 1-0. We're going to see that, I think. Fuma heated up yesterday, and I think he has to come with the same energy.
And the thing is, Vieira, he's also a great defender, but in that instance,
I mean, for Nicholas, Vieira scored a couple headers, so maybe that's the secret trait. Vieira being one of his main goal scorers, but not something we usually see often, but maybe that's the key for his success.
Nicolas against Fuma. It's the La Liga FC Pro champion against the E-League 1 champion. Brandon, who's going to bring it home?
I mean, that's the question, isn't it? And this is an unbelievable place to start our ECL knockout phase here in Manchester. By the end of play today, we will find out our final 8 that will be heading to Munich on the 28th of May to battle it out for this year's eChampions League trophy. Myself, Brandon Smith, Ryan Pessoa and Richard Buckley will be taking you through this first round of action, which sees 4 games, guys, 4 huge knockout games, but our attention is all on this one here, isn't it, Richard?
That's why it's called the Champions League, because you have a 5-time E-League champion in Fuma against a back-to-back FC Pro La Liga champion. Something's got to give. One of them's got to go out. Fuma, 5-1 defeat on Friday to this very man. Does Nicholas repeat, or will there be some Fuma revenge, Ryan?
Do you know what the thing is? We're catching both players on different ends of the spectrum in terms of their results and form. Nicholas, uncharacteristic performance on day 2. Only 1 point from a possible 9, which isn't like him. Fuma, however, 9 points from a possible 9 to keep his dream alive. And I feel like Nicholas will be very disappointed to be in this stage. He should have been in the top 8 if we're basing it off of day 1.
You mentioned some of those other games as well. There is some crackers across the board. Levi Finn taking on Resende. VBL champion against a runner-up at the FC Pro La Liga. We've got Neat, who is a runner-up in Portugal, taking on Danny Pitbull. That's over on Stream C. And the game to round out this first 4 that we're going to bring you, Ilian Bushi taking on Assault. It's a big set of games.
It sounds crazy to say that we sit here right now. Nicholas has not won his last 2 games in the competition, but as you were saying before, Richard, but before we went live, Nicholas can have a bad day, but he won't have a set of bad days.
Yeah.
He certainly was off it yesterday. You can't forget the consistency that this man often shows. He won the La Liga FC Pro for a 2nd year in a row. He's won this competition before, and also, it's Knockout FC now, Rich.
He's not going to play bad 2 days in a row. But Fuma's also not going to have 2 bad days over a weekend.
Yeah.
And I think Fuma, the way that he was playing yesterday, we were talking about him saying 9 points out of 9, that's a great day. For him, that's what he expected of himself, Ryan.
Yeah, 100%. But something's got to give. This game here is one of the best games we'll see throughout the tournament. This could potentially have been, if someone told me this would have been the final before the tournament begun, I wouldn't have been surprised. So the fact that it's this early in the knockout stage just shows the level.
Well, in case you missed the league phase yesterday of this year's ECL, as Nicholas looks to sting the hands of people in the first 2 minutes. There were 36 players originally in this competition. Only 24 made it through. You saw the shock exit of Tex there yesterday. In his defeat against Bradley, it was enough to send Resende through to this round. Here's Fuma now, a David Ginola, a red time shot. Puts that one wide. But what you can see on the left-hand side here,
hold on,
I'm trying to explain the format of this competition, but every time I try, a goal's gone in. Danny Pitbull leads Neat by a goal to 0, but that wasn't the only goal, Richard.
No, it certainly wasn't. Neat coming straight back. Danny Pitbull quite open at the back there. Laurent Blanc nowhere near him. Henri with the finish, and it's 1-1 in the opening 6 minutes. You're talking about the left-hand side of your screen there. Neat versus Danny Pitbull. The winner of that game, they play Emre Yilmaz, and that's going to continue throughout. Levi Finn and Resende. The winner of that, Alihan Lyon. You get the picture.
That's nice. Oh, good save.
Yeah, especially as well, a player like Jaden Groden. We'll speak more about him later, Ryan, but what a tournament he's had. I mean, the more of the story for Nicholas, day 1, won 3 out of 3, 9 points yesterday, 1 point from 9. He should have never have been in this position of having to play the extra game.
I agree with you, and I feel like that's where in my opinion, it did go off. The disappointment from Nicholas will stem from that. Based on day 1, you would have expected for his standards, worst case, coming away with 1 win.
Absolutely.
No wins, 1 point from a possible 9 is incredibly disappointing from Nicholas.
Have to remember as well, straight knockout this. There's no second chances, no double elimination bracket. You lose, you're out the eChampions League, and that is it for this season. What's going over here with Neat? A shot's deflected, and Thierry Henry will pick up the pieces there.
Fuma. Oh, that might be a red. That might be a red.
If it's a free kick, it's a red, you know. If it's a free
down
kick.
to grounds.
Hold on.
Oh my!
Oh my goodness.
That's a game changer.
Massive turning point in this game. Nicholas down to 10 men.
We've got to see it again. Look at this. Is it necessary?
Does he slide here? You don't slide there,
You
Nicholas.
don't.
That's crazy. I don't slide there on foot, champs.
You let him go.
Yeah, that's wow. That is for Fuma now. You must be thinking
you have to win this game.
But that's where it comes, the mental approach in this game, because the pressure now will be all on Fuma's shoulders.
What's he do now? Formation-wise, Nico.
Oh, it's so difficult.
Play without a cam.
He plays a 4-4-1-1. Some players take the cam out, some players take the striker out. It depends. And this game, goals galore. Not even a 20th minute. It's 2-2 between Neat and Danny Pitbull, who also played in the
in round
phase.
one.
Yep.
It's a rematch, isn't it? I mean, look, we know this is a rematch between Nicholas and Fuma, and it was a 5-1 win 2 days ago, but it wasn't like this, where Nicholas has got some serious decisions to make now with his coach Fur. He's just gone down to 10 men. I mean, bigger than that, Richard. There's no reason why he doesn't score this free kick.
Yeah.
Okay, he should.
You could, nah, seriously though, Rich, why are you...
It feels very uncharacteristic from him to go
honestly,
to ground.
That is crazy. I would never, ever think Nicholas would slide tackle there.
Well, whilst we've got a minute, let's join this one live, just while we're waiting for Nicholas to make those tactical changes. Alongside that, there's some other results going on.
It's got to be a goal,
Here's the free kick from Fuma! Off the woodwork, he somehow survived that free kick, but Nicholas has got 75 minutes or just over that with only 10 players on the pitch. I mean, you teased about the formation change that he would have had to make as Levy Finn opens up his score here. Where do you think he's patched this issue then, Ryan, as you have a minute just to look over the team?
I believe
it looks like no cam.
Yeah, I think that's still Harry Kane up top, right?
Yeah,
so if it is, then he's taken away the attacking midfielder, which is an option. And the thing is, with Harry Kane, he can sort of opt to play in that
false
role
nine on
as
him?
a false nine, absolutely, because he's got the passing play styles, he's got the attributes. So, I honestly, as I said, I think for Fuma, it's something you dream about, truly.
Just a quick one there. Speaking of Fuma and the French E-League, the players that they beat in Losk Lille, Ilian Bouchik, his teammate Brice didn't make it, but Ilian's 1-0 up there against Bradley in his matchup.
Yes. Pretty remarkable, isn't it, Richard, when you speak about the League One? I know you two were in Paris a few weeks ago commentating on the action. 5-time French League champion. It's ridiculous consistency.
And 3 of those 4 players who were in that final all made it through.
Yeah, shows the levels.
LJR, Ilian and Fuma.
I think all of the players from the Liga FC Pro as well all went through.
Yeah.
Neat, Resende, Nicholas.
EPL 3.
Yeah. Who am I forgetting? I'm forgetting one more.
Di Fernandez.
Emre Yilmaz. Sorry, how can I forget?
Yeah. The player top of the table.
Yeah, literally.
It was a bit of a weird one, wasn't it?
Neat. Yeah, it was Di Fernandez today.
Emre
I'm so used to him
Yilmaz
playing.
Looked away for a second yesterday.
He's good at these.
Came top of the table. Right, what are we seeing here from...
I think he scores this.
If you... No.
I think he scores.
Come on now.
What, from this far
I'm not
out?
having it.
Oh, he's put too much power on it.
David Beckham...
Too much power.
Not causing any problems there.
Get the ball boy right there.
If you have just joined us, this is the knockout phase of the competition, day 3. 24 players left in the competition right now. In a few hours' time, there'll only be 8 that will be on the plane to Munich to battle out in the final stages.
The one thing that I just think's fascinating now when you look at this game, Fuma needs to just not rush.
Yes.
The chances will come. You're playing against 10 men. You will get opportunities to take the ball here off Janola or take the ball off Vieira or Hullet, because he doesn't have that pass into the cam. As Resende with Lothar Matthäus levels up that tie versus Levy Finn. Could be a chance for Nico, bottom of the pitch, but good tackle from Fuma. The more that Fuma rushes and the longer this game's 0-0,
works against him. Hold
Nicholas is in a great position.
Ooh, Virgil stepping across.
It sounds crazy to say. Well, does it sound crazy? If there was one player that could win with 10 players on the pitch, it would be Nicholas, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I just have to echo on what you said there, Richard. I feel like as the game ticks on, it benefits Nicholas as long as the scoreline remains the same.
Yeah.
Because in Fuma's position, naturally, you're just going to start panicking, even if it's a substitute.
I've got to score.
Yeah, absolutely. It makes a big difference. Ilian Bouchik making it 2-0 against Bradley. Ball into the box there. Gets it into the bottom corner. Ilian with a great start in this round.
Yeah, as it stands there, that'll be Ilian Bouchy against Jaden Groden of Brighton of Albion in a match to qualify yourself for the top 8 of the Champions League. People asking for certain matchups as well. Following this round, we will be seeing Anders Vergang take on Young, Leandro Peixoto, Mark Marley, Chris de Boer, Matthias Bonanno, an RVP legend against Luco Negro. Remember, 2 wins for these players that are in this round will get you into the Champions League final. Here's a Barbo trying to find the ongoing runner of Ruud Gullit, but defended well there by Nicholas.
Also, I was going to mention it when we were looking at his draft at the start of the day. Nicholas has Van Dijk on the bench.
Yes.
How fortunate that he's got a centre-back at the quality of Van Dijk that he can bring on. If that draft was worse, he could be in real bother here without a top-tier centre-half coming off the bench.
100%. Makes a big difference. And as you say, it's not really a downgrade having someone like Van Dijk that can step in when you need it. I just can't believe that tackle. To slide there, I think, is so
reckless.
Crazy. Yeah. Because you're never getting the ball. That is...
Does it get to the opposite side, though, Ryan, where if you're Fuma, you're in your mind of like, he's only got 10 players on the pitch. I've got to make the most of this.
It's the thing is, it's more so... Well, hold that thought for a second.
Ooh.
Just about gets the ball back. It's more so because the person that is missing on the pitch is an attacking player, not a defense. So Nicholas's defensive structure will be fine in those areas where he has to defend. It's just that he won't be able to press as aggressively.
For Nicholas, I think in this game he's going to be playing on set plays.
Yeah.
A free kick. We've seen him score so many free kicks over the last couple of months. That's why Beckham's on the pitch, mainly. You're looking... maybe a counter-attack.
Yeah. But the thing is, he doesn't have those blistering, pacey players like Beckham, Kane, etc. They don't offer that, the speed boost the likes of Ibarbo, for example, could offer. I know he's not this one, but them type of players that are quick and fast.
Look at the box now. There's no one in there. He's having to recycle very deep.
Oh.
Harry Kane fakes that original shot time there. Fuba just takes his time, though, as Nicholas wins it back again. By the help of David Beckham and Patrick Vieira. In case you missed it, Nicholas went down to 10 men after just 10 minutes! And he might only have 10 players on the pitch! But you can't forget who's holding the controller!
It's just the patient play here. Vieira, a little ball on inside, driven past, and it gets it in at the near post.
I don't know if you saw the run from Gullit. He triggered that run sort of into the back post area.
You have to
Maybe just create a little bit of confusion in there. I wouldn't be opposed. We saw the draft. He had Javinho starting, but I think he's probably coming off the bench. Kane off. Ginola down the middle, maybe.
Bit of pace.
Javinho off the left.
It's an option. I think for in this situation anyway, for that's poor. For Fuma now, it's just about, again, not panicking. There is still a long way left in this game.
Well, we asked for you to get involved in the conversation as always. We can see you at home in the Twitch and YouTube streams. I mean, out of the top 8, guys, how many do we expect to go straight through to the finals? What Kiranes is referring to is the likes of Emre Yilmaz, Alian Lyon, Levi David, and so forth. Who do you think is a cert to be on their way to Munich?
Do I have to give a name? I'm going to say half of them go through.
I think 6.
I'm going with 4.
And then you know what? I'll even do you. I think the ones who don't.
Yeah.
Dave Fernandez. And Karim is back.
Oh, look at the Trivela there. Ilian Bouchy.
Oh.
No. Nah, that's unforgivable stuff there, you know.
That is not the mistake you make, is it, in a knockout game of the Champions League. 3-0 down for the Belgium FC Pro Partner League champion of Genk Esports. Over to this one. There is more goals going in. It's the Portuguese League representative, Neat. Now let's take a little bit of a different route this year to get into the ECL. 3-2 he leads against Danny Pitbull.
Yeah, Danny Pitbull has a mental barrier to overcome as well because he hasn't defeated Neat in a tournament yet. Also lost against him in the league phase, so it's just about overcoming that.
Nicholas, a minute and a half away from getting into half-time.
This could be a chance.
In somehow a really good scenario. You would not have thought this would have been the case after 10 minutes when Fuma should have made more of that free kick. Can he make more of this, though? Yapstam just about gets a toe in the way of that through ball that was heading towards Victor Ibarbo. Bradley has got a goal back here. 10 minutes into the second half. We know it was yesterday. It was his result that meant that Tex was eliminated from the eChampions League.
They just gave the ball away for last attack, which could be a potential issue. Does enough to clear up the danger. I was going to say, quite uncharacteristic.
Just a couple of things.
Twice.
The red card, him missing the free kick. I harp on about the free kick because we've seen it so many times.
Yeah.
Him scoring from 30, 35 yards out as Neat looks to add a fourth. Danny Pitbull with a huge win yesterday. Last game of the day against Anders Vergang. I would have predicted, had we done predictions, Danny Pitbull win this game.
Yeah, same. Thing is, just off of the confidence that you gain from that as well. And even before that game, Anders was sort of nervous
to play him.
To play Danny Pitbull, yeah, because Danny Pitbull obviously is a top competitor in that game. Another goal between Ilian and Bradley. It was 3-1 and now it's 4-1. Just off the post, rebound falling straight back to the attacker.
I mean, when it's falling your way, Ryan, you take it, don't you? Especially in the knockout stages. Danny Pitbull qualified for the World Championships this year after not the best of years last year, with a huge outpour promotion in Naples just a few weeks ago, where his performance in his domestic Serie A was good enough to get him back to this stage of the competition. He had a good run as well last year.
I feel like every time I speak to Danny Pitbull, he's sort of alluding that he might be finished with competitive FC. You know, he's looking towards the future, and then he has a bad year, comes back the year after, eChampions League,
literally.
top 24, and an FC Pro World Championships.
Danny Pitbull, what a play!
Oh, it's lovely.
Ruud Gullit just had to complete what was a really nice piece of build-up. 3-3 here. Ryan, talk me through it.
It's the whole of the attack here, just biding his time, waiting the double tap pass in behind the defensive line there, and it's just about whether or not you go across the keeper or in at the near post, and it's a great way back into the game.
Game we've not seen too much about, really, because there's not been that many goals. Only 2 goals scored, should I say. Evenly separated at 1-1. Levy Finn and Resende still locked in as we jump on board with the second half. Nicholas leading, but does trail with the players on the pitch.
Here's a chance of Fuma. Again, it's the super sub Virgil van Dijk that came on for the red card of Lucio. You kind of forget as well that, Ryan, last year Nicholas was grouped in the Champions League.
Yeah, and the thing is, again, we speak about the standards that Nicholas has set. The most consistent player, in my opinion, we've ever seen in the ecosystem.
8 years in a row, hasn't he, to be in the World Championships.
Just a special player. So he just sets... The reason there's expectation on his shoulders is just from the record he has across the years.
He spent the entire 90 seconds of the pause, Nicholas, changing things around, changing tactics and player roles, as Bradley, with a lovely dink over the top, will
just
get a second.
Knowing the meta of the game is so important offensively. In my opinion, those 2 players, Ilian and Bradley, 2 of the best attackers we have in this tournament, alongside Neat as well, who's up there, who's just about broken the deadlock again. 4-3, the speed boost. Rash bit of defending and then a tap-in.
Fuma coming close down on the bomb hand, side of his screen, wins a corner. Let's see how this one will play out for the French League One champion.
It's nice.
Lucio drops the shoulder there of not the ideal player. Lilian Thuram, though, is coming close to recycling that chance. Needs to get back now.
Bradley's making a game of it against Ilian Boucher. I've just seen the goal flash up at the bottom of the screen. 4-3.
He made a game of it yesterday, didn't he, against Tex?
Can't count this guy out, you know. No matter what, again, look at the vision.
Goal.
It's a fantastic goal.
4-3. I mean, Ilian Boucher has always sort of been in a winning position, but a few times yesterday did throw away a couple of results. One of them was against Tex, in fact. He had like a 2 or 3 goal
in the last
didn't he?
6 minutes, I think it was.
And that's something where you can look back on and think that is maybe the reason he's in this position and not in the top 8.
Yep. Just points dropped.
Yep.
Well, remember that the winner of this game plays Levy Vid in the next round of the competition. The winner of that will go to the eChampions League final stage. Nicholas looking for a second!
Wow.
He might only have 10 players on the pitch, but he simply does not care. How's he making this look so routine, Ryan?
It's just the way he plays in the box. It's so calm and composed. He gets the ball to Beckham who isn't really a popular choice, and then gets it into the corner. A response again, Ilian Bushi, beautiful bit of passing. Harry Kane in front of goal, of course you can trust him.
What a confidence boost this is for Nicholas. Since the, 12th minute?
Crazy.
He's been down to 10 men.
Yeah.
And I don't recall Fuma having a shot on target,
really. There hasn't really been too many opportunities. And if you're Fuma, this is where, if you weren't panicking, you're panicking now. Because it's soul destroying to lose a game, let alone against 10 men. So he's going to think, yeah, this is a perfect opportunity that he's not going to take. The only positive is 30 minutes, 9.5 minutes, you've got time.
Yeah.
Well, look, we know that Nicholas has sacrificed an attacking player there, and as you said, Richard, it was a great spot that he had Virgil van Dijk as an option on his draft. You start to begin to think who would have been pulled into that centre-back role if not, but I think Nicholas still would have made it work. A lot of people in the chat as well asking for the mystery league. I mean, it was announced that it was the League of Portugal yesterday. There is a new one for today. Key predictions coming in. One thing that you can't predict is this game here, Rich. Every time that Ilian Bushi scores 2 and goes up by 2, then Bradley gets one back to keep it interesting. Nicholas looking for a third. Harry Kane times it green, wins a corner.
Yeah, it's going to be whipped in from Nico as well, off the short one to Javi Ginola. Player locked into Hullet.
Oh, it's fortunate.
Gets very, very fortunate. Stam with the strike. And it's these opportunities now where you've got that extra player going forward that you have to capitalise on.
Do you know what? He's
just playing a little bit too quick.
I feel like we know Fuma from years. He plays a certain way. It doesn't feel like he's playing that way. And
no, I agree.
I can't tell you why.
Has he given himself the personnel to play that way, though?
I don't know. I feel
we
like
were very critical at the E-League and finals of his draft, of his squad team that he put up. For the first 2 games, he was using a weakened team. We couldn't explain it. I don't know if he could explain it. He then made some changes, came out, and did what he needed to do. This is a huge chance. Kaká with it, on the finesse, finds a top corner. This game's not over yet.
It's a huge moment in the game to get that goal. We were speaking about how important it would be. We'll take a look at it again there. Does a little twist and turning with Rick and gets the ball to Kaká in behind. Finesse shot.
I think Van der Sar actually got a hand on that as it went through.
Well, it's funny that you speak about Fuma's draft. I know he's not the most desired striker, but Fuma's Mbappe. I mean, where's he? He could do with him at the moment, couldn't he?
Wasn't allowed to select him, obviously, in the E-League. There were a couple of other players that he went for instead. I think it was the team of the season, Dembele, that was the real catalyst for him. In these teams, you're probably looking at Ginola.
But it's just not the pace. It's the
or
pace.
Kaká.
Kaká's fast as well, but it's just not Mbappe fast. And I think maybe that's a little bit of a detriment to Fuma, but...
It's been a quiet game, hasn't it? 1-1, 80th minute.
I mean, look across the bottom there, the round of 24, all very different games, neat. I think his match might be one of the first to finish alongside this one, depending if we need extra time or not for the first time in the competition.
And this is, just to put this into perspective, if you're Levy Finn, this is how annoyed you are. This is the 9th best player from the league phase against the technically worst best qualified player to come through. Resende, 6 points, and it's 1-1 going into the last 10 minutes of the game.
Well, the one thing that Levy Finn has on his side as well, he's undefeated, isn't he, at this moment in time, Ryan? 3 wins, 3 draws across the last 2 days, and he's off the back of 1 win in the virtual Bundesliga, but 2. He was in the final of this competition last year, wasn't he, against Johnny?
Absolutely, and his matchmaking, by the way, Levy Finn's, was ridiculous. Played Alejan, Levy David, LGR Peixoto, Jaden Groden, D. Fernandez, RVP legend. Ridiculous matchmaking, so... yeah, every single game has been tough for him, including this one.
3 draws, though. We're not going to draws this time around. We'll be going to extra time and penalties.
I mean, what you said, Rich, 27 draws, was it?
I think it was about that, yeah, out of the, what, 111 games?
Something like that, maybe. There definitely will be some extra time somewhere here today. Well, this is going to finish first, this game.
He's got a chance.
Is Danny Pitbull about to send us into extra time and to snatch a 4-4? Javinho!
Wow.
Off target!
Neat's got away with one there because that bit of game management, dare I say, even if it is that, was horrendous. Look at the bottom right there. It's flashed green. Wow.
The 10 men of Nicholas, who had a 2-goal cushion, might have come on stop. We'll go to that after this game has concluded. Because Neat...
keep possession.
Is about to send himself into a qualification game.
Is there time? You've got to go forward.
Against Emre Yilmaz, a previous champion of this competition.
No way.
Unless Danny Pitbull
It's a sensational ball, wow.
Can snatch a late draw here to send us into extra time. It all has to be perfect, though, from this moment.
Oh, he's got him.
It's a Rick.
Oh, it's a block. Block plus.
Corner.
Wow.
The ref will play the corner. We've overplayed the added time.
Oh.
And that will do us. The previous two-time La Liga FC Pro champion. Indy has done enough. Danny Pitbull eliminated of Napoli.
It's just been saved by block plus.
That block was insane. He completely, the way he recycled possession there was sensational.
Oh.
He done so well with the time restriction as well. Heading over to this game, last few moments, Bradley on the attack as well.
I mean, this screams of a 5-5 for Bradley, doesn't it?
He's so clutch in these moments.
He was yesterday, wasn't he, against Tex?
He can hit Travella from anywhere as well.
4 minutes of added time. This is only the first taste we're having of Knockout FC.
That's a great step with Marquisio there. Great step.
It's in Ilian Bucci's hands. He's got possession.
It's a long time to keep the
4
ball.
minutes is rough, I'll be honest. I think the worst place to keep the ball, though, is in your own area and around your defensive line. It's just about, can you progress up the pitch?
Give it to this man and take the space with a barbell. Oh, don't listen to me, Ilian.
Oh, no. Where's that deflection going to end up? Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Kaká. Can he find the car back? Was that the right decision? It gives away a corner with a terrible touch defensively.
Oh, what's that?
What have
What
I
are we
just
doing?
seen?
But then everyone's making mistakes. Nuno
Wow.
Mendes to send
Game,
Ilian
set,
Bucci into a game against Jaden Groden. Full-time result there. He might get one more just to solidify the game. 6-4 win.
What are we doing on that corner?
It was just, I'll be honest, calamities all round from both players there. Both players. The fact the way Ilian gave the ball away and then the short corner, and it was an absolute mess.
Hold on. Fuma! With an absolute dagger.
What?
In the back of Nicholas.
Absolutely zero reaction.
Wow. Let's take a look at this properly.
He was 2-0 down.
Oh my goodness.
He might not have killed Mbappe, Richard Buckley, but you mentioned one man that could cause some problems in David Ginola. You might have just grabbed the winner.
Wow. That is...
turnaround.
I'm stunned. This game as well in extra time. Tried to play the through ball, didn't manage to get through. I see the questions in the chat asking about the Mystery Nation. It is a different one for the knockout stages compared to the league phase, so it is not the Portuguese league.
That was yesterday, Liga Portugal. We did give away the answer there. 2 games left, 2 full times, 2 games still running. Resende Levy Fins in extra time.
This was, I always saw this game going extra time. Levy Finn drew 3 matches over the weekend, and Resende in Knockout FC is one of the most stubborn players to ever play.
The way he defends as well, it's like he nullifies you completely. Goalkeeper movement and the power there as well was wrong. So it didn't manage to find that top corner he was looking for. But I agree with the way Resende plays. He's a horrible player.
This was always going late.
Yeah, horrible.
Well, this has just come out of a pause, a lengthy pause from Nicholas. In case you've missed the context of this game, Nicholas went down to 10 players after just 11 in-game minutes. Fair play to Fuma, though.
Oh,
hang on a second. Nicholas 3-0!
Wow.
An instant reply from the Argentine. Maybe this one's off to extra time.
Straight from the kickoff, Zambrotta, lovely pass into Danola, round the corner with the incisive plus, and the Travella from Rivaldo.
Hold on, I just heard the biggest roar. I don't know where.
It sounded like it was a Portuguese roar.
Oh
And
my
that's
goodness.
because Resende, who just about scraped through to
lovely.
the knockout stages yesterday, could be sending out last year's runner-up in the competition.
He was almost out. Just about scraped through. I spoke to him before that last round as well, and he was like, yeah, it's done, I'm not making it. I've said, listen, you got to believe, you never know what could happen. And
this would just be Nicholas to go and grab a match winner, wouldn't it?
oh no, little Travella. Nah, I didn't get an angle.
You say that, Brandon, but this game's been very un-Nicholas-like.
I know, but he's still hung in there, hasn't he? With only 10 players on the pitch, and he might have the last chance of the game. How much added time are we going to get?
No, look at the space.
Fuma's panicking.
Oh, it's a poor touch inside. Ooh, how long is it going to be?
Playing for last attack, isn't it? I think we might get +3. 6 goals, a lot of pauses.
+2.
Wow.
It's 2 minutes of added time. Winner plays Levi David in the next round, the round of 16 of the eChampions League knockout phase.
Oh,
It's Fuma.
Uh-oh.
On to grab a match winner.
He's
giving it back though. Last 20 in-game seconds.
No. Oh my
space were there.
It was. That was so aggressive from Nicholas, you know that. The way he stepped was, wow. Wow. You think there may be, Rich, a tiny bit of his composure, maybe that's a bit harsh, because I feel like it's not a bad thing to try and look for the pass.
The aggressive defending is just so unnatural if you're the attacking player there. Why would my opponent fly at me in the 90+2? It is just an incredible game. So much drama in this. So much drama.
It's what we want though, isn't it, Rich, in the knockouts? We've had draws yesterday for the last 2 days, and it's been lacking that little bit of flavour. Like eChampions League knockout flavour. I mean, both games were in a pause by the looks of it. Last we saw was Resende was in front. I believe that's half-time in extra time.
Yeah. I'm just looking over now, actually. I can see it's Levi Finn who's the one sort of waiting and making changes. Resende's sat on the loading screen. He's ready to go in and get kicked off for the second half of extra time. As
just looking here, Richard. We know Tex was eliminated there. Resende had -2 goal difference to Tex's -3, which was the difference of sending him into this stage, and then he could be on to knock out Levi Finn again. As long as you get through the groups, as we always say, does not matter.
It's a new day.
It would just be so horrid to go out like that, though. The fact you haven't lost a game and then you lose against a player that's ranked the lowest part and you narrowly missed out top 8. Is for Levi Finn, it would be so destroying, devastating. I don't want to jinx it though, Rich, but we know Resende over the years in these positions, he's not the person you want to be chasing again. I don't do that, Resende. He absolutely put him in a blender. Look at this. See ya. Oh, Levi Finn, you're done. Resende got to score that, you know.
Yapstam,
Nah, honestly.
Yapstam was lost.
I feel like if there's any time you could have taken the jersey off and just spun it over your head if you scored that, it would have been then, you know.
He might pay for it though down the other end instantly for Levi Finn. What a piece of trickery that was from Resende. What an opportunity that could have been to give himself a 2-goal cushion. Because Levi Finn is still very much into his Ricardo Kaka. That finesse time green shot was blocked.
It's such an interesting way in which he defends. And just have a peep at that bottom right corner. I told you, he scores free kicks.
He can't.
Rivaldo for Nicholas.
Just can't write it, can you?
He's back in front. That game's in extra time as well.
That's something ticked off Richard's bingo card. Nicholas free kick, there we go, done. That's another one.
What are we, 45 minutes in?
Yeah.
Well, this game will finish before the Nicholas Fuma game, so we'll follow this one first. Unless there's a lengthy pause or a moment to switch between the other active match.
What I was just saying about Resende and how he defends as we go into this pause here, he doesn't sit deep, but he invites you to sort of say, take me on.
Yeah. No, but he's happy to, the way he defends as well.
As soon as he sees a Travella or a finesse, he's aggressive, he sprints.
Fuma though.
Victor Ababo for Fuma, just needs to cut it across. Virgil van Dijk remaining so composed to get Nicholas out of that spot of bother.
It's just the manual passing again. Nicholas was always in control of what he was doing there. That red card could start to play a factor here as we go late into this game.
Look at the space. There we go.
Well, we've seen what Nicholas's Rivaldo can do. What can Fuma's?
I feel like he wanted a Travella there, but because he took the sprint touch onto it, he didn't really get the animation.
Well, let's jump back over to this one to conclude this match first. As it stands, Resende, the lowest ranked player from the 24 that made it into the knockouts. is 3 minutes away from a game against Allian Lyon, who was, in all honesty, the player that stole Levi Finn's top 8 spot. All that, and then Resenda gives away possession.
Anywhere will do.
Yep. He's got it straight back, or has he? What is going on here?
It's like he's trying to make it difficult for himself for these last 2 minutes.
Oh, free kick.
Is that Beck's on the pitch as well? Don't take it short.
Goal? David Beck.
Hey,
it has to be. It
I'll
has
be
to
honest,
be. Oh.
I would have gone the other side of the wall.
The other side's open.
Yeah.
What can
putting up there on the line?
Levi Finn do here with David Beckham from quite some distance? David Beckham! Stopped by Buffon.
I feel like that's a key opportunity to score.
And in time of just 1 minute, he was unbeaten until the knockout stages, Levi Finn. Is he about to go into extra time? Ruud Gullit taking all the time in the world. Buffon with another massive save.
Oh, he's kicked out for a corner.
And he's given Levi Finn one more chance to keep himself in this tournament. Yapstam, not the player you need there. Resende into the round of 16, and one step away from an eChampions League final.
It's the ultimate. All you have to do is get through story.
Yep.
This is it. He went through on 6 points. 6 out of 18. A third of what he could have got available to him. He goes through against the 9th seeded player. The best player who didn't make it into the top 8.
Yeah, I feel for Levi Finn there. Sickening, because he was 1 goal away from being in that top 8, and we're starting to see some of the matches for the round of 16 set in stone.
What a shot that is. Levi Finn can't really see what, can't believe what he's seeing.
It's devastating. Honestly, I feel so bad for him.
Well, you know what a season he's had, and what a last 12 months of a journey he's been. I think we're in a pause at the moment of a rubber game. Half-time, extra time. That
last chance from the first corner, where Resende is moving, but also the keeper movement.
Yeah.
He's constantly just throwing things at Levi Finn and making him think.
He had to move the keeper there one way to predict a shot, but then he also was in the way of the shot
with his defender.
With his defender, so it was
the free kick's a waste. He has to score that free kick.
I'm gonna be real, Rich. I've seen you score those.
I don't know. He moved the keeper a little bit. This is it, right? So you see this chance here. He passes it into Gullit. Look at the goalkeeper movement. He's constantly moving him.
Yeah, and then look,
and then he's blocking that side with Turan with block plus.
Yeah, keeper manages to get the save. It's a painful one. This is a mistake though, to get the ball out for another corner, but he wasn't punished for it.
Well, that's the recent news. Another player eliminated from the eChampions League. 3 already gone. Danny Pitbull eliminated, Levi Finn and Bradley of Genk are out. Who is going to be next to fall in the round of 24? As it stands, the 10 men of Nicholas, after being 2-0 up, and then Fuma coming back to make that 2-2. Oh my!
Oh, no,
Rivaldo might be on for a hat-trick.
It's a good step, good tackle.
A lot of space there for Rickon.
Good defending. See how we switched over there to the right back just to follow the run.
Oh my, what's the ball? Rivaldo, all the time in the world for Nicholas. Can he make the most of it though? No.
Yeah, I don't actually...
What happened there? He just lost pace.
I don't know. I'm not sure if he let go of sprint or not, but Rivaldo didn't take it in a stride.
Quick corner comes in between half of Nicholas's players. Rivaldo does a good job of just taking a few minutes out of the game. Low for Matthias. Then finds David Chinola. There's a finesse that takes a deflection from Fuma's players. He's still got plenty of time in 9 in-game minutes.
That's nice. Yapstam has been incredible.
Yeah.
And although we had question marks over him, maybe missing a few important play style pluses. Here's Nicholas again. It's Lucio who's in the way, the player that was actually sent off for Nicholas in the first 11 minutes of this game. He's had to play over 100 minutes with just 10 players on the pitch.
Great defending again. Stamp stepping across. The player switch was a very smart choice to try and put Salah under pressure. Last 5 or so minutes in game, Fuma cueing a pause.
And will he get to see the pause is the question, right?
If he does, don't know if he'll have enough time to really make an impact.
Nicholas doesn't need another goal, just needs to take time out of the game, and he'll be on his way to play Levy de Veerd for a spot in the final 8. This year's eChampions League, dispossessed again, Fuma. How many more times is he going to get possession? Could this be maybe one of the final chances he will pick up the ball? Can he get it right to set us up maybe for extra spot kicks?
He had the pass. He had it.
He's going to get the subs with an attack.
He had that pass, Rich. I don't think he expected the space to open up a little bit. Driven pass into the box could have been an option.
You've got a great sight as well. You can see on the stage there, Fuma just sat opposite, not Nicholas, but like further to the left, his teammate LJR Peixoto. He don't know what to do. He's playing, and he don't know. He's wanting to watch. He's sort of just lingering around. He's now left off the stage now. That must be awful for him. They were so successful in Paris together at the E-League. Now I might be seeing his teammate and good friend knocked out of the tournament.
Here he is now, Fuma. Ricken finds Katka. Just maybe snap at that chance a bit too early. Added time of 1 minute. I mean, we joked about it, but if there was one player that with 10 players on the pitch for over 110 minutes has seen a result out, he might not have won his last 2 games in the league phase, but Nicholas does enough to send himself into a round of 16. And it feels like we're seeing a bit of a different Nicholas today.
Now, you know what? That is a masterclass of a performance from Nicholas. Honestly, to play with 10 men that long against somebody with the attacking prowess as Fuma, I haven't seen Nicholas celebrate. Nicholas won a trophy this year and he didn't celebrate as much as that.
Absolutely.
Wow. Round of applause to Nicholas, seriously.
That means to him to get that over the line. We've got a cracker coming up, Brandon.
Oh, we do. I know it's early afternoon or even early evening, I should say, wherever you're watching from around the world. But guess what's up next? The rematch, the trilogy, you can call it, is Anders Vergang will take on Young for a spot in the round of 16 of the eChampions League. Don't go anywhere. It's up next.
Fußball? Please?
Football.
Football?
Football, football.
Fußball. Fußball is football. Munchen. Munich.
Munich. München. Monaco. München. Munich. Munich. Yeah. Difficult. I don't know. Goalkeeper.
Torhüter. Tournament?
First word that came to mind was tortilla.
Torhüter. And it's goalkeeper.
We have takeoff. Some news will be landing very soon. Here we go.
This is your captain speaking.
I'm pleased to announce that
Qatar Airways are now the official
airline of the UEFA Champions League.
If you want more rewards, join in on the action on our EA Sports FC Twitch and YouTube channels to claim yours. By watching 15 minutes of the ECL knockout phase, you're eligible to receive a 10-match UCL Dream Chaser on loan. Watch an hour and you can claim an 86 x 2 pack. For more information, go to www.fcpro.com.
Welcome back to the eChampions League knockouts, and that round was unbelievable. One of the best games we've seen in the tournament so far, and of course, Nicholas, you were a part of it. I've got so many questions. I'm going to start off with the red card. Talk to me, what was going through your mind then?
I'm so stupid. That was the first thing
At least
on
you
my
said
mind. Yeah, that was a huge mistake. But yeah, at some point it was good because I don't know if when you face a really top player like Fuma, you know, you have to play your 100%. But after the red card, I say to myself like, Nico, now you have to play 200%, and I did it.
What was going through your mind when Fuma made it 2-2? Were you thinking the worst, or was it more, you have the ability, you've done it before, just keep on going?
No, I just always thinking positive, like let's see now and stuff, but no, I was comfortable.
I'm going to ask you something. I think I know the answer already. What did you change in that after the red card? Did you change formation, anything, or was it just?
I changed. No, I was playing even the same 4-4-1-1, but yeah, at the beginning was obviously I put another center back, Virgil.
Yeah.
But at the beginning I played with my striker like false 9. But then in the second half I changed for the cam. So first half was without cam, and then in the second half was without striker. So that was the key for me.
Okay, very informative. Of course, you know your match now to qualify for the eChampions League over in Munich. It's up against Levi David, who's one of the best players in the world. You are as well. How are you going to prepare for that game and the moments you have now?
Now, let's see. I mean, let's try to think a little bit because the match before was really intense for me. But yeah, against Levi will be a rematch from the FC Pro Open. He beat me, so that's my rematch. Yeah, for the top 8. So let's see.
Yeah, I wish you the best of luck. I'll let you head off and prepare for that game. Let's send it over to the host desk with FG.
Thank you very much to Ryan, and a massive congratulations to Nicholas. I mean, he just said it himself, Casey. He made a huge mistake. I mean, what a way to rectify that mistake.
I mean, the fact that he was able to win that game with a red card so early on is so impressive. The composure that you need, because the mentality of that, my mind is gone if that happens to me. He was able to stay in this game as we see some of the replays come in. But you see the red card, that could have been game over for a lot of other players.
It would have been game over for me, absolutely. Santu, he's through on goal. He's made the tackle. It's a split-second judgment. And when he gets a red card, what are you thinking? You're thinking surely Fuma's going through.
I mean, this is the difference between me and them. Of course, that's why I'm here. They are there, and they are top level. You cannot, he said that you cannot be like, let yourself out. You have to keep on point and you have to win that because you know that you made a mistake and you have to keep going on that.
Absolutely. Listen, let's take a look, shall we, at the bracket. This is how things stand. We've already lost some players, and a big shock here is Levi Finn eliminated by Resende. Now, if people have been tuning in all weekend, you'll remember Resende made it through to this stage when Tex conceded his goal in the last kick of the game, Casey. I mean, how's your look, Resende? And what a performance as well.
No, he is scraping his way through the entire competition, but it doesn't matter how you got here. He has made it into the round of 16. But crazy because Levi Finn went undefeated first 2 days, and he is now out of the competition.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have got an all-timer on the way. We saw it in the first day. Rivalries reignited. Anders versus Young. Right, we've already seen it before. Santu.
This is a huge rivalry. We have seen a lot of celebration for both of them. Maybe we will see something else, something more from Anders.
We've seen 2 of the celebrations. I mean, I can remember you did one of those on the broadcast on the first day. How do you see this one going? Because 2 absolute heavyweights going against each other.
I mean, I believe I was on a story earlier. I said that Anders is making it to the top 8, so I'm going to stick with that one as we see some replays from the last time that they met up this weekend. It was Anders who ended up on top, but he definitely didn't make it easy. Young trying to stay in this one because it's not just a regular old match. This is a rivalry situation. Lots of celebrations have been seen, but Anders was the one. He knew he could win this one. We'll see if he could do it again.
I mean, if you're wondering what the noise is in the background, that's Matti Bonanno, who's also in action, getting himself psyched up, getting himself ready. Look, I mean, I've said it about 100 times this weekend, and I'm not going to stop. UEFA, this new, sort of format is incredible.
I love it. I really love it. I'm enjoying it. What a way to start this knockout phase.
Listen, it's Anders versus Young. It's the trilogy, shall we call it? And it is coming up very soon. Anders Vergang's about to take on a man who is his arch nemesis. This means a lot to both players, Graham.
This one is personal.
Young breaks the deadlock.
These two players, I'm going to go out and say, they don't really get on with each other. And this could be the fourth goal that Anders was waiting for towards Young. He's got no reaction. Young is giving him absolutely nothing. This is the moment we were waiting for.
Vergang versus Young.
Well, guess what? It's happening all again, but this time it's in the knockout stages of the eChampions League. It's not a group game, it's not a match where they played in the summer of last year. It is a trilogy, though. This is the third time they've played in competitive FC. I've got the pleasure of being joined by two of the three members of the Hashtag House. Tom Lees, sure, join us now. I mean, look, we're excited for this one, aren't we? We just saw a teaser of the knockout games. This one, though, is going to pack a punch, isn't it?
Oh, it feels personal, doesn't it? I think this one in the groups, it doesn't matter too much. You can recover. Whoever loses now is out.
And that's a statement to make. That is a huge statement. I'm just imagining the way that they're going to look at each other after the game, whoever comes out on top.
Well, should we jump into it then? We will in a second. You can just see Anders Vergang going through settings and controller settings to make sure that everything's right. How do you think Young's feeling coming into this one? Because he was on the back of an Anders Vergang Sue, which again was a reply back to Young from the summer of last year at the Esports World Cup. He'll be up for this rematch, won't he?
Yeah, but I think he'll be a bit annoyed, you know, because if you're in this game, you wouldn't be expecting to play Anders. He should be in the top 8. We expected him to be gone and waiting in the next round. Very unlucky to come through, but also, yeah, I think whoever their eyes are on this game, as soon as you win this, you're going to feel like you can go the whole way now, because these two, they bring out the best in each other.
And maybe the worst as well between the two. Well, here it is that Anders Vergang gets Young in a rematch, which means much more than a round of 16. There is certainly a lot at stake in this one and some bragging rights between the two.
And legend has it, Anders is actually inside the monitor. Look. That is class.
Well, I think the player cam would have had to be adjusted quite a bit there, just so we can get the angle on Anders Vergang. It's quite close to the monitor, doesn't it?
He's leaving nothing to chance.
Not a single thing.
Well, here he is now looking to build up on his first chances of the game, which gives him a corner. 4 minutes in. Let's see if Young can defend this one. Expect maybe a bicycle kick or something on those lines.
Trying it, you know, I don't think Anders, I wouldn't associate this with Anders usually, but if he's got something in his locker, I mean, now it'll be a good chance to recycle as well. Whenever it's a second ball off a corner, you normally get a good chance.
Rivaldo into Hull at that time, it's blocked. I mean, speaking of corners, gents, you take a lot of corners, no doubt, in your multiple weekend leagues you play. I mean, is there a perfect corner at this bicycle kick that we're seeing from other competitors now as our first goal of the game come through? Matthias Bonanno making the most of that one. 1 minute in.
I mean,
it's a horrible mistake.
You could hear Matthias as well, though, before the game. He was shouting, look, he's about to go 2-0 up here. Maybe he's in Chris's head here, because he was very loud before the game started. I think it was a vale we could hear, and he keeps saying it every time he scored.
Oh!
And maybe that noise is intimidating. I mean, the second goal, wow, what do you reckon of that?
Oh dear.
Hang on, there's an offside trap play on the bottom side of your screen. Is Young looks to come forward and spoons it wide. But as I was saying, Shuri, corners this year. Is there a perfect way to take them or not?
I think the great thing, as we see, Chris actually does make it 2-1. That game has started off crazy. Corners, of course, there's so many different ways to score from them. I don't know, Brandon, if there is the absolute perfect corner, in the words of Gary Neville, but there's so many different ways of scoring. You saw Anders there did try the bicycle kick. As we see the pass into Jarzinho here. Oh, he spooned it.
No, nice deflection.
Oh,
okay. I was going to say, that was nearly a terrible effort there from Jarzinho. Deflection out for a corner. Well, we're speaking about corners. Let's see if Anders can make the most of this one. Goes all the way through. There's the bicycle kick. Well, I think he thought he scored for a second.
He's been on the training ground, hasn't he?
Well, he's on the pursuit of the perfect corner. We've been mentioning it. Anders is definitely going for the bicycle kick option. This is really the main choice if you're putting it into the box.
Here comes the next one.
So difficult to defend.
Another corner, 4 of them already in the first 11 minutes. That one taken a bit quicker. Just wide.
We call that one the flashbang.
Yeah, the flashbang commonly referred to. You just get them before they can even move the goalkeeper.
Mark Marley was 1-0 up in this game. I didn't give it too much attention. Leandro Peixoto's pulled one back. What about this one for a game? Chris de Boer, he was 2-0 down in 5 minutes. He's back in this one at 2-2 against Matias Bernardo.
Wow.
Who's in whose head?
I don't know. Curse that one, haven't I?
Chance for Young now to get into the box of Anders. Lovely ball roll into Henry. Posted in. It's the Brazilian that has the breakthrough.
That is outstanding.
Unbelievable green timing. Gone for the near post finish as well. I mean, we're going to get another look at it. Henry, the striker that a lot of people have chosen for good reason. I mean, he's done that. Oh, it's a big celebration as well.
A minute detail about that goal that I want to point out, guys. The ball roll from Young. Anders has committed to the outside. He thought he was going to keep sprinting. The ball roll, the precise skill move there is outstanding. A skill move you've got to add to your game. It's the most simple skill move in the game, Tom.
It is a ball roll. Very, very simple, but also effective. And as I say, it's all about timing. He's just timed that to perfection as Anders is in.
Straight down the other end. He's been asking for a shot. Penalty awarded straight down the other end.
He's got the strongest Zico item on the planet.
Are you seeing that? He's got to go bottom left.
Well,
he's got to.
Zico for Anders.
It's
just
bottom
like
right.
that. We're back at a 1-1 scoreline. 16 minutes into this game.
Young's got to be having a word with his centre-back there.
Yeah,
that strength was terrible.
Oh, it's the keeper that gives it away. It's the keeper.
The centre-back, he should have already been long gone.
Yeah, he should have.
It just like time stopped for a second there. Apologies for the unsavoury language you may have heard in the build-up to that goal from the competitors here at the eChampions League, as there's a lot of pressure on the line. Chris de Boer, gents.
Okay.
What's happened over here?
That game is not making any sense.
Yeah.
It's basketball.
I think I said Matthijs is in his head. I don't think he is anymore.
Is that the ghost of the commentator coming out by any chance?
It was 2-0 up in 5 minutes. Now Chris de Boer's up by 3-2 over there. What on earth's going on in that game?
Chris de Boer loves a goal
over
fest.
Here.
Mentally for Young, that's got to be such a blow. Like, you go 1-0 up against Anders, you're thinking, right, can I get in the driving seat? Absolutely not. You didn't even put your belt on.
You're already kicking off again.
Sorry.
Well, we are following. This game is our main featured game as Young looks to go back in front. It's another Brazilian. Putting the Brazilian pro back into the driving seat. 2-1, he leads in this game.
I like that there's going to be goals. There's going to be goals.
I mean, the near post is paying dividends. Look at that. It's a bit fortunate, but a nice low driven near. Is he green that again? The timing is paying off for him. He's up for this as well, you know, I can hear him.
He's got quite the coach in his corner as well, and Paulo Neto. He might not have been able to compete in the Champions League just because of where he plays his FC, whether he's in the US for Atlanta United or in South America. A lot of chat about the Mystery League today, gents. Obviously, we announced it was League of Portugal yesterday. There's a new one today. Any idea what it is, or have you got any guesses?
I don't know myself, Brandon.
Is it the Championship, someone said? No, it's not. Okay, Grizzy. I mean, that was yesterday's Mystery League, the Portuguese League. That's correct. It's not today's. It's not a Mystery Nation, it's a Mystery League. The Mystery Nations were a little while back on the FC Pro Open shows.
This one, Anders is good.
Here's Anders, one of the few people to use Mbappe as he looks to ball roll his way through. A game that we haven't showed too much love to is that Luco Negua game against RVP legend. It's the Italian there that leads by a goal to 0.
1 meatball to 0 meatballs? Is that how we do it?
I didn't know if we were carrying that on from yesterday, but...
Well, I've just been on the beach room with Santu, and there was many a meatball on there. I'll tell you that, my friend.
Meatball Mariano, was it?
Oh, he's in again.
He's loving that near post finish, isn't he? He's getting a lot of joy out of it, Tom.
I wonder if it's something he's looked at. I wonder if he studies that and his gameplay, realised that maybe that's an open shot.
You know, Anders is very, very aggressive with the way he defends. It might be something that him and his coach have picked up on. You know, so the angle for the near post shot will open up.
I've seen a lot of players backstage, Shuri, watching gameplay from yesterday and your opponent's games. How important is that to look into it, or is it something you shouldn't overlook?
I think you've hit the nail on the head there, Brandon. You don't want to overlook it, but you've got to see things your opponent's doing. If you know your opponent's whipping in corners to try and score bicycle kicks, for example, you have to prepare the best of that. As we see Anders, a nice bit of play.
2-2 he is! Rivaldo ties up the game at 2-2. This is already set up to be quite the match between these two. We're only 28 minutes into the game. We've seen 4 goals. We had a penalty amongst it too.
Anders makes the game look so simple.
So it doesn't make it look so simple, Chris de Boer, because he was 2-0 down and now he's cruising.
Chris, take a bow, my friend.
Well, a game we haven't spoke about is this one here. RVP legend was 1-0 down against Luco Negua. It's Ricken, the SBC.
The meatball's 1-1.
Making it 1-1 over there, and then that's a live shot of the game there. I believe Mark Marley's also got an update as well. Mark Marley, by the way, I know we didn't give him too much praise yesterday, because at one point he was being eliminated in the last round of play yesterday. Did enough to get himself into the top 24. He is on his way, as it stands, to beat the French League champion who qualified for the World Championships right at the start of this year, guys. What scenario Mark Marley's in at the moment?
Well, I mean, he scored a really late goal with a cricketer cancel around the keeper to make it 5-5 yesterday in order to get himself into this phase, and now he's 3-1 up. An unbelievable finish from Thierry Henry there. Using the controlled lengthy man himself.
I mean, Marley, he's good. He's really, really good. I think he goes under the radar. He keeps himself to himself, fairly quiet. But when he gets going, you know what? He's very unlucky against Anders yesterday as well. He sneaked his way in. And that is a big statement to make if you go and beat LJR.
Well, he made it difficult, didn't he, yesterday? Against Anders Virgo, Mark Marley. Finished 22nd out of the 24 players. Only lost 3-2.
We were touching on the B stream, of course, about players who, you know, finished high up. And then, of course, you know, Levy Finn finishes just outside of finishing in that top 8 in the league phase. And Resende, of course, comes out with the victory. Marley in a similar sort of position, right near the bottom. As we see Anders, he's just lethal. He's just a lethal man.
Hello. There he is.
We'll have a look, Anders, won't we?
Go on.
He's back in front.
Oh, he's giving us the eyebrows from here.
3-2 he leads. And I think he quite enjoyed that one.
He's giving us the nod.
Tom, talk to me about Anders' attacking, because as a pro, how does he do it so simple?
It's just the master. It's just the master of timing. We always say it. You feel like you can tackle him, and I promise you, you can't. Every time you go to have a nibble,
every time you go for a little bite,
what does he do? He just pulls it away.
He just pulls it away.
He passes it perfectly, or it's a ball roll. It's all about how well he times his stuff. It's perfect every time. It's frustrating because when you can see to him, you think, how have I let that happen? It's so basic, but it's perfect. He's just the master of it.
And then it happens like 10 times.
I mean, that happened 8 times because Tom Lee's beat him 8-1, didn't he, last year?
Brandon, look. The way he's looking over here, he looks in the mood. I don't want to get him started on that. Let him take his anger out on Young. I'll take my result.
Oh, Young gets away with that one. You just saw in the other game, by the way, Matthias Bonanno getting a goal back. 7 goals in that one now. Chris de Boer, 4-3 up. That one's in half-time. Those players need a breather off the back of that. What a half. (3-2) over here. Remember, these are knockout games of the Champions League knockout phase. A win puts you into the round of 16 against these names here on the left-hand side of your screen. For example, winner of this game plays Di Fernandez. So the winner of Chris de Boer against Bonanno will play last year's eChampions League winner in Johnny. And those matches will be qualification games for Munich for the final 8.
Rivaldo's been great, you know. When I look at Rivaldo as an item, he's just fantastic.
I mean, is he going to play last attack? Is he always gone for it? He's given him the ball, you know. Oh, he's got it back.
He's got 2 minutes as well, hasn't he?
Sure, he's hyping Rivaldo because he packed him.
Yes, correct. That's exactly
It's a Kanka. He's had so much joy down this left-hand side. Just offsides. But what a goal that would have been.
I mean, that meant a lot to Anders. I saw him celebrating that. He knows the importance just before the half-time break to not concede and go in.
I've never seen someone celebrate an offside before.
He has just celebrated that, yeah. It's just, I think it's because of the timing.
Look at that
almighty close.
Oh, look at that line there. Right, let's jump across while that's in half-time and give these other matches a bit of love because they are also just as ridiculous. Matthias Banana here, who was in the final 8 of last year's competition, was 2-0 up in this game after 5 minutes, and it was a pretty mental half, to say the least, Shuri.
Absolutely crazy. But these knockout games, the level is just outrageous. It's absolutely crazy. Bonanno here, a chance going forward.
I think about to make it 4-4. Xavi does well for Chris de Ball. Mark Marley, by the way, is probably the result of the round that's not been spoken about enough, Tom, because that is one hell of a result against a player of that quality. 4-1 he leads now, and that is the goal to put him in a dream scenario.
Here he goes. It's the Marley special on the byline. You do not get the ball off that man.
You don't.
We
would know, wouldn't we?
Yeah. Honestly, his close control out wide is so good. See a ball in the box here, but yeah, Marley, he deserves a lot of credit. A lot of credit. Do you know what I think it is? The guys that finished 9th, 10th, 11th, they're going to be coming in expecting to win that game. They'll feel hard done by they weren't in the top 8. We've already seen in the last round someone went out early on. LJR, did he finish 10th or 11th? I think it was 11th in the end against Marley in 22nd.
And it can be in your head. It can be in your head. Oh, I'm expected to win this game.
Yeah, you feel a bit hard done by. You see Young going forward there. You feel like you should already be there. But you shouldn't. You've got to play the game as if yesterday's been forgotten about.
I mean, we were speaking about Resende, weren't we? Just get through the groups. As long as you're through the groups, sure, you knockout play, it doesn't matter.
And just think, of course, Resende, like the way he got in was from that Tech's last-minute goal. So much drama.
It was a goal, wasn't it? A single goal. It was a -2 goal difference that he had compared to Tex's -3. There was enough. There are multiple streams, by the way. You can follow all the action here at the Champions League over on the YouTube channel of EA Sports FC Pro.
Oh, what's this?
A lot of you have been asking for the Romanian RVP legend. Well, guess what? He's 2-2 in this game against Luco Negua. 23 minutes left of that one. Over here, though.
Is there an inevitable feeling about this game for Anders, or do we think
he's in?
Hang on, Anders Bergkamp looking for 4!
Gets the commentator.
There's your inevitability.
Like, he's having a cheeky look over.
I think I've seen Shuri just raise his eyebrows again.
Yes. Well, I've just got away from Anders. The adrenaline boost has hit me differently.
I think Shuri just got locked into an eyebrow off with him. I mean, I've never seen someone celebrate by talking to commentators. It's new, but it works for him.
He hears it all as well, doesn't he? He doesn't put a headset on or doesn't listen to any music. He gave a little eyebrow raise over to us on commentary and also over to his opponent in Young.
Yeah.
He's an absolute showman.
Would he be invited round for the weekend at the Hashtag House?
I mean, if he's listening, and Anders is most definitely invited to the house. We'd love to put him through an episode of Hashtag House, but...
I think it'd put you through an episode, wouldn't it?
I was going to say.
Could you imagine all 7 wheel spins?
Could you imagine that? Yeah, I think we need to see it, you know. We need to see it. I don't know what it will take, but it would be unbelievable.
I don't think the wheel would ever stop spinning, would it? Here's Young. 2 goals down in this moment in time, but you have to remember that he was leading this game on 2 different occasions. Xavi into Mo Salah. It's read well by Anders with his Yap Stam, who just pulls out and sticks a leg in the way.
Anders starting to control this now. A lot more, as we see the replay coming in. Chris de Boer. A nice bit of work done. Oh my, I tell you something, that reversal has to go into a near post is outstanding play.
It's the near post. We're seeing a lot of shots.
We're seeing it a lot.
We're seeing it. It's working really, really well for the players today.
And favourite quote, guys at home. Start shooting near post from those tight angles. The ball will go in. Even if your opponent moves the keeper, you've got so much chance of it going in, especially if you're using time finishing and greening your shots. Hey, lads, have your greens, you know. It's always good to eat your greens. Sorry about that, I'll see myself out.
Hang on a second. There's a pause cued by Young. It's under 30 minutes left to be played here. If he scores on this attack, it might look slightly out of reach here.
Here he goes again, Anders.
Here's Bernardo. 5-3 down in that game. Oh, I think he might have just scored, because I'm hearing him getting himself hyped up for it. Rivaldo around the corner. Can he outsmart the goalkeeper? Where's that one going from Buffon?
Thought we were about to get to Chip City then.
It was close.
It's quite an awkward save.
I think the angle kind of caught Anders off. He didn't time that very well. Then the keeper made a meal of it as well. As Young looking to punish him.
Offside. And there is a pause there coming in now, so we'll leave these two for a split second. Because Bernardo has just made it 5-4 from this gentleman. It's a corner.
I think he's equalised, Brandon. I think it might be 5-5.
5-5?
Yeah.
We got 2 goals here, chaps.
There might be, as we see Marley.
Mark Marley is 21 minutes away from sending himself into a round of 16, and look how frustrated Leandro Peixoto is starting to feel.
I think I did get that wrong. It is still 5-4, but it's just he celebrated something. Threw me off guard.
Well, was it just a motivation?
I think, yeah, to be fair, I think he's just shouting. It kind of threw me off. I thought he'd scored.
The reaction looked like it equalised, didn't it?
Yeah.
Peixoto here, you need a goal now. You absolutely need a goal. Even though in these 9-minute halves here on FC Pro.
You have to remember that Peixoto was a semi-finalist in the FC Pro Open. He got himself a World Championship ticket early into the year. What, February 1st he had that done? Imagine being able to get yourself in a World Championship by Feb.
Feet up, yeah, you can enjoy the season then.
I can only dream.
Must be nice for some, eh? Mark Marley, though. Oh my days. How has Lev Yashin saved that with that much of the goal open?
I tell you what, that sign sealed and delivered that. You miss a chance like that, your head is in another dimension.
Back to our main feature game now. 22 minutes away from a full-time result here as Anders looks for one more. Buffon needs to look at himself in the last 2 or 3 saves. He keeps on just powering it back to the forward. Zico this time, it's non-stop pressure.
Anders is getting an up one, isn't he?
It's that Anders attacking.
Like he's purring. He's waiting to finish this one off. Young is going to have to produce something here. Whether it's a change of tactics, moment of magic, something needs to change.
A goal now would certainly be welcomed. Oh, a red time shot, never troubling anyone.
Young just took a quick trip to Red Time Railways there, Tom.
Yep,
just a quick one.
Last minute over here, what's going on? RVP legends!
Brandon, it's that near post again.
Might have just snatched himself a winner. That was what the reaction we heard was all about. I don't know if we can go there live. He's into the tactics. He's trying to make changes. Luca Negua. He's not the only one scoring, though, in the round of 24.
This is madness.
But there's a lot of noise from an Argentine. Matias Bernardo. Rude Hullet. Scored minutes before from a corner.
Hullet's having his greens. That was a beautiful, beautiful goal. I love the way he just waits for the run and plays the perfect through ball in there. 5-5, that is outstanding.
We will try and give you every full-time moment across these 4 games in the round of 24. That left-hand side of your screen is who they are playing in the next round, the round of 16. That's the most important round. You win that, you're off to Munich in the top 8 of this year's eChampions League.
It's getting to the business end, isn't it? You see the celebrations.
How stressful must that be, Tom, being in a game like Matias Bernardo was in? You're 2-0 up, then you're 4-2 down, now you're 5-5.
We need the heart rate monitors. I need to see what they're thinking, because, yeah, these games, they change so quickly. 1 minute you're cruising, the next you're under the cosh, and you have the rush of equalising the way Matthias has had. I mean, we can't call this one.
Chaps, I'm thinking we're not even going extra time here. I'm feeling a 90th minute.
But when they're back into the game, RVP legends against Luca Negua might be the first one to finish. I know there's an attack here for Matías Pinones. He's looking for a winner. There's the player lock. Finds Maradona. Into Marquisio. Gervinho!
That was an unbelievable goal.
Wow, composure.
Composure. Guys, the recycle here we have got to touch on. Look at this. He player locks inside to Beckham, cancels it. Comes inside to Maradona, and this is just outrageous play. The turn and then the wait for the...
He's rolling it back, isn't he? Through the years of Argentine greatness. Gervinho made with a match winner for Matías Pinones. Over here now, though. We'll stay with this one until full time. It looks like it's going to be the Romanian and RVP legend, the winner of the Romanian E-Super League. He's on his way to around the 16.
Yes, man, yes.
This is Knockout FC in the eChampions League. Unpredictable as ever.
You can see how much that means to him. I love seeing the scenes.
Leandro Pacho's off his seat. He's given up. He's saying his job done. Game's not even finished. He's given the win to Marmali.
He can't get enough goals, he knows.
He knows.
It can't happen. They're just seeing the game out because Marley is another man that's gone through. What a performance, by the way. Not many people would have fancied him there. To turn up on the day that it matters and beat LJR 4-1 as we see.
Oh, is it Anders Vergang with a fifth?
As Anders finished this one, yeah, oh, what a green that is. Wow.
Oh my God, he's just in the funniest gritty of all time.
Oh, he's put him to sleep.
Oh, there he is. There's Anders Vergang.
Hold on, there's an equaliser here.
Oh my, no there isn't. Oh, there is.
It just has to be Nedders. It has to be.
Nedved.
Oh, it's Nedders of all people. I don't believe my eyes. My favourite player. I told you, it has to be him. Oh, wow, this one. I tell you what, I don't know what I was expecting, but this is going crazy.
That celebration again of Anders Vergang, but I thought that was maybe a little bit of a dig at PA Jim when he pulled out the goggles on him.
You've got
There's something against Brazilians he doesn't like.
You've got a framed Nedders item in the house, have you not?
I have, yeah, that man means more. I mean,
what
where do we
Nedved
even
is that
look?
then?
It would be the 94, won't it?
Yeah. The 94.
I can't lie, every time he's popped up in a player pick, I've never been that happy about him, but
yeah,
Chris de Boer might be in love.
Surely not many people are using Nedved. I haven't seen him this weekend.
Well, we will do our best to conclude the ending.
He's in again. It's Nedders again.
Nedved stopped by Tim Howard, who's in goal of all goalkeepers for Matías Pinones. 3.5 in-game minutes left to be played here. 12 goals between the two and still no way to separate them.
Oh my God, a Bernardo winner here would be scenes.
What do you do? Do you play for last attack? Do you just send it?
It would raise the roof, wouldn't it, if Matías Pinones was to snatch a match winner in the normal 90.
Going for it, he's in.
It's Thierry Henry round the defender.
Looking for a speed boost.
Chips it into the ball.
What a goal!
Ricardo Kaká.
Composure on toast.
Chris de Boer, what have you done? That is unbelievable.
How's he gone to the end of that? Henry just lofts it in the air and it's a battle.
And who have we been talking about this weekend? Kaká.
Kaká again and again and again.
Done it again, that Kaká.
Wow. What a turnaround.
Last minute goals. Everywhere you look. Young gets one back there. Who is it? Kaká. 2 goals needed for him in the last 7 minutes here. Ricardo Kaká, what a goal that was, by the way. Just able just to turn his man and time that short group.
He is just the man, Kaká. You need an absolute miracle here as Young, but I tell you guys, it is not impossible. Anders still needs to lock in here.
Just a quick one, gents. Tim Howard thoughts on him.
So you need Joyce.
Is that Bonanno's goalie? Oh, he's got to go. He has to go. You can't have that. I mean, he's trying to make up for it here.
Matías Pinones one for a 7-7. Wins a corner. 3 minutes of additional time. He has already scored from this kind of area. There's Hullitz! And there's another one! 7-0!
Scenes on on scenes on scenes.
What is going on?
Don't believe it, guys. Works his way down the line, getting the corner here, of course, faking the play lock once again, and ultimately that's what has got him his goal.
Has Bernardo got a keeper on the bench? Because if he's got an extra time, he's going to have to get rid of Howard. Do you see that mistake?
Especially when he's got Nedders on the other end.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, what is going on? I can't keep up.
Ridiculous. 14 goals between the two in this knockout rounds. Over in this one now.
Anders will want one more. He won't leave this at 5-3.
He's already on his way through.
Anders wants to be the last one to score here. I know he can hear me as well.
He's going to want a goal there. The most important thing is the win.
Well, a win for him will set up a game against Di Fernandez for a spot in the eChampions League Final 8. Hang on.
No.
Oh, my days. If Matías Pinano scored that. Right, extra time. We'll leave that one for a second. Let's jump back over to the full-time result here. 2 minutes away from, I would probably say, ending the rivalry between these two. They played twice in this competition. We know Anders was not happy with how Young celebrated against him in the summer of last year at the Esports World Cup. He beat him in the groups. He sued him on stage. And
he's having a celebratory run here, isn't he? He's just taking it all in, Anders, yeah. He's just taking it all in. I think he's paused this on purpose, just to rub salt into the wounds. He's just enjoying this.
His coach is all smiles today, which is what we like to see.
They're both all smiles, yeah.
As he just looks across his
yeah.
opponent to see if he can catch an eye.
He's enjoying this, and so he should. It's been such a good rivalry this weekend. He just wants to make the most of it.
Smile on his face.
You could tell this means more.
This means more. And as Young, you have been hard done by. You do think, like you said, Tom, that Anders would have been straight through from the league phase into that top 8.
You have to give credit to Young to even have a rivalry with Anders and go to Anders, how good he is. You know what I mean? It takes something.
Shows you're doing something right.
Yeah, because we're looking at one of the best players to ever play the game here. But Anders is going to come out on top, and it's what he deserves.
Are we going to see one more from Anders? One more celebration?
Well, if anything, he'll be happy just to keep possession. He'll be going through to play. Di Fernandez wins that. He's off to an eChampions League. He didn't play in last year's eChampions League competition. He wasn't able to get his spot via the virtual Bundesliga. This could seal the deal and end the rivalry between the two. Mbappe! 6 goals to 3. Anders Vergang is on his way to the round of 16 in the eChampions League.
I'm sorry.
I love it. He had to get the last laugh, didn't he?
Did you enjoy the rivalry? I think that's him saying it's over. It's ended.
Well, I think he has ended it before the goal was scored, let alone the celebration. All I could do is hope maybe they'll shake hands after this.
I think they will. I think they will.
I think there's a level of respect there. I think it's just...
I wouldn't want to shake his hand.
No.
Yeah.
Well, there's the full-time result between the two of them.
Do we see a handshake? Oh.
No handshake between the two of them. Maybe the rivalry will continue. Young eliminated from the eChampions League as Anders Vergang waves goodbye. He's into the round of 16, but there's a bigger game we need to talk about. 7-7, gents. While that was unfolding, guess what happened? Chris de Boer made it 15 goals scored, Tom.
Jeez, I don't think Chris celebrated this because I think they know now these goals don't mean much. They're going to have to wait.
Otherwise, pinball.
Yeah, and I think until someone goes 2 up with about 3 or 4 minutes to go, you'll celebrate that. But
safely say,
we're watching basketball here.
I don't know if we're going to have any eardrums left if Matías Pinano scores again, James.
Oh yeah, this place will erupt.
Would you have shook hands?
I don't know, because I'd love to say sportsmanship, but when... The thing is, Anders is antagonising him now. Imagine getting sued on.
Yeah.
It's gone back and forth. It's happened both ways.
Just for context as well, I can appreciate the celebrations from Anders there and how it looks in that scenario, which he's had to do 2 times in the Champions League. But if you didn't see the Esports World Cup last year, go back and watch it, because I've never seen someone celebrate on stage like Young did against Anders.
Young had a crowd of thousands of people chanting and going against him. I don't blame Anders that much. They're going at it. It looks worse now because it's an isolated incident. You've just seen that today, but they've both given it all they can.
If you had a montage of all of it, and I think obviously the fact they shook hands in the league phase, this is a lot different. This is sending him out of the competition.
I'm waiting on the TikTok edit, by the way. That will be coming out soon, won't it? We'll be seeing that.
Last chance of the half here. 15 goals between these two, by the way. It's our last game of the round of 24. Then there'll just be 16 players left in the competition. In case you've missed the headline news of who's already been eliminated in the knockouts.
Tell you what, if Chris concedes here, he'll be kicking himself. He tried a last attack.
That should do us for the half-time interval. But in case you've missed who's already been eliminated from the knockout phase of the Champions League, Danny Pitbull is out. Levy Finn has been eliminated. Bradley out. Fuma lost to the 10 men of Nicholas. Leandro Peixoto out to Mark Marley. Mark Marley through. Brighton of Albion, what a situation they're in, by the way. One of those players should be on the way to an E-Champions League final. That was another game you may have just missed. Young's been eliminated because Anders Vergang knocked him out just a few seconds ago, and RVP legend beat Luco Negua, sending the Italian of AS Roma out the tournament. This is the only game that's left from our first knockout round.
I also feel a bit sorry for Young, because I think some of Anders' anger comes from his rivalry against PHN as well.
Definitely.
It feels like the whole Brazilian community are against...
Anyone that's from Brazil is a reflection of PHN in his mind.
I think that's what it is. Obviously, Young did start it with his celebrations last year, and I think Anders has kind of just balled it up into everyone now. And I think that's why it's so aggressive and why he's doing it the way he is.
And as Anders, you probably feel like you've got to hit back, right?
It's Anders. He's not going to sit there and just take it and say, all right, mate, well played, is it?
Yeah.
Come on. It's part of entertainment. It's part of entertainment. You want a rivalry, he's given you one.
I think he's entertaining us all here at the E-Champions League.
And guess what? He's still got one more game to play for a spot in the top 8. Something tells me that this one might have a few more goals in it.
I think there's another twist and turn coming.
I think there's penalties. I reckon Matthias Banana scores, and then we probably actually end up at 9-9, and then we go to penalties.
Chris wins it high up here, though. The half-drag pass, Thierry Henry, what will he do?
Oh, where's that ball going to bounce back to? Tim Howard does just about enough.
I mean, he's got to redeem himself, hasn't he? After the 7th, was it? I can't even keep up.
That chance comes to nothing for Bonanno.
A Bonanno equaliser and then a win on pens. The roof would come off. It would genuinely come off.
Well, here he comes now. Maradona into Henry. Maradona again, that time Lucio.
That run of the Barbo, keep an eye on it. I'll tell you one man who did keep an eye on it. Bonanno. That's why he marked it.
He's listening to you, Shoz. They can't hear us. 10 minutes to go. Matthias needs a goal.
Hang on. Here he is now, bailed down the byline. Buffon parries it back into the path of Hullet. Looks to recycle it through Javier Maradona. Just wide the left-hand post, and the chance goes begging.
He's only got maybe 3 more attacks, 2 more attacks. He's going to have to use them. He's won the ball back high up.
Maradona with a huge lofted ball.
Christopher, can he play out here nicely? The press is on from Matthias.
Look at that ball.
A player locking Thierry Henry.
Look at the space. If Henry can get the touch, Marcus Llorente, brave man there.
And there's no pauses left.
That's to get the ball.
More changes to be made here, chaps.
He's off.
And that's late. That's a late through ball.
Just offside is Gareth Bale.
You can't keep it for that long, you know. He's going to have to do something here. Yeah, he's going to have to go forward.
Tommy, he's got to do something.
You cannot keep it because it's going to be a +2, I reckon. You can't keep it for 7 minutes. He likes that.
From both sides here, how are you trying to play out these last 4.5 minutes?
You need to go forward as Chris, like far forward. You need to get far forward at the pitch.
The rule we kind of has, it has to be in midfield and attack. Because the way the team press works, you have to be playing in his third. So Chris, his aim now is to get forward here as quickly as possible.
As if you're attacking, as if you're going to go try and score here.
And then you start ball rolling out and just keeping it. That's the plan, but it hasn't gone to plan. It never does it?
It never does it, Thomas?
And if you're Matthias Banana now, this might be one of your final best chances to keep your eChampions League alive.
Are we going to see one more player lock fake down the line from a...
There's the comeback, there's Jorginho off the post and a tap in, is he offside?
He's off.
He won't stand.
Oh, and that for Chris could be it. He's just got to hold this ball for a couple of minutes here.
Oh, the timing of the finish.
Was the shot selection right? I think it was. It was just yellow timed.
Oh, he's gone long. He's gone long. Has he got enough time?
20 in-game seconds left. The ball has to go past the halfway line, which he does. Henri finds Lucio of all players. He's not the man for the job. It's heartbreak. For Manchester City in the round of 24. But for Chris de Boer, what a run and what a season that man is having. An 8-7, 15-goal thriller, which sends him into a round of 16. He is one win away from an eChampions League final.
They're the games Chris thrives off. I'd love to know how many of them he's won, because I remember even in his online form when he won a Cash Cup, he was winning 9-8, 9-7. When it goes like that, it just seems that he always finds the edge, and it's what he deserves. He's played really, really well there. Big ups to Chris, and what a great game.
Well, there we have it. That is our round of 24 done. 8 more players eliminated from the eChampions League. When we're back, the qualification games kick off thick and fast as Emre Yilmaz takes on Neat for a spot in the final 8 in Munich.
Dit zou makkelijk moeten zijn. There are 2 base hero items from this league in Ultimate Team. That's difficult. 10 Ultimate Team icons made their name in this league.
There are 4 people from this league in this year's ECL, and I am the current champion.
We have takeoff. Some news will be landing very soon. Here we go.
This is your captain speaking.
I'm pleased to announce that
Qatar Airways are now the official
airline of the UEFA Champions League.
Welcome back to the eChampions League. The round of 24 has been concluded and it was full of action. Goals, extra time, celebrations and the ending of a rivalry in the trilogy. It was that man, Anders Vergang, who came out on top and goes through to the round of 16. One more game for these players and they will book their flights to Munich for the eChampions League finals. There were celebrations, as you can see. The game meant so much to so many players. There was no handshake. There was a lot of goals, a lot of action, and the man who commentated over absolutely every moment, well, both of you did actually. And we'll go to you first, Brandon. The ending of a rivalry now?
I think it's got to be, hasn't it, that they played twice here, and as much as they didn't shake hands there, I can see from Young's side he wasn't happy with the multiple celebrations that were coming at him. You have to say rivalry done there. They played twice in the Champions League. He beat him both times. He is out, but the game that I think me and Shuri most definitely enjoyed a little bit more was that Matthias Banana Cristobal game. I mean, 15 goals in it.
When you're going back and forward in a game like that, you don't even celebrate the goals that much because you just think, well, there's going to be another.
Are you sure about that? Because Matthias Banana went a bit
Well,
mental.
Matthias is correct, actually. Chris De Boer, on the other hand, he scores 87. He's just like, yeah, it's just another goal in the game.
And it seemed like just another day in the office in the eChampions League for our commentators as we saw the results previously. And this is the round of 16. We have got our final 16 in the eChampions League. I mean, Mark Marley as well. He joins his Brighton and Hove Albion teammate Jayden in the round of 16. I mean, we've got some amazing highlights to show you guys, and we'll kick things off with this game. RVP legend made it through as well.
He did, and look, I think it was a game that we didn't really get to catch much of, but we caught the ending to it. 3-2 in the 88th minute for RVP legend. Mark Marley, by the way, this was a bit of an odd game because we knew Mark Marley was playing incredibly well. I feel like for Mark, he's been 2 games away in 2 years now from being at a World Championship, and for him to have a good run here in an eChampions League and a top 8 kind of feels massively deserved, FG.
Massively deserved indeed. I mean, speaking of massively deserved, we're looking at the man Resende, who's really, really close to us. I mean, this man made it in yesterday based on a goal Tex conceded in the last minute, and what a way to take his chance.
It would be absolutely massive for him. And this is the great thing we've got here at the ECL. This format is fantastic and it's creating so many amazing moments for us. It'd be great to see him make it.
I mean, this game, we've seen the celebrations. He said he didn't celebrate. He didn't celebrate his actual winning goal in that game, Chris De Boer. 15 goals after extra time. Esports heritage.
I mean, look, we want entertaining games, don't we, FG? That was like a proper set of tennis, that wasn't it? It went all the way between the two of them, and there was just some crazy, crazy moments in it. I'm surprised they both remained so composed in the end. Heartbreak for Matthias Banana, but for us as spectators, we want more of the same, please, in the next round.
I mean, the beauty of the eChampions League, it just keeps delivering. I mean, Chris is with Casey. I wonder if he's got his breath back yet.
Yes, I'm here with Chris, and a very, very dramatic round of 24 for you. How are you feeling? Because that game, 15 goals, how insane is that?
I feel mostly relieved. During the game, of course, it went both ways every time, and I was really nervous at the start. I made a big mistake, went 1-0 down. I was looking at my coach like, oh. And then I started getting into it, and then the goal fest started. And well, it was a roller coaster, and like Matthias, loud person, he's gonna scream. And my coach told me before it's gonna happen, don't be shocked by it. And he has experience, I maybe don't have that experience as of yet. Then I'm really happy to experience a game like this, and to be at the winning end is even better.
Now, talk to me about that 90th minute, because you scored, he scored, and then obviously he had that celebration. I was in the other room. I thought that he was winning after that celebration, but he literally just tied it up. How did you feel? It couldn't have felt great.
It kind of backfired because I scored and I thought like this is going to be the winning goal, and I kind of screamed like the first time in the game, really big. And then, yeah, I saw the corner, I was like, it's not going to happen to me. And then he scored. And then, of course, I could have expected it. But then in extra time, I scored, and I was like, I'm not going to celebrate this time because it's not going to backfire. That it's going to backfire again. So I kept calm and won it. So pretty happy.
Well, congratulations, you got the job done, and you will be going up against Johnny next, so I wish you the best of luck, reigning champion, but it'll be a fantastic matchup. But until then, I believe that Ryan and Shells are over at the analysis desk. Let's teach me some things, please.
Perfect. Thank you, Casey. And you're right, I'm joined by my former teammate, Shells. We're here at the analysis desk. We're going to be going through something we saw in our first set of games, and that was Resende. It's going to be a clip from his game. It's not a goal, but
from your reaction, it should have been a goal.
It should have been. It was one of the most skillful elements we saw today, or we've seen today so far. We'll let the clip play out in its entirety first. You'll see here, 107th minute. This is the key. It's an extra time. Look at the skill.
Oh my.
And he misses, though. That's the painful part.
And if we can pause it when he gets the ball with Kaka facing downwards. In this situation here, there's not much going on, but the change of direction from Kaka was incredible.
Amazing.
And the perfect skill, I don't even know the name of the skill move that he done, but I like to call it the L1 McGeady spin. To perform it, all you got to do is hold L1, he's facing down, flicked at right angle stick down, and he's flicked it to the right, and he's absolutely sent stamps him to the shops. But Resende, Kaka's got goal low driven. I cannot believe he has not low driven this. Otherwise, I think it would have been 3-1.
So in terms of low driven, of course, it's something that was added into the game this year. How do you do a low driven? So if you can show us on the controller, what would he have done differently once he gets past the stam in this position?
So right now in the box, you know, low driven, it's all about the power bar. So all it's just a light tap with circle, just a light tap, I believe, just under 1 bar of power, and he would have performed the low driven action, and I'm pretty sure it would have been 3-1 to Resende at that moment.
Absolutely. I feel like if he ended up winning.
He ended up.
Which is great for him, but if he didn't, this would have been
a little clip.
Yeah, this clip here would have been crazy, but an incredible game that we saw between Levyfin and Resende. But enough of us. Let's prepare for our round of 16.
This is the eChampions League knockouts.
It's time to separate the good
Johnny's going to play
from the greats.
The finals are inside.
Munich away.
No second chances, no second leg, just straight knockout football.
It's win or go home.
This is where the competition heats up.
Jaden Croner makes the most of that one.
Where each game could be your last.
It's time to find out who will be the first couple of seats on the plane to Munich for the eChampions League finals. The top seed from the league phase, Emre Yilmaz, will take his seat on the stage against a true magician on the sticks in Neat, but he's never quite had that crowning moment in a global FC tournament. Emre Yilmaz, 2023 eChampions League victor. And believe it or not, these two matched in Istanbul in the top 8. It was Emre Yilmaz who picked up the victory, 4-3. The other match that we have to keep our eye on. It feels maybe of a old man versus rookie, Resende versus Alihan Lyon. There's potentially 10 years age difference between these two as they come into this matchup. Resende was the lowest seeded player coming out of the league phase, and he takes on Alihan Lyon. And this is underway right now. Richard Buckley, Case and Gravison to guide you through what plans to be two fantastic matches of FC, Grav.
Yes, Neat did miss out last year from the ECL finals on that last match. I don't know if you guys remember, against Di Fernandez. He was just minutes away from qualifying to the top 8, but then he got equalized in the last minute of the normal time and last minute of extra time as well, and of course he lost on PKs against Di Fernandez, so it's a bit of a revenge story for him this year on the ECL.
On the other hand, we have Alihan, such a new competitor coming in here. It's so great. I was surprised he even made it in the top 8 in this competition, so it's been fantastic to see someone come in. We didn't know what to expect from him. Only 16 years old. If you do want to watch that game in full, you can cover it on the B stream in all its entirety. But our featured match will kick off with Emre Yilmaz taking on Neat. Neat got here by winning his qualifying game against Danny Pitbull earlier on today in a tightly contested 4-3 victory, as Emre opens up his account in the knockouts. He is inevitable, Graviton.
As Thanos, right? You know he's coming, but
he's clicking right now.
There's nothing you can do to stop him. That was a beautiful cross by Maradona. And again, Thierry Henry with a green time shot to make it 1-0. I think one thing that we're expecting, Casey, is goals.
Yes, goals galore. I think both competitors such great attackers in this competition, especially Neat. I'm excited to see a bit of that magic that we saw from him in previous years, because at one point in time, many people have said that he is one of the best attackers in the world. We'll see if we see any of that here in this round of 16.
Predictions? I'm gonna go with mine. I think Neat really struggles against Emre because of the way he plays. I do think Emre is gonna win, and I think he's gonna win on a big result.
Comfortably?
Yeah.
It's going forward again here, Emre Yilmaz. And a second goal would kill any sort of momentum that Neat had. He's had 5 minutes and he's already scored a goal and created 2 other chances. His attacking efficiency, I think the perfect way to describe it, Emre Yilmaz. The amount of times he enters the final third is truly outstanding.
It has to be, what, 20, 25? The amount of times he enters on that last third inside to the box.
Here is Neat with Maradona. Nice ball down the left-hand side. Cuts it back for Henry. Extra pass to Ruud Gullit, but Jaap Stam. And Emre Yilmaz will walk away with possession. He's had a little bit of time to think about this game. Emre Yilmaz, obviously he knew that he would have to play either Neat or Danny Pitbull. I was next to him yesterday when the final group games were sort of taking place in the league phase, and he was working out who he's going to play. And he seemed somewhat content that it was going to be Neat or Danny Pitbull. There wasn't much sort of fear around either of those two players. He just takes it all in his stride.
I can't imagine there's too many players that actually scare Emre Yilmaz. I think that he has that quiet confidence within himself, that he knows that he can pretty much take on any competitor. So that really doesn't surprise me. And honestly, the way that this game is going, the trajectory doesn't surprise me either. There's a reason why he was top of the league phase these last 2 days. He's just been such a stellar competitor.
That player lock into Thierry Henry. He's just going to burst away. Goes to low driven, gets the rebound off the goalkeeper. Part of me thinks he meant that grab.
No, do you think so?
I don't know.
Oh, if he meant that, he's a magician. But the thing is, that player lock, as you mentioned, was beautiful to make it into a space. Neat second man himself. And yeah, just a lucky rebound by the best striker in the game, Thierry Henry.
Maybe I'm giving too much credit.
You did.
Neat and Santa Clara find themselves 2-0 down here to the hands of Emre Yilmaz, Real Sociedad. He won the FC Pro La Liga Cup earlier on this year before a top 4 finish, losing to the hands of Nicholas.
One thing that I can tell you, of course, as I know Neat for a long time now, and I was with him on a daily basis 3 years, he did always struggle against Emre. He didn't, you know, sometimes how players don't like to play against certain players. I would say for Neat, Emre was one of those big dogs that he never liked to play against.
It's his kryptonite.
Yes. Which makes sense, because Neat is kind of a free-flowing guy in the way he plays. And you know, when you're playing against Emre, he's going to do the same for 90 minutes. And if you're not 100%, you won't be able to defend him.
Well, let's have a look at Alihan Al Rosende. They kicked off slightly earlier, 28 minutes on the clock, and it's Alihan Lyon going 1-0 up. A round of applause from Coach Nightwatch behind him as Neat finds the back of the net.
We officially got a game on our hands. Neat is officially back in as we see the goal roll in here. Neat on the ball with Thierry Henry, one of the best competitors we've seen here in this competition. Great finish. Emre, not too happy with that one, but still in the lead.
I'm just watching the Twitch chat now. I am royalty, says low-driven supremacy. I would say finesse supremacy. We've seen 3 finesses now in just under 5 minutes.
Well, let us know at home, what for you is the best way of scoring this year? It used to be power shots, now you're seeing low drivens and you're seeing finesse shots as Thierry Henry finds the back of the net, 2-2. All it took was one, and a second goal quickly follows, Case.
And just like that, momentum is in favor of Neat. As we see the goal here, quick pass in, I mean, that is just such an easy opportunity, such a quick pass, quick thinking as well.
I don't know if we can rewind that back all the way to the moment he kicked off, because the fact that he kicked off and instantly lost the ball and conceded, that will not only annoy Emre Yilmaz, but let's have a look at it. I want to count it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Maybe it was longer than I thought.
No, he's going to lose it now.
It was one pass.
Now,
about 15 seconds from the point he kicked off to now he's 2-2 down.
it was a big mistake.
You can't do that.
No, you can't know that. Especially now at this stage of the competition. Of course, if you do it under group phase, you just look at your coach and he'll tell you, come on, you cannot afford those mistakes. But in the top 16 now, it's just, you cannot do that. It's not acceptable.
There's also someone in the chat talking about someone having a Scouse accent. I hope that's not... I'm not sure where that's coming from.
That has to be me, I guess, right?
It must be you, Graf.
Must be me.
Emre Yilmaz.
I do like Edinburgh as a city. It's nice to live there.
Unreal, the finesse. I think you got a bit confused there.
That is the wrong city.
Neat. After going 2-0 down early, he's just settled into this game. Let's get some of that opinion on the best shot types, best ways of scoring. Low driven. Better than finesse inside the box. Travella, can't forget about the Travellas.
Worse.
That's not Brian, that's Ryan Pessoa on another account.
FPL champ, power shot plus. He's always a fun way to score, it certainly is. Start of the year. First time over the top through ball, and then a Travella or a power shot. What about for you, Graf? Everything considered.
I really like low-driven Travellas.
Low-driven, up with the contextual.
Yes.
If you've got the Travella Silver and low-driven shot, yeah, very, very consistent way of scoring inside the box. As Neat enters Emre Yilmaz's box third time in this game and forces a good save from Lev Yashin.
Lots of missed opportunities on both sides here. This game could easily have 2 or 3 more goals. But it seems like Neat has turned it on here in this last 20 or so in-game minutes. We'll see if he's able to keep up with the momentum because he's looking really great.
Emre Yilmaz coming forward. Cafu with the chip. No one talks about the chips. You can never forget about the chips. As Emre goes back in front.
Just a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful build-up. To be honest, that could have been a Travella as well. Maybe, I don't know, low-driven shot. I didn't see the cheeky chip.
No.
But of course, that's a goal, so he did the right thing.
Saw a question in the chat. Does the woman play FC? I do indeed play FC. I can answer that question.
Not only that, you're going to play against him and you'll beat him.
Yeah, I challenge you. I challenge you to a game of FC 25.
Emre Yilmaz, 3-2 up. The other match that's taking place right now, Alhan Lyon and Resende with a spot at the eChampions League finals on the line. Alhan leading by 1-0 the last time we saw it, and that scoreline still with the youngster in front. Neat trying to edge his way back into this tie. 35 minutes on the clock. Maybe not the way that you expected this game to be, Grav, when Emre goes 2-0 up early.
No, not really. And Royalty, the Twitch chat person, just told me that, of course, my prediction was wrong. So I guess they always are wrong.
Let's have a look at this. Resende on the finesse, right on the stroke of half-time. 1-1.
Oh, Maradona.
As Maradona turns on the Jets, cuts it back to Henry. Nice roulette from Neat. That's a fantastic goal.
Come on, take a bow.
Absolutely beautiful. That's exactly what we expect from a player like Neat. Starts off with Maradona, quickly moves in. It's the roulette, though. That is my favorite part. Watch this. Henry roulette across the goal. I mean, perfection from Neat here.
Just perfect. Just perfect. And that's 3-3, and there seems to be a way to attack against Emre. Just building up on the wing. That Maradona item was just so fast.
Yeah, it really was. We saw Maradona use a fair amount during the FC Pro La Liga.
Yes.
But didn't look that fast.
It wasn't that good in La Liga.
No, it wasn't. And the reason I say that, both players here using Maradona. Obviously, Emre would have had a good amount of time with him.
Yes.
during the 2 league phases, the Cup and then the finals that he participated in this season. Neat applied his trade over in Portugal before he lost in the final to Young, who we just actually saw eliminated from the tournament.
Oh, he was unlucky with that player lock. I mean, it seems like Neat has really found a way to attack with the 4-4-1. But
that's nice. Maradona linking up with Henry, cuts it across the back post. Emre Yilmaz started the game going 1-0 up inside the first 4 minutes, and just before half-time, he's looking to be at another ECL finals.
And again, it all started in the wing. Maradona with a double tap cross for the people just watching us at home. That's a really easy way to cross. You'll just double tap your cross button, and it will be the best way to go for those crosses on those situations. It was a driven one to make it 4-3.
4-3, Emre Yilmaz going into halftime here. Both games very, very close. Honestly, I would have anticipated that with such high stakes here in the round of 16. You win this, you are booking your ticket to Munich to potentially raise that trophy at the end of the competition. And so it's going to be close either way.
Yeah, it's so interesting because I think with this particular matchup, I thought Emre Yilmaz might have edged in front and then extended a lead to maybe 4 or 5 goals by the end of it, which it could still happen. The other match that's taking place between Alihan Lyon and Resende, that was always going to be a tight affair for me. That was always going to be a 1-goal differential. Resende in knockout games isn't going to lose heavily. And Alihan Lyon, he is still an unknown project. We don't know where his ceiling is. We don't know how far he could go.
I have a good question in the chat. Has anyone ever won the ECL twice? And the answer is no, but there is potential for a few players to win it.
Yeah, we've still got Emre Yilmaz in the tournament. We've got Nicholas from 2022.
Johnny from last year as well.
Johnny from last year as well. Let's head on over here to Alihan Lyon and Resende for short period. Reminder, if you do want to watch this game, you can go and check it out on the B stream in full for extended coverage of this qualifying matchup.
And this is a really tough game for Alihan, because Resende, you're not going to beat Resende comfortably. You'll beat him by 1 or 2 goals. And I think Alihan is the kind of player that if you have 10 chances and I have 10 chances, are going to score more goals than you. But this is a game in which we'll see the kind of competitor he is, Richard. I think that question will be answered in this match.
Here's Resende, nice build-up play with Ricken. Finds Cafu, coming forward from right back. Lovely dribbling down the byline, actually shoots there. As the goalkeeper was moved ever so slightly, tried catching him out at the near post. Floated into the box, Hully does well to head away with Aerial Plus activated. We'll just see this second half get underway here between Emre Yilmaz and Neat. It's Emre once again, ended the first half on top. Will he start the second half with a goal?
Another question in the chat, 1-match elimination, and yes, if you do lose at this stage of the competition, round of 16, you will be going home. We've had so many amazing games up until this day, but yes, you only have a few opportunities today. For those starting in the beginning, they need 2 games to make it to Munich. For those top 8, they only need 1.
Yeah, from this point on, they come across a bit Scottish then, Grav. From this point on...
Scottish or Scouse?
Don't get me started. Win and go through, lose and go home. Munich will be waiting for 8 of our 16 finalists. As Neat comes forward, Maradona into Henry. Beautiful from Neat. Baited the finesse shot, exited at the near post and slammed it home, Grav.
It was beautiful, it was beautiful. It seems like every single attack is the same. Pass it to Maradona with an R1, L1 pass into Thierry Henry. He faked it. Oh, that finesse. The shot cancellation was just brilliant. And an easy finish with the left foot by Thierry Henry to make it 4-4. Seems like every single time Neat goes for that angle, Emre just jumps onto the bait, and Thierry Henry is able to finish with the left foot.
Seems like Maradona is such a vital player to every single one of his attacks as well.
It is. It all starts with Maradona. It could be a pass, it could be a run, but it all starts with him.
Mo Salah offering up a finesse shot there. That's not going to go back to the goalkeeper. Neat's going to have to play out of this. The press is intense from Emre Yilmaz. He's not trailed in this match yet and doesn't plan on anytime soon. But with Neat defending well here, and with players up the pitch, there could be an opportunity to hit a quick counter-attack. Emre is so fast at closing down. Mo Salah, Rapid Plus activated. This game teetering at the moment, Grav.
Yes, you're both losing possession, but I think Emre is just better at this kind of game. Of course, it's a 4-4-1 against 4-4-1, but it seems like the way he's pressing with the midfielders is just too strong at the moment.
That's a deep finesse shot from Emre Yilmaz. Actually keeps it in, now gets the corner with an hour played.
And I gotta tell you, this is stressful as a player when you cannot get outside of your own box because your opponent is just pressing high with the midfielders. There's just not really much you can do. Just pause it, take a deep breath in, and just go for the fight.
Every single time we've come onto this game, it feels like, especially in the second half, it's been Resende keeping possession in this sort of area of the pitch, Case.
Yeah, we haven't seen Alihan do too much in this. Obviously, we're only tuning in for small tidbits of the game. But yeah, it does seem like he has been dominated. But you mentioned it before, Grav, that that's the type of game that we're going to have. And that's why I feel like mentality is going to be so important going into this one, because every single fine detail is going to matter.
Like I said at the start, it's almost the rookie against the master here. The oldest competitor in the competition still here against the youngest, as Nightwatch, who's been with Alihan every step of the way in his career so far, jumps in for some tactical guidance.
And I'm sure Nightwatch will really like this match as well, to see how Alihan is able to perform in those matches in which he's not comfortable, but you gotta put it through. Because, for example, we know Anders is able to adapt to every single match, and when he's uncomfortable, it really seems like Anders plays even better. Will Alihan be able to do the same? I guess we'll see.
Neat. Good opportunity here, just slowing it all the way down. He will get the free kick. It was a really, really nice bit of attacking play. Put a player on the line here with a little bit of goalkeeper movement. He's moved quite over to the left-hand side here, and he's hoping that Hullit can defend it for him. It's up, it's over the wall, and Hullit does exactly what he was put there to do. Maybe just not quite enough power on the free kick.
Maybe. I think he was just too far.
Do you both always put a player in the line? I had this conversation with Santu yesterday.
Every time,
he refuses to do it. He says he can't do it.
That's why he concedes.
I don't know with a good save forced from Lev Yashin.
Do you, Casey?
I do.
People in the chat, do you do it? You have to, right?
First time over the top through ball. Henry takes it into his stride. Dinks it into the back post. What a cross that is from Emre Yilmaz.
That's got to be an R3 analysis segment. Just look at the way he triggered the run. Let's see how he's running. Passing to Thierry Henry. He triggers the run of Ginola, so he knows he's crossing it. Beautiful tap in to make it 5-4. The way he triggered that run was just incredible, Casey.
No, it was absolutely incredible as we see Neat's reaction come in there. But I think we've just seen so many great moments from Emre here. Going back to that game, though, I think that Neat just is constantly trailing. He can't quite get his footing. He's in it. He definitely is, but he can't get ahead.
It's almost indefensible, that, because if you then commit to the cross at the back post, he's just going to finesse it.
I think it's a 50-50 situation, and if you choose wrong, that's it.
Alihan Lyon driving forward with Rickon. Can he recycle onto the edge of the box? It was good defending there from Resende. He 50-50'd the player and the ball and positioned Hullet where he needed to be. First time through ball, just offside is Thierry Henry. As Emre Yilmaz kicks back off here. 5-4, he leads. And Neat once again has to dig deep and find himself back into this tie. Is it through Maradona and his magic left boot? Will it be Thierry Henry or David Ginola to try and pull the Spaniard back into this tie? He's only got 20 minutes left to do it, Graf.
Not much time, really. And
Hold the phone. Alihan Lyon. Oh! Forcing it at the near post. Llorente will pick it up, drives it into Thierry Henry. Hullet into Llorente. 5 minutes left to play. Alihan. He's on his way to the eChampions League finals.
You can see Nightwatch is happy with that one, just clapping at the brilliance of Alihan to make it into a top 8. But still, a few minutes left. Let's see if Resende is able to pull it back.
$17 on the clock. I think the best case here for Emre Yilmaz's case is just to keep going, keep attacking.
Agreed. Yeah, 1 goal is a very dangerous situation to be in. I think that he'll definitely try to make that margin even larger as we see him on the attack here. 15 minutes left.
Oh.
Rush past that one.
So we're going to see the ball breaking down in the middle of the pitch quite a little bit here. Neat knows that he has to go forward. Xavi has a big interception. He's got space to run into, should he choose to go into that. Emre's pulled Lucio way out from the centre of the pitch. Again, Xavi on both players' perspective. Just in the right place at the right time as Hullet hoists one forward for Mo Salah to chase, but it's always going to be Thuram's.
Oh, it seems like it could go either way, really. And it's a beautiful player lock. Richard, this could be it.
This could be it. David Ginola inside the box. Emre so aggressive at charging down. And he's more than happy to sprint this into the corner with 10 minutes left to play. Let's see the final moments between Alihan Lyon and Resende. Who's going to be the first player to book their place at the eChampions League finals in Munich in just over a week's time? Dicked up Lucio with a good defensive header.
It's interesting, Resende is using Koçku, the Turkish player now, which is an interesting choice, but those long over-the-top through balls with decisive passes are going to be great. He tried one, and I think he's going to have time for one more.
It has to be perfect for Resende if he wants to force extra time, just as he did earlier on today against Levi Finn. That's a risky bit of play from Alihan. He's given the ball away. The nerves are jangling for the youngster.
Offside.
Resende plays it back into Alihan's hands.
I'll be fuming with Mayu if he did that. I think this is it. I think this is game.
I think this is game. I think there's time. There's definitely time. If this stands, such a great victory here for Alihan. Only 1 minute as well. Yeah, you might have called it.
Ludo Goretz. Alihan Lyon will be there. There's a big question mark over this youngster. Does he have what it takes to compete at the global level? And that question is about to be answered. Your first finalist at the eChampions League 2025, Alihan Lyon.
Top work, incredible work. I feel like this is the start of something strong and beautiful here in the FCSC in case. I feel like Alihan could be the making of a world champion.
Absolutely. We will have to see as the competition goes on. But to come into this one, absolutely fearless, going up against some of the best competitors in the entire world. Nightwatch very happy with his competitor there, but no, what a fantastic weekend he's had.
I don't quite think he understands the gravitas of what he's just achieved. From playing online, from coming through, he's beat a veteran of the scene in Rosende, a true pro. Alihan Lyon will be there in Munich. His coach Nightwatch in the first ever eChampions League was the runner-up in 2019. That must feel nice. Nightwatch, once player, now coach, he's back at the big table.
This could be it.
Emre Yilmaz to kill the game. Janola one-on-one with the goalkeeper. He's gone for a technical dribble, and he's allowed Neat a chance.
And Waneri now with the ball.
Blatant foul.
I really think Emre was trying to go for the cross, but the run was not good enough, so he just didn't know what to do with the ball with Janola.
It was 4-3 when they met in 2023, these two, at the finals in Istanbul. Only one of them will be there in 2025 in Munich. Emre Yilmaz goes long on the restart, and Henri has done absolutely outstanding there to win the ball back.
Emre Yilmaz just needs to finish out this final 2 minutes here in this matchup, but Neat gets the ball back. Does he have enough time?
He does. One final attack.
It must be perfect for Neat. And that's not going to do it. Giving the ball back once again to Emre Yilmaz. He goes long with Yashin. Neat, we're in stoppage time of injury time. Emre Yilmaz, the 2023 Champions League victor, is in the top 8. He will be there in Munich, looking to become the first ever two-time eChampions League winner. He was top of the group. Was he ever in doubt when he's finishing on 16 out of 18 points that Emre Yilmaz would be there? It wasn't his classiest performance, that's for certain, against Neat, but he got over the line, Gravison.
Incredible work. I mean, the way he played, the way he controlled the match, the way he went on and tried to win the match, not only in the way he did, but you know how tough it is when your opponent is just behind you and he equalizes and you're scoring, he equalizes, and he got it done. So impressive from Emre.
We're about to find out who else will be joining him. Levi David versus Nicholas 99 FC. That's coming up very, very soon. I can see a lot of you in the chat asking about the Mystery League. If you want some more clues, have a little look at this. Welcome to the virtual Bundesliga. We've got our semi-finals. Johnny versus Anders, Kekarai versus Levi V. We are about to get underway with the first semi-final.
It is one planned to be a great game between the two. Hang on. There's your first goal. Looking for a feed for Anders Vergang. What a pass. Pascal Cross. He's having a right disco. Anders Vergang goes through. Who's going to be battling for Anders Vergang in the grand final? Chance to equalise! Chance, Harry Kane!
We're going to pens.
You just need to score! Levi Thin! Well, grand final for this year's virtual Bundesliga. Harry Kane! He is back in this grand final. What is it? Roberto, he's round the corner. Levi Thin! Full-time result. Levi Thin, your virtual Bundesliga champion!
we have takeoff. Some news will be landing very soon. Here we go.
This is your captain speaking.
I'm pleased to announce that
Qatar Airways are now the official
airline of the UEFA Champions League.
The best 32 players in the world.
Fighting for the right to sit on the throne at top of FC.
This means so much more than you think.
I cannot believe what I have just seen.
We could be watching something special here.
Your FC Pro World Champion! Well, welcome back to the eChampions League knockout phase here in Manchester. We are joined by one of the newest players, one into the competition, but two into the eChampions League finals in just a few weeks' time. Alian Lyon, congratulations, joined by his coach and translator for today, Dr. Nightwatch. You may remember him back in 2019 in the eChampions League. First and foremost, Alian, you're 16 years of age. You're in the final 8 in Europe. You're amongst the best players in the world. How do you feel?
На 16 години си, стигна най-добрите 8. Как се чувстваш?
Страхотно. Това беше моята цел и знаех, че ще го постигна, ако играя добре.
I feel great. That was my goal. I knew I was gonna achieve it if I play well, and I did, and I reached my goal.
Some people might not know there's a story that is between these two players. It was Dr. Nightwatch, who was the first ever Bulgarian to play in an eChampions League final in Madrid in 2019. You made it to the final. How does he feel now, being the youngest ever Bulgarian and the second to maybe go one step further and win the eChampions League in Munich?
Треньорът ти преди 6 години стигна финал Шампионска лига. Как чувстваш да си втория българин и на 16 години да класиран за топ 8?
Ми страхотно.
Цели?
Целта ме да спечеля трофея.
It's an amazing feeling. At the end of the day, my goal is to win the tournament, and I want to surpass his achievement.
If he wins the Champions League, will he give us a few more words?
Ако спечелиш Шампионска лига, ще кажеш ли някоя друга дума? Повече?
Yeah?
No.
No.
He won't.
Okay, brilliant. Well, that might be the last we've heard of Alian, unless he goes and wins the Champions League. Congratulations to him. He goes through to the final 8. He'll play Emre Yilmaz on the 28th of May. But for FG, it's back to you. We've got more knockout games on the way.
Thank you very much to Brandon. Congratulations, Alian. Cool and composed. He's done his job. He doesn't need to do the interview as much as this. We've seen 2 players are now on the way to Munich. Emre Yilmaz and Ali Anlon, the man that Brandon just interviewed right there. What did you make of that one then, Shuri?
He's just a man who just gets it done. He's just done absolutely fantastic this tournament, and at 16 years old to go and do that. I mean, he didn't have many words for us, of course, but that's the cool, calm, composed thing that we like to see.
He does his talking on the virtual pitch. He knocks out Resende, who had a brilliant, brilliant tournament. I mean, to get to this stage, Casey, so close to making it all the way to Munich.
Yeah, it's a tough one, especially going through a grueling last 2 days of league phase. I mean, we were stressed watching it these last 2 days. I can't imagine having to go through all of that just to get knocked out one game before you can qualify for Munich. But still, fantastic effort, and he should be very proud of himself.
And Emre Yilmaz, of course, beating the... I mean, we said yesterday, you remember he was yesterday's PlayStation Player of the Day. We said yesterday maybe we don't give him enough credit. I think we need to start doing so because he is on the flight. Can he go all the way, Case?
Potentially. I did not predict him to do that, but no, I've been very, very impressed. There's a reason why he was top of the league phase. He's still undefeated in the competition. He hasn't lost a game yet, so I'd love to see him keep rolling through.
He is absolutely on fire, and I tell you what, he's actually had the MasterCard moment of the match. It was his winning goal, Shuri. Talk us through this one.
This is an unbelievable piece of play. This is so difficult. The timing of this to the back post, that cross, you can't teach that. You can't teach that. Only Emre Yilmaz has got that in the locker, and it's great to see the smile coming out. But obviously, we had a laugh at him on the interview yesterday. I love to see his smile. That piece of play, the first time through ball, then the cross back stick, it's beautiful, beautiful.
It's what, sorry?
Beautiful, beautiful.
I just wanted to see if he could do it again, and he nailed it. Absolutely love it. Right, listen, Levy David versus Nicholas up next. That's our featured match, but we can't leave out Jaden. Brighton and Albion's Jaden, who's, of course, coached by Zach Moore, and we caught up with him. Here's a little bit more about Jaden.
Going into the tournament, I knew, like, with my fixtures, I had some easier games than other people. However, I did not expect to be going into the top 8 already. My first game on, I'm always quite nervous and I don't do too well. I think I'm quite a confident player, that when my confidence is high, I play even better. And then going into the second game, once I won that against a pot 1 player in Fuma, I was like, I can win every game. I thought, 9-24 would be very much achievable, but to be in the top 8 and be in the last 16 now, I'm just over the moon.
Jaden, 8-5 up. What a day.
The way these players practice FC is like, I've never seen anything like it, because the work that I've been doing is probably half as much as what these guys do with the notepads and stuff, so the competition is just honestly on another level. It's probably one of my last tournaments. I've been doing it for 5 years now. I've got a job lined up in September in London, which means full time, and I won't really have as much time to play FC, so I'm just trying to enjoy every minute. 1 game away from Munich, which is quite nerve-wracking. I'm just really, really excited, and yeah, I'm ready to go.
Well, the games continue to come thick and fast here in the Champions League. Myself, Brandon Smith, Ryan Passaro and Santu guiding you through our next qualification game. Who is going to be the next 2 players on the plane to Munich on the 28th of May? We've already seen one confirmed fixture, gents. It's already looking like a stacked tournament, isn't it?
Yeah, we saw your interview with Alejandro. Man of very few words. I don't think he blinked during that interview as well,
Did he not?
I didn't see him blink once.
Not even once.
I was more focused trying to get some words out of him.
Yeah, maybe that's the trick, though. Don't blink.
I mean, what a start he's at, by the way. 16 years of age, on his way to an eChampions League in his first proper LAN tournament. Let's turn our attentions to these 2 games then. Jaden Groden, what a tournament he's had. He comes into this one against Ilian Bouchy, the French player who was so close to getting a World Championship spot via the French E-League 1. And because Leandro Peixoto already had a World Cup spot, it was passed down. It was his teammate that got it, and not him.
It's very, very painful. I'm a big fan of both Jaden and Ilian, and I feel like it's tough for them to play against each other, but they've both had incredible performances in the league phase, and Santu, of course, the big game as well. We speak about this one, of course, the featuring of Levi David up against Nicholas. Nicholas having to defeat Fuma with 10 men.
This has been one of the best matches we've got to see today, actually.
I agree. And I feel like you get rewarded by playing Levy, so it's not really a reward for Nicholas to advance.
I was just about to say about Jaden and Ilian Bouchy. Obviously, Jaden back-to-back key Premier Leagues. He's 1 game away from a World Championship for 2 years in a row. The 1 year he did qualify for the World Championships. It didn't happen, unfortunately, during the pandemic. You would love both of them to go to a top 8. It feels like they deserve it. But our attentions will start with this game here. Levi de Veert against Nicholas 99. But this time, Santu, Nicholas needs to be careful not to go down to 10 men after 10 minutes.
Absolutely, he needs to focus on the first minutes of the match, because every ball counts, like this one. And maybe not to get a red card in the first minutes.
Yeah, but as we said in commentary, Ryan, if there was a player that could somehow see out a match with 10 players and survive extra time at 110 minutes with a player less on the field, it was Nicholas, and he did that.
Yeah, if there was ever a game to symbolise Nicholas 99 over the years of FC and in previous years as well, I feel like that game epitomises everything Nicholas is. Just resolute, clinical in the area. The thing is, there were some instances where he showed a few weaknesses, but he pulled through.
Well, here comes Levi now. Have to remember that 8 of these players that are in this round didn't have to play the extra round of 24 game because they were that good in the league phase across the last 2 days. Here comes Nicholas now with... Am I blinking? Is that Raul?
What? Raul?
You know, Nicholas likes his players that fit his play style. He's not afraid to go against the norm. You know, he just... Beckham, etc. Anyone that fits the style of play, he's happy to use.
I mean, we're not talking about a bad player at all.
Of course.
He's got a quick step, he's got a driven shot, he's got the finesse, so it's not bad.
Can you remember the last time these two played as well, Ryan Pessoa?
I do.
It was in the FC Pro Open as Levi tries to come forward now. What was the score in that game, Ryan?
Beat down. It was a battering. Levi de Veert 7, Nicholas 1 in the quarterfinals. I remember Nicholas being fuming after that game.
Could be his revenge today.
It wouldn't be a bad time to get revenge, would it, Santu? Qualify for the eChampions League with a result here. Remember, 2 games at the same time. As Jaden Groden or Ilian Bushi, one of those two will qualify for the eChampions League final late in Munich. And so will Levi, or previous champion of this competition, in Nicholas 99. Here he comes now, Nicholas, with Harry Kane, and he's might have been maybe lacking 1 or 2 big play style pluses, Santu, but Jaap Stam has been very influential in these teams, hasn't he?
I'm gonna say this has been the best defender of the tournament so far, with his play styles and the physicality. Everybody shows it basically 99% of the plays.
Oh, Levi!
Wow.
How about that one to kick off the game? The reverse elastico of dreams. And you speak about a player that's in all the teams down one end, Santu and Jaap Stam. Ricardo Kaka, he's been the goal scorer, hasn't he, in these last few days?
It's an incredible goal. Reverse elastico, and that shows why Levi de Veert is unbeaten in this tournament.
I mean, 5-star has been shown right now with a good reverse elastico and a good finishing with the left foot.
Oh my, he might just be the provider for Xavi for 2. It's a cheeky chip. Can he get round Van der Sar? No, he can't. There wasn't enough power in that one.
Not enough power, and there was also an instance where he could have done a speed boost into the space twice. I don't think he expected to get that fortunate behind the defensive line, and he
Hang
could
on a
get
second.
punished.
Nicholas straight down the other end. Patrick Vieira!
Ruthless.
It's the battle of the icons in the eChampions League on the pitch. Kaka down one end, Patrick Vieira of all goal scorers down the other. But the most impressive part of this run was he just kept running.
I mean, we were talking about the physicality of Stam. He couldn't keep up with Vieira physicality, actually.
Yeah, the triggered run, and it goes to show how cutthroat FC can be in those important moments in these matches, because on one end, we could have been seeing Levi de Veert 2-0 up. A couple of moments later, we see him conceding down the other end.
FC reels.
Well, 1-1 already in 17 minutes in this game here. I mean, if we can get a poll in the chat, we'll see what you guys are predicting of who makes it to the final 8. Will it be Levi or Nicholas? We have had a kick-off in our other game, by the way. Jaden against Ilian has kicked off. And it looks like the Seagulls might be on their way to a final 8. Kylian Mbappe. We haven't spoken about this enough. On top of that, the squad selection of Jaden, he's the only player still that hasn't backed Ruud Gullit, and it hasn't fazed him.
Yeah, I had a conversation with him earlier. I was quite critical on him not choosing Ruud Gullit in his squad, and
He told me I need to apologise to him for that because it's been working for him. And of course, here's the poll. Who do you think will make it into the final 8? Levi David or Nicholas?
Speaking of Hullet now.
Oh.
Levi back in front, 2-1. That might swing the poll. You can have your say at home.
How good that goal hits, as finishing as well.
Just for people at home as well, Santu, that might not know the importance of just triggering that run of a centre midfielder. We've seen it from Vieira down one end, Hullet down the other. How easy is it to do, and you've seen how effective it is.
I mean, you just don't need to do the player lock. You just press L1 and the centre midfielder will run just through the defense. So people at home, just having a try about that, because it gives you more people and more unpredictability to your offensive play.
And it also forces the opponent to respect the run. Hold on a second. Corner whipped in. Jaden has fallen, fortunately. And he puts the finish into the bottom corner. Jaden starting off as he left yesterday. 2-0 lead. He's had an incredible week as well. Finishing his final university exams, winning a football tournament as well. And now he's looking likely that he could find himself in the final 8 in Munich.
He told me the words as well, that he's just finished university, to your point, Ryan, and unsure of what the future looks like for him in terms of being a pro player. If he goes far in this eChampions League, his decision might slightly be affected. Certainly would be if he was on the plane to Munich in a few weeks' time. What a start he's had, by the way. 2-0 he leads against Ilian, but one thing we know about Ilian Bushi, he will come back, he will score goals. Look across all the group games he's had. 5-6 in every game. Is it 3-1 here for Levi?
Gotta be. What a block that is from Stam. I know when he cuts inside, there's one ambition. Hold on a second. Corner whipped in. Too much power, goes out for a goal kick. But when Salah's in that area, Santu, of course, to try and cut inside and look for the finesse shot.
Can we say there was a missed opportunity?
100%.
How are you timing that green, Ryan, and it's not being on target?
Just the power. I think that's the sticking point there. That's the difference.
Kane, Raul, Nicholas! 2-2, Raw square!
Santu and I, we just looked at each other. We were both thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
As the first goal, missed a key opportunity, straight down the air and got punished. Exact same thing has happened here, carbon copy. But this time it's Harry Kane, left foot, low driven, and it's a deadly finish into the corner.
You have to capitalize every single chance you get at this top level.
Yep.
You cannot miss, I don't want to say an open goal because it wasn't, but almost. You have to capitalize it. You will regret at the end of the day, at the end of the match.
Absolutely. It's a key opportunity that was missed, but Nicholas is just, he's ruthless, you know. It's special, special player.
He won in 10 men down.
Hold on. No way.
My. What a start he's having.
Wow.
And as a Brighton fan, I have to say I'm thoroughly enjoying this.
3-0 lead for Jaden. That is unbelievable. If you remember Ilian's last game yesterday as well, it was a poor performance out there. He lost 9-1.
There's a world, Ryan Purcell, where the Brighton of Albion could have 2 players in the Champions League final.
I'm here for it. I'm here for it. I'm absolutely here for it. Big fans of both Jaden and Marley. Goals for goal there, Nicholas. Doesn't get fruitful that time.
It kind of feels a little bit deserved in some ways for those two lads. They were in the Premier League final 2 years in a row, and yes, they've had Champions League FC from that, but they haven't had World Championship tickets, have they? And to get that far in the Premier League 2 years and not really be rewarded.
Honestly, it breaks my heart. They're good people. They deserve to have the success. They have the ability as well. So it's great to see both of them doing well in the eChampions League.
Santu, Mystery League. A lot of people asking about it. Have you heard any guesses?
I mean, we're looking at one of the players that is playing that league, so...
Oh, is that a little bit of a hint, is it? One of these players...
We got 50% chance to get it right.
Represents the league. Here's Mohamed Salah in for 3-2. I mean, it was a fortunate bounce back, but it was all about the timing of that Trivela. Timed it green. Levi back in front for a 3rd time in this game.
Yeah, clinical finish, as you said, with Mo Salah in the area there. Takes the turn, goes over onto the left foot for that Trivela. And there's a goal back in the game between Jaden and Ilian Vushi. Plays it towards the byline with Kaka, driven pass. It's a mishap, it's awful. Ooh. It's awful, Santu. You can't afford to make mistakes like that.
We were just talking about missed chance, so at the same time, you cannot do this kind of mistakes at this very top level.
Well, it wouldn't surprise if Nicholas just goes down the other end. And makes it 3-3 before half-time. In case you missed the first round of the knockouts in the round of 16, Emre Yilmaz booked his spot in the final 8 in Munich, beating Neat 5-4, and it was the 16-year-old of Bulgaria, Alian Lyon, taking down Resende 2-1. Two more players will book their ticket to Munich from this round here, and it will be a quarter-final matchup locked in. Which, if the scores were to stay like this, I highly doubt they will, would be Levy against Jaden. There's a Trivela, which has taken a little deflection on the way through. He might just be pickpocketed here, though. Vieira, that one.
Gets away with it.
Slightly harsh foul. Well, update over here. Best way you can reply. This is such a high line, Santu, we're seeing from Ilian Bushi. 4-1 down.
For a moment, I thought he was playing at 3 at the backs.
Yeah, why is it so open? So open there, Santu.
Do you remember the last games years ago where you can adjust depth and,
the width
and the width as well? It looked like 95 width.
He's got to get that together, Ilian Bushi, because he's just conceded again. I think that was like 25 minutes in that game, by the way.
Yeah, that's the one thing about Ilian, one of the best attackers, in my opinion, in the scene, but defensively,
lacks a bit.
He does lack a bit, and he tends to concede quite a few goals. Yesterday and on day 1 as well, conceded 5 in one game, conceded 6 against Tex, conceded 4 against Ivan Nilsson, 9 against Di Fernandez. So he is somebody that does concede goals. Also scores a lot of them.
Goal back. That's the thing, isn't it, Ryan? As much as we're...
Oh, pen.
It was a penalty as well. It wasn't a red card by any means. It was just an opportunity there for Harry Kane to get him back in the game. But to the point we're saying, he might concede goals, but he can score them. And in 9-minute halves, we saw an 8-7 earlier.
Yeah, and that's 6 goals between both of those players in 26 minutes.
Oh, maybe he got an extra pass here for Salah.
I saw that.
Maybe he could have chosen that way.
Half-time in this game, Levy 3-2 up against Nicholas. It gives us a chance to give the other game a bit more love. 6 goals, as you said, in 27 minutes is absolutely ridiculous between these two. I think defending might have been thrown out the window.
Yeah, absolutely. Another attack here from Jaden. Easy turn, goes for the pass. Maybe Santu could have been more direct to just run into the space.
Yeah, I saw that space. I thought, yeah, just go through that and shoot with Kaka. Just go, you got finesse, you got 5-5, you got the driven shot.
Yep.
Just shoot it.
He's a little bit hesitant there, wasn't he, Jaden? We'll get another chance now. Mbappe, can he pull away with that 99 pace on his UCL item?
See, Ilian defense is so no width, actually. Like, I mean, the opposite. It's a lot of width compared to Jaden.
Well, there's the overlap that he will offer you on the offensive side, but defensively, there isn't really anyone on back. Good save from Alisson.
Triggers so many runs, even with the fullbacks. You see Llorente running on the overlap. He's happy to...
Is he doing that with both sides of the pitch there, Ryan?
I'm not sure, because it just looks so... Look at this. Every single moment Jaden wins the ball, counter-attacks are an option.
That explains why he's been so free-flowing in the attacking third, because look at this. Every time there's so much space. This time Rivaldo. Can he pull inside for a Trivela? There it is. He was time green. Alisson comes out, does enough to give away a corner. That goes as far as Hullet, who still just about has it, Ruud Hullet. Oh no.
Oh no, you can't do that.
You cannot concede those kind of goals. You just cannot. Twice in the same game.
Look at that again. It's a way back into the tie. That didn't need to happen.
Twice.
When he gets there with Thuram, why is he not just going long?
Twice. You've given Ilian a lifeline. And from then now, you're going to start, in my opinion, if I'm Ilian in that position, I'm going to be pressing even higher now, because I know you're capable of making those sort of mistakes defensively. Yes. Long game left for Jaden.
I mean, he started so good, but now with those mistakes, he keep on doing that, and he can boost the confidence.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. Back over to this game, though. Levi de Vrede up against Nicholas.
That's our main game. Oh, my God.
He's done it again. Just non-stop.
Oh, my God. Iliad Bushi, 4-4 against Jaden. All that hard work.
There it is. We just say that.
Waved away. That might be the best half of FC I think we'll see in terms of goals going in. 4-4.
Come off it. Sorry, I'm just looking behind me. I'm just looking at both of the players. I can't even... Good tackle there from Stam. He gave the ball away, Santu.
There's another goal gone in that game.
How can... honestly, I got nothing to say there. I feel
Nicholas to try and tie this one up at 3-3. Back to Kane. That was well read by Yashin.
Can I say he should have smashed it into the second post instead of trying the driven shot with Harry Kane?
Just about gets the ball down the line. Could be a counter-attack. Look at the triggered run. Both sides, you'll see the space. Good step again from Stam. I agree with you, Santu, though. Stam has been ridiculous. Nightmare to play against at home as well. He's just such a good player in the game.
Ginola. Down the other end for Nicholas now. Can't forget the last year he was out of the group stages. That one comes in.
And again, he's keep on trying that driven shot from outside of the box or very far from the keeper.
Corner comes in now for Nicholas. Lucio, not the man you want on it. Or Zambrotti, you want an attacking player to try and have that shot. Time green, Trivella.
With Lucio. He tried it.
I mean, why not?
I'm not against it. I'm not against it at all. Because you're thinking, why would you move the keeper there?
There's this ball bouncing around. Yashin turned into Superman for a second.
Nicholas is definitely listening to our stream right now.
Seems to be on the ascendancy as well.
The pressure that he's piling on. Former eChampions League winner. And a moment in play for Levi. Just to have a breather and to try and regain some composure or at least possession for a minute or two. Well, that's in a pause. Let's jump back over if we can. Because are we in half-time? We're not even at half-time yet. 4-4. Feels like a 90-minute match we played here, Ryan.
We could even see another goal. Ilian on the attack. He's got time to see if he can take the lead.
Added time with 3 minutes for a first half. I think that just shows how much has happened. Half-time there. And Jaden must go into half-time, Santu, scratch his head and be like, how have I not come into the half-time interval with more behind me in terms of the scoreline? Because he did start really well, but it was one or two gifts, is the best way to describe it, where he just gave Ilian a chance to come back in the game.
I mean, maybe he just went overconfident by himself at the very start of the game, so he maybe just relaxed a bit, and now he's trying to build up again the confidence for the second half.
Is there an element as well, Ryan, that in his mind he's like, this is a qualification game, I can't bottle it? You know, there's a...
Subconsciously, always that'll go through your mind. The one good thing is, it seems like Jaden's demeanour isn't too downbeat. He seems okay. It's just, as a player, you've been in those positions where you've been leading comfortably, and you may have given up a lead. And I always say the one saving grace is that there is still time left in this game. The only issue is, it could go against you as well, so it's a difficult one.
Straight down to this one now in the second half. I mean, look, just looking at Jaden's record in the group stage, it wasn't really much of a warning that he does concede a lot of goals. Although he was in the top 8, he scored 29 and conceded 26. He does ship a lot of goals. Can Nicholas get around Yashin there with Kane? No, he can't. I mean, we'll ask the chat, because there's a lot of love both ways. Who wins that game, Jaden or Ilian? We'll give you both ending moments.
Great ball.
There's Roberto. All the way from left back, could have went down to ground there if the contact was a bit more. We know what Nicholas has been like at times at the back with some of his decisions he's made today. I think he's onside. Marcus Llorente. Bombing on from fullback. And his last 5 minutes or so have been quite frantic. Pull it. Finds Rivaldo for Nicholas. That could have been a penalty shout there, maybe, for a second.
Yeah, loves a low dribble, Nicholas does, you know. Loves it. In those situations, he's happy to shoot across goal or near post with it.
I mean, that's the poll in the chat.
Do you think if the low-driven play style was never added, you will have shot that way?
No.
I mean, you just press the shot power.
Nicholas always, I say always, at the start of the season and even in previous years, sometimes he would do it near post just to catch the player off guard or the opponent off guard in case they move the keeper. But the low-driven play style now just adds it, the effectiveness of it,
But it
so much
tricks you.
higher. Yeah.
It tricks you to try and to find the score. In that way, maybe it will be more effective to try another kind of shot.
Nicholas spoke earlier as well about his pressing this season, how he feels like manually he can defend a lot better, he can squeeze the opponent into mistakes. You can just see, look at just the way he's hounding Levy on the ball.
He said in the interview before as well that he likes to be more manual in this game compared to the others.
Yeah.
Which there's no surprise that he enjoys having far much more control over everything that's happening on the screen.
Damn.
It really is a battle between two players that are already at the World Championships, two of the best, not just in Europe but in the world. There's always going to be a tight game. And it's certainly not been as frantic as Jaden against Ilian. Both those two players battling out for their first ever eChampions League Final 8. Certainly, it's a different match to what we saw in February when these two played in the quarterfinals of the FC Pro Open. In case you missed it, Levy beat Nicholas 7-1.
You just know this one-goal lead isn't safe.
No, absolutely.
You know it's not safe. Look at the triggered runs, beautiful. Zé Roberto.
Keep an eye on Kaka's run there. Just fakes a player lock into him, gets Nicholas thinking about a potential dangerous situation.
Do you
Lost
know
the
what?
tempo.
Nicholas defended that so well, though. Like, he didn't dive in, and when he did, he stepped across very, very well and timed to perfection, and it just stopped Levy's attack.
It didn't commit just to one
Yeah,
side.
it's so good. Oh, it's beautiful.
Hang on, Nicholas Vieira again! He might not be the everyday goal scorer, but in the eChampions League, he's clutched up not once but twice for the Iceman.
I mean, I don't think you bring Vieira to expect to score two goals.
Literally.
Yeah, but it pays off.
Absolutely. Sigh of relief there, a little spot to the coach, but Vieira's pulled up clutch in this game to bring him back into it. It's just a quick little layoff, the snappy pass there to get the space and trigger the run in behind and the composure to finish it as well.
Yeah, you said one goal wouldn't be enough, Ryan. You're absolutely right on that. Sort of a game that feels like it needs extra time. This one, though, believe it or not, there's not been any goals in over 20 minutes. It doesn't sort of feel right.
It feels like another match right now.
Yeah, it does. Maybe they've tried to tighten things up ever so slightly.
Followed the run there well initially, but then moved across. This could favour Jaden for a little cross to the back post, blocked.
Do you think there was a change maybe in tactics at half-time between these two?
Yeah,
Why the game is so different now?
Potentially, I think it could be a psychological thing as well in terms of not wanting to take as many risks as the clock ticks on, because you don't want to make another mistake if you're Jaden or Ilian. I saw a brief look at the stats there. 17 shots for
I was
Ilian.
about to say that.
Boy, 17.
What's the XG looking like? Must be high. Are we on for a match winner here? It will guarantee yourself $10,000 before a ball's even been kicked in Munich. Rivaldo. Travella! Green as always from Levy de Veen. Is that the goal to send him off to an eChampions League final?
That's a crazy goal. I'm going to be honest, I was giving a little round of applause there. The way he built up there, Santu, everything was... He wasn't just calculating the attack on his part as well. He was thinking about Nicholas, what he's doing defensively. Here we go again. You can't...
No way.
No, serious.
He's got in front. Ilya Bushi has got in front in this game for the first time. 4.
Four mistakes there from Jaden. You've given, I'm not even, honestly, you've given 4 goals. Wow.
We'll join it live now for just over the last 15 minutes or so.
Wow, wow, wow.
People in the chat saying that Levi Nicholas should have been a semi. I mean, it should have been 2 players on the way to an eChampions League, in all honesty.
Literally.
And they wouldn't have matched if they both were in the top 8 yesterday from the league phase. They would have. This would never have been a game.
It could be even the final, actually.
Yeah, if Nicholas had just won 1 game yesterday, this wouldn't have happened. Just 1 game to get into that top 8.
Yeah.
Levi David, last 5 minutes of this game, though.
How does he play this?
I feel like you can't play for last attack. It's too soon, in my opinion, in a 9-minute half, and you don't want to invite too much pressure because, especially if you're keeping possession in your own half or the middle part of the field, Nicholas will eat you alive. You need to be in these areas, the offensive area, to try and keep the ball.
You know Nicholas is going to get 1 more chance, don't you? As much you hold on to the ball.
I can try to spot some emotion in those 2 faces, but they are literally just too focused on the game.
Levi will let out the biggest roar once he wins this game, if he wins this game, I should say.
Yeah, if.
Because you're defeating someone that is capable of winning the trophy. You would put Nicholas as top 3 favourites, people would say, if you're looking at the remaining names in this tournament. And if you're able to eliminate him, that obviously increases your chances of getting your hands on the trophy. It knocks out a previous winner as well.
Hang on a second, added time of 2 minutes.
Have I spoken too soon? Wait.
Surely not Patrick Vieira's on for a hat-trick. It's a Nicholas!
You have spoken too soon, definitely.
Wow.
Year after year, there is still ice in those veins.
Look at this ball from Hullet. Look at it. The space just opens up, zips it in, and it's Raul with the finish. Wow. Nicholas, all ends up, manages to equalise.
With his men. Raul.
Yep, the Iceman, Nicholas, unbelievable. I feel like I spoke it into existence. I might just not say anything, you know, for the rest.
This is the commentary too.
There was only 2 minutes left in the game. We thought Levi was on his way to an eChampions League. Nicholas replied, we said the game deserved extra time. This one might also fancy some extra time as well, because Jaden
cheeky.
is trying to manoeuvre his way around Makaka. I think he saved it with his head there.
I was saying the same.
See John in the chat, I know I jinxed it. That's on me. But that low driven, it was happening. It was going to come sooner or later. He's taking loads of those chances.
Raul as well. Of all icons in the team, Nicholas loves him.
His play styles are insane.
Yeah.
Like, he's got unbelievable play styles. It's just not someone that would be an option for... Oh, sorry, I zoned out for a second. I thought we saw another goal. Yeah. I was thinking, wait, what?
Again?
This one, a massive chance from Jaden, just went wide. That was the corner that he won. 8 minutes away. As we join it live now, we're jumping between the games.
Oh, what a tackle.
That was it. Extra time here. Confirm. We'll leave them to it in their pause.
Let's go back.
We'll jump back to Jaden. Against Ilian Pusic, who has been a few big games away from World Championships in his time. He is 4 minutes away.
It's close.
From an eChampions League final.
And the thing is, Brandon, that'll be playing on his mind because he's been so close.
Don't speak too fast again.
Fine, I'm not saying anything. He's been so close before. He knows he doesn't want to experience that same heartbreak again. Beautiful dinked in, and
he's giving him a chance.
Oh.
He's giving him a chance.
Uh-oh.
Is it the last attack?
Oh, he went for the through ball.
In these moments now, you try and just keep the ball. And he's...
Again.
Yeah, all right. No, seriously, though, no more from me.
Just tell us what's going to happen, Ryan. Give us a prediction.
Ilian is taking all the seconds that is available to keep the clocks keep on running.
Well, it looks like there's going to be some French representation in Munich. Won't just be PSG out there. Lost Lille will also be on their way with their pro player, Ilian Bushi. Going to get one more goal to seal the deal? Or is Jaden going to get one more roll of the dice?
You're joking.
Has to get that ball moving now. Any time of 2 minutes. Has Ricken got the legs around Mendes? He does. But can he make the most of this one? Mbappe intercepted by Lucio. Ilian Bushi.
Let's go!
He's on his way to the Champions League final. He can't quite believe what he's just done.
Wow.
A lot of emotions.
My heart aches for Jaden and Zach Moore. They were so close. But a massive congratulations to Ilian, who has been moments away from these situations and hasn't managed to cross the line. And for him, he's always had the ability, and now to make it into the top 8, into Munich, giving himself the chance to win the trophy. An incredible comeback.
I mean, too many mistakes from Jaden, sorry. You cannot concede those mistakes at this level, definitely.
Well, it was 12 months ago that man was in tears when he lost to Anders Vergang in a qualifier for the World Cup, the Esports World Cup. That was honestly inches away from a World Championship ticket via the E-League One this year. His intentions had to change to this tournament in the eChampions League. It's heartbreak for one side. So hang on a second.
Straight off the bat,
I think there's been 2 goals in this game.
Yeah, straight off the bat, Nicholas concedes, 91st minute or so. Levy David in
Levy's
extra
up.
time.
4 minutes later, Ryan, this happens.
Wow. Again.
The low drivens.
Wow.
Low drivens from Rahul.
It's like he's sure he's not here, because he'll be saying he knows the low drivens.
Yep.
He really does, Nicholas. Jaden, word on him quickly.
He should be proud, but I'm proud of his performances, but you can't, there's nothing you can say when you lose a game that close and so close to a golden ticket to the grand finals in Munich. It's obviously painful, but honestly, he should be proud, but it's just such a difficult one, Santi. It's so hard to get good words, and it's just a difficult moment.
I mean, you started so good that match.
Hang on, Levy, Marquisio, massive save at the start.
No, I'm honest, I'm heartbroken for him. I'm a big fan of both Jaden and Ilian.
I know he's only around the corner from us, but it's those mistakes.
Yeah.
What start to the game he had in that, Santu? He was
winning 4-1. Am I right?
He had a 3-goal cushion. Nicholas now. Ricken bonded off the ball. Harry Kane was looking just to put into a path of Raul.
The thing is, sometimes we always say as well, even with Shells and Gravison and Tommy speak before in previous years, sometimes you take the lead too early by that margin. Sometimes it's like, ooh, obviously you would have loved it to take it like 80th minute, but being 4-1 up in what, 20 minutes? There's still a long way to go.
2 minutes away from half-time and extra time. Nicholas looking to go into the break with a slight advantage. Raul recycles it.
That's icy.
One word: composure.
Yeah.
99% of the world will have shoot from there, from that angle, but he did pass.
I promise you, look at this here. I'm shooting right here.
Yeah.
I'm shooting here again. Keep it, like, honestly.
That's why we're here.
That's why we're here, literally. Nicholas is different. He's different.
Cool, calm and composed as always, that man. First time he's really been able to be in a leading position against Levy.
Honestly, if Nicholas wins this game, I know you're going to say I'm going to jinx it, right? But come on, man. That is just...
It's just Nicholas, isn't it?
Look at what he's been through.
We used to.
Look at what he's been through, though.
He got 1 point yesterday.
What, day one, he was...
9 from 9.
9 from 9, and then 1 point from a possible 9. And then he had 10 men against Fuma for so long of that game. Goes into another game where you're playing another champion in Levy David. It's just, come on. What's going on here? I know when I say champion, I know Levy didn't win the domestic league this year, but a pride champion in that league, of course. It's just, wow.
I mean, you're right to say, Ryan. Look, he's up against 11 men to his 10 against a 5-time French E-League One champion. And still Nicholas somehow saw that game out. There is still 15 minutes to go, though, after this half-time interval. Levy will get chances. He has also dominated periods of this game.
Let's go!
That was the reaction of Iliad Bushi. And exactly what it meant to him. Top 8 confirmed. Tears in his eyes.
It meant the world for him.
Yeah.
Because you know how important it is what he achieved just right now.
Yeah, I was there a few weeks ago in Paris where he lost that final. And it was, honestly, I felt so bad for him. Like, my heart ached for him because he was so close. He performed so well throughout the day, throughout the season. And in those moments, even though you qualify for the eChampions League, you kind of feel like, not a failure, I think that's a bit of a stretch, but you feel like it was for nothing.
I mean,
you know what I mean? It's so hard to explain it. But I've been there, I get it. But to show the strength as well, to bounce back a few weeks later and perform this well and qualify for the finals in Munich.
Maybe during the match he thought about that.
Yeah.
Maybe he thought, yeah, I still lost the final.
Yeah.
I need to go through that.
Well, it's the truth is the matter, Ryan, is that no one cares about how good your league period was. Are you at the eChampions League? Are you at the World Championships, isn't it? And it's as harsh as it sounds, but only the pros could experience that journey.
For me, he's at one, and honestly, deservedly so this season. He's been unbelievable. One of the best players, not just in France, not just in Europe, but in the world. So it's good to see him get his deserved success.
Well, he's there at Munich. That's 3 names confirmed on the plane. It's the winner of this game that will play him in a quarter-final on the 28th of May, when the ECL finals will conclude in Munich. Just a few days before the actual Champions League final. Nicholas could wrap it up now. Rivaldo! Is that the goal to send him into the final 8?
Honestly, I'm going to request an analysis segment. Take a look at this here. Look at the triggered run he's done. You have to follow it, but then he's triggered the Rivaldo down the middle there. Nah, you know what, Nicholas?
This is... I don't have words. I don't have words to describe it.
He's crazy.
Just amazing. He's crazy. He sees things that don't exist for other people.
Yeah, he manipulated the space with the triggered runs, and for Levy, he didn't really do anything wrong. You have to follow that run. I think it was Llorente, I believe, in right back, making that darting run down the line. But then he's not only done that, whilst he's triggered him, he's also tapped L1, pointed the left stick towards Rivaldo, whilst also being player locking. And it's come on.
Basically,
I know Gravison will agree with me, that's special.
It's basically impossible what he's done.
Yeah, no, but the thing is, it's impossible to defend, but I'm trying to think, if you're Levy in that position, what do you do?
Yeah, how do you defend that?
Because I don't think Levy's done anything wrong there.
You have to commit to one player, and every choice you make, you will make a mistake in the other side.
That's what I'm saying. It's like chess. And he's a master at it. Nicholas, unbelievable. To turn this game on its head as well, I thought Levy was... Honestly, I thought he'd win the game.
Levy.
Oh, you got the extra pass. Rivaldo.
Offside, possession changes hands, 7 minutes away. And up to this point, unbeaten was Levy de Veer after a incredible Champions League phase in the first 2 days of the competition.
Hold on.
There's one back, surely, Rivaldo!
Hey, game on. Hold on.
He's not out of this yet.
It's never over with those guys.
Just a speed boost here. Gets the ball with Xavi into Rivaldo. The space seemed to open up. He was very, very committed there with Van Dijk to try and get
too
there.
easy.
Yeah, it looked easy. I think when he switched over to Van Dijk, maybe he didn't anticipate that touch.
I reckon this is going to go penalties.
Is that the Brandon Smith jinx?
Giving it to you now.
You say that it's going to penalties?
Yeah. Let's see what happens.
They're calling me the jinx in the chat. No, but it's true though. I said earlier, Levy Finn, I never really say that he's someone that I think would like win the tournament, but he's so good. And today they asked me, who do I think is going to get in the top 8? Levy Finn. Boom, out. I'm the Grim Reaper.
So,
I feel like I'm just... You don't want me backing you because you might be out.
Pro players, if you're listening, never ask your prediction to Ryan.
Whatever I say, it's the opposite.
Well, at least he's got 11 players on the pitch this time, Nicholas. I'm sure he will feel a lot more confident to try and see out the remaining time here. Doesn't need to score again. He's 2 minutes away from being back in the final 8. He was a champion of this tournament in Stockholm, Sweden a few years ago. Was group last year, which was an absolute shock. No one expected that. 12 bombs on. He's already had a much better season, which sounds ridiculous to say, but he really has. Can he defend one more attack from Levy? How much added time will there be? Just a minute, it's not going to do him any favours. That ball has to get past the halfway line.
The way he's jockeying second man press as well, getting the lanes, the players in front of the passing lanes.
Are we in for penalties? If you can get an equaliser here, Victor Ababo trying to find the gap. Full-time result. Nicholas qualifies.
He didn't even know.
He didn't even know. He didn't realise that it was over.
For the eChampions League, there was just a second of hesitation. He wasn't sure if it was full-time or a free kick. And every year the question looms. Has Nicholas still got what it takes to compete? You never need to ask the question, because he's always there amongst the best, Ryan.
Nicholas, honestly, he's inevitable. Again, I say commiseration to Jaden in the previous game, but the sentiment is the exact same for Levi David. Unbeaten up until now, one of the best players in the tournament. Again, one of the players that I believe deserves to be in that top 8, but it's just the matchmaking, how it falls. And it's falling
tough,
in a way where he's up against Nicholas, and I feel devastated for him. But
So
again,
tough.
Massive congratulations to Nicholas as well.
Massive congratulations as well. This has been one of the best games so far, definitely 100%. And I feel so sorry for Levi David because he started the game so well. But Nicholas is Nicholas. He never dies. This is what we want to see in these tournaments.
In another world, they should have both been at the eChampions League final, but unfortunately, it's only Nicholas that will be on the plane to Munich. We are halfway through the round of 16. Up next is the defending eChampions League winner in Johnny, who takes on Chris de Boer for a spot at the ECL finals. Do not go anywhere.
Tiger. Tigers. Right back.
Defensa.
Defensa.
Midfielder.
Midfield.
Centrocampista.
That's midfielder. Say it again. Try.
Midfield speelder.
Midfield speelder. Yeah, that was not good. Stürmer. It's, I don't know, maybe striker.
Winger. Striker.
Striker. Striker. Attacker. Stürmer is striker.
We have takeoff. Some news will be landing very soon. Here we go.
This is your captain speaking.
I'm pleased to announce that
Qatar Airways are now the official
airline of the UEFA Champions League.
Welcome back to the eChampions League. That man Ilian has booked his flight to Munich, a 5-1 victory. His opponent Jaden was 4-1 up, and unfortunately he bows out of the competition, as does the man on the screen as well, Levi David, beaten by the inevitable Nicholas, who sets up a mouth-watering tie between Ilian and Nicholas in Munich. Our bracket's starting to take shape. Santu, what do you make of the action we've seen in the last round?
Unbelievable matches. I mean, a lot of goals, a lot of emotions. We've seen Moshi have like a great emotion here on the stage. Unbelievable matches. One hand in extra time. Too many emotions even for me as well.
I mean, even Shells has not stopped smiling because, listen, Shells, we're watching FC of the highest quality. The stakes are so high. Let's take a look at the results, shall we, of the round of 16. We've still got some matches to come. But these players, Emre Yilmaz, Ali Anlin, Ilian and Nicholas, have booked their places in the grand finals in Munich.
And I mean, yeah, as you can see, every game's been decided by one goal, so it's going down to the wire every single time. And man, you got to give congratulations to all players qualified so far, but it's been heartbreaking losses for everyone as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll take a look at some of the highlights from that last round of fixtures. If you're just joining us, where have you been? This weekend has been absolutely sensational. We mentioned Jaden, he was 4-1 up, but what a comeback by Ilian.
Yeah, I mean, I was watching the game on the B stream, and Jaden, I didn't think he'd have it, but Ilian with the play locks, he's so lethal going forward, and Jaden just couldn't hold on. But Ilian, look at the reaction, he deserved it. He's always had the heartbreaking losses, but he deserved to enjoy this one.
Shells, I just want to ask you as well, the level of play we're seeing here as an ex-pro, am I calling you an ex-pro now? Are you retired yet?
Yeah, I don't want to get that title yet.
All right, not yet. He's still a pro, but listen, this is the highest quality, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, this is the best of the best, as you can see, but this is where it comes to a new scale, a new level, because it's all about the mental side as well.
I was just testing you there to see whether you were an ex-pro. We've just confirmed he's back, he's competing. Let's talk about Nicholas as well real quick. We can see the bracket. I mean, if I had to pick, have we got potentially one of the winners already? Emre Yilmaz, Ali Anlin, Ilian, Nicholas? Who are you backing, Santu?
I'm not backing anyone this time, but of course, Emre, top of the leaderboards. Nicholas has been has done a huge comeback, and he just beaten one of the 3 guys unbeaten in this competition. So yeah,
very safe answer.
And a win with 10 men. You got to give credit. Nikhil might be the guy to watch.
A massive victory earlier on in today's show for Nicholas with 10 men. Now we're going to head over to the analysis. I've just asked you, Shells, if you've retired. Ryan Pessoa, what are we saying, mate? Bring the back band together?
Yeah, I don't know about that one. I'm not too sure about that, but I'm joined with Gravison at the analysis desk. We saw some crazy games in the previous rounds. We were both looking as well. It's only been 1 goal separating all of the players in those games, which is crazy. It just shows the level, Gravison.
But you know, I like to throw bold predictions. Johnny, now we're gonna break down his draft, the way he plays. I do feel like it's not gonna be 1 goal. It's gonna be more.
Who though? Who's going to win it?
Johnny.
Straight off the bat, he's given a prediction off the bat. You can see the draft Johnny has selected. We've seen him play throughout this tournament so far. Been one of the most consistent players, not just this year, last year, of course, winning it as well. Who would you say are the key players in this team?
For me, key players with the way he plays, it has to be Zico and Ricken because of the incisive pass. But I do want to mention 2 players that not being used as much, but they are key for him. Roberto. That's 18.8 million coins, so that's a whole part of the budget. And Maldini, I don't think
that's an interesting one. I feel like that, out of everyone in the team, I think Maldini and Nuno Mendes are the choices where I think, there could be other options that he would have gone for. But let's take a look at some of his highlights from the eChampions League this year so far. Of course, he played against Tex in that opening round, and he was flawless. This was the ball roll into the Trivella. Wow. Opened up the angle.
You like those, right?
I'm a massive fan of a Trivella. Any sign of a Trivella, I'm here for it. But you spoke about the incisive pass there and how important it is, but also the crosses, everything. Wow. He's such a complete player, Johnny is as well. But it's not going to be an easy game because he's up against Chris de Boer, who would be flying high after eliminating Matthias Bonanno. But Johnny, does he have too much for him?
I don't know. It seems like every single time Johnny is inside the box, it just goes in. Like, he never misses. He might have, 5, 6, 7 shots per game, but they're going in.
Yeah, absolutely ruthless player, but we're not going to hang about for too much longer.
The thing that I want to mention now,
go.
We had 2 former ECL champions who are going to be in the finals in Munich. Will we get a third with Johnny? I guess we'll see it. Richard Buckley, #boys, take it.
Thank you very much. The champ is here, Johnny, the reigning defending eChampions League winner, stepping up to see if he will be there in the top 8. As Grav kindly introduced us, myself, Richard, Tom Lees and Shorey, to really sort of decide on 75% of this bracket. It's a tough one because there's no pattern for what we've seen so far today. First 2 games, Emre and Alihan were already in the top 16. They go through. We then see Levy and Jaden, who were in the top 16, lose their qualifying matches to Ilian and Nicholas. What are we expecting now, Tom Lees?
One pattern I have noticed, Richard, is every game has been decided by 1 goal so far. The tightest of margins are sending these players to Munich. Shorey, how are we?
Tom, good evening.
Hello, my friend. We're back again.
Guys, we are so back for another set of exciting matches to see who makes it to the final 8 here.
I mean, the first thing that I've got to point out here is Mark Marley goes 1-0 up inside the opening 5 minutes. A very, very interesting camera angle.
Can I be biased on here or no?
I mean, Santu's thrown that out the window already. So.
All right, get in there. I want Marley to do well. I like Marley. He's been around many, many a year. Very, very nice bloke as well. We love him. And he goes 1-0 up to start his pursuit at the top 8. Great start.
Of course, playing against Karim is back, who, guys, of course, in his last 2 games in the league phase, scored 21 golazos.
As many as 21?
21.
If you do want to watch that B-Stream game to see how Mark Marley gets on alongside Karim is back, you can watch it fully in motion on the B-Stream. However, our attention will be here.
I mean,
with Johnny and Chris de Boer.
Johnny and Chris, goals surely. Goals and goals and goals. Johnny, the through balls he's going to hit, I don't even know how to explain them, but Chris de Boer just beat Matthias 8-7.
I'm just so excited.
Yeah, 8-7.
To see Johnny's play. Guys, throughout this game, just look out for Johnny, the way he triggers the fullbacks with L1. Hey, which you broke down brilliantly earlier this weekend, Thomas.
Thanks, mate.
Here's Johnny. First attack of the game. Through Zé Roberto, back to Zico, edge of the box for Xavi. He travelers and forces the save.
Rich, love the pronunciation, the accent of Zé Roberto. Really had some thrill to it.
That's a bicycle kick. Ruud Gullit with the opening goal.
He's done it again. How many times have we seen Johnny do that? He knows the corner perfectly. He knows how to time it green every time as he gives a little spud to his coach that has the greatest name in the world. His coach, Tom, must have been helping him with that one.
Mark Marley added a second goal here through David Ginola into Henry. And 11 minutes in, Mark is 2-0 up here against Karim's back. Karim's got 37 goals in the group phase. To my recollection, the most of any player.
He's going to need some of that now.
Yeah.
Mark to be in the position he's in from that 5-5 goal, Buckley, is ridiculous.
Yep.
As we get back here to the main game, Johnny, of course, 1-0 up early doors here.
It's just he's so precise in that final third.
Buckley, is he going to score any low-drivens, though? That's what we need to know. The
will.
Richard Buckley Classic, guys. Of course, the low-driven play style recently added into FC 25.
Nicholas
loves them. All over it. Well, it's clutched Nicholas up to get into, of course, the top 8.
There is Rivaldo in that wide position for Chris de Boer. I think you two were here, if I'm not mistaken, watching that match with Bonanno. And
absolutely.
Even when Bonanno was getting loud, it always seemed like Chris was
calm,
in control.
Calm, composed guy. And I love that. I love to see that.
Have a look at this.
Is this Marley again, guys?
15 minutes in, David Ginola, back to Henry. There's a green time finish.
Mark Marley.
Cooking up a storm. Gas stove 10 or what?
Take a bow, my son.
As Johnny has added a second goal. Through Zé Roberto.
Guys, thus far, obviously, we've had 1 goal in between each game to decide it. Are we about to have just thunderstorms?
A first whitewash.
Have you checked the weather forecast?
I mean, I don't think they'll be decided by one at this point.
It's raining goals.
Raining goals. You had that confirmed. Met Office confirmed.
We just check.
Yeah.
Goals.
Goals. You've joined us at the right time, people.
Goals given.
And again, when we're talking about the patterns, Johnny, top 8 player, coming into the league phase, dominating, 2-0 up inside 15 minutes.
He's done it again.
That through ball.
He's done it again, that Johnny. Dinkers.
Chris the ball open.
The pair of them, Cristobal and Karim, are going to have to put a stop to this because it's getting out of hand.
Guys, what did I say at the start of the game? The fullbacks, once again.
Do you take a pause here?
So late.
Do you take a pause if you're Chris?
I think so. I think you need to. I think that you need a little bit of recomposure here. There goes the fullback again for Johnny. Keep an eye on that, guys.
Yeah, look at it. It's again. It's going to be 3.
It's onside as can be. It. No one can mark it.
And now the pause has come in from Chris. Johnny 3-0 up. Having it all his own way. Tom, talk me through this with the triggering of the right back.
It is so early, you forget about it because you have to go to the ball. You can't just track that run and let Johnny run to the middle. As we might be seeing Karim get a goal back here.
Yeah, looks like Kaka into Henry. Extra pass into Rivaldo. There it is. 20 minutes gone. That game's far from over.
But following the Johnny goal, you don't track it because you have to mark the ball. You can't just let him walk around. And then you kind of forget about it, and it's so hard to play a switch that late. Johnny's timing of the through ball is inch perfect.
There's something we know, based off the previous round here in the knockout phase. A 3-goal lead, you ain't safe and sound. No. Jaden, of course, I think he was 3-0 up and 4-1 up. Obviously, Ilian pulls off a crazy 5-4 comeback there.
When we saw Johnny last year sort of really emerge as a top talent in Europe and in the world, picking up the VBL and then the eChampions League, he was playing that 4-4-1-1 formation, something, Tom, that I think you watched during the knockouts especially. He wasn't particularly favourable, that formation, with a lot of other players. Now that formation's sort of more prevalent, and you've also got a 4-2-1-3 and different variations as Chris gets one back there. It feels like I'm just watching him from last year.
That's
Johnny.
what I was going to say. Johnny is probably playing the most similar over 2 different titles of 24 and 25. You could genuinely pick out this gameplay and think it's from a year ago because he's doing the exact same things, but it's suited to this game as well. The formation he uses is suited as well. Really, that's strange. You don't see that very often.
I love that we're gassing up Johnny here because I love him. I think he's a great guy, an unbelievable player. That was really unlike him. That offside trap there, really bizarre. 3-0 up, you're kind of cruising. That is nothing but a mistake. That's a huge mistake right there. It's literally kind of just hitting offside trap and praying a little bit.
Well, that's the thoughts of Shorey and Tom Lees in the commentary position. If you've got any questions for 2/3 of the hashtag house, get them in the chat now, and I'm sure we can ask them throughout this matchup.
We've got something in the chat. Are these two the same person? Could Defo pass as brothers? You guys would be amazed how many people think we are actually brothers.
Wait, are they talking about us or Cristobal and Johnny? Because if you look at them two, they look fairly similar as well.
I reckon that's probably what they're on about.
He's in.
It's really unfortunate. The shot cancel inside the box, very nice from Johnny.
Something tells me you might be right, Tom.
Kaka again with the step overs, forcing the tackle from Lucio.
They do actually look really similar, don't they? Just noticed that. I mean, they're not playing very similar. I think Chris does have a different style. Chris probably a bit more control, a bit more build-up, whereas Johnny is always trying to counter-attack. That is Johnny's primary method of attack. And if he has to go the other way, he will, but he does want to find the through balls, as Marley could be going 4-1 up here.
Scoring for fun. Ginola gliding through here. Marley has been scoring that all weekend long with Ginola. The far post finishes. Looks out for the keeper movement excellently well.
We saw him, obviously, you two saw him up close and personal at the Premier League finals, and I think there was a lot of conversation about Mark being, this year, really, really good and really, really talented, but he's not had ample opportunity to prove it. Do you think he's sort of just saying, this is what I can actually do here? Like, now you're giving me a stage, I'm lighting it up.
I'm not surprised to see him in this stage at all. I'm really not.
Yeah.
If anything, the more surprising thing was the group stage, him only just sneaking through.
Yeah. There's Cristobal, near post flick on from Lucio. 3-2.
And Chris keeps his composure. We saw it last round. Matthias was shouting, trying to play mind games with him, get into his head. He wasn't having it. He's kept his composure well because it's 3-0. He needed to do something, didn't he?
Question.
And he has shots.
Question for you two.
Yes.
Corners. Are you going for a bicycle kick or the header?
Neither. I'm playing it short.
Okay, that's why you're here and not there.
No comment, Your Honour. No comment, Your Honour.
Tom?
I'm playing it short as well.
Okay then. There we go.
Is this pretty secure for Johnny? Is this pretty secure? Not so much anymore, is it?
He was.
3-0 lead to gone to 3-2.
Hold on.
Love his speed boost.
Does have rapid plus, it has been activated, tries firing it into the back post where Roberto is waiting as Mike Marley gets dispossessed in the back third of the pitch, and Karim's back will strike at 4-2, 37 minutes on the clock.
Very similar to his teammate, remember. Jaden was 4-1 up, Marley 4-1 up, now 4-2. I personally hope that there's no repeat of that.
Let's please make sure that doesn't happen, Marley.
Apologies for the biased commentary, guys, but me sure he might have a favourite here.
Dinked into the box, Mo Salah got up, but Roberto is offside. Are we surprised by Mo Salah's introduction into these teams when a Barbo's a usable item?
I think it shows the power of the play styles, the finesse shot plus on Salah, of course. As we see Johnny here, the composure is ice cold.
Green machine. Just waited for the key movement. He didn't need to green that. He's just adding it on, isn't he? Because he just waited perfectly. You can see he breaks through. Another through ball. And look at that. Waits for the keeper. Finesse from Kaka.
Every time Chris gets close, Johnny just edges back in front.
Do want to say, though, from the previous round, of course, Chris, I think he's very strong mentally. Very strong. He's got Matthias absolutely screaming to the top of his lungs, obviously. Amped up in the game. Chris, like, he was 3-0 down here. He can very much get back into this. This game is by far not over.
Some questions coming in from people at home for you two. Dozen Hyper, who's your go-to player to use in FC?
Team of the year, Thierry Henry.
In every FC game.
In every FC game?
Shots. Every FC game.
Well, who's yours?
Who's mine?
Yeah.
Virgil van Dijk.
In every FC game?
Yeah, like every different FC title that comes out, Van Dijk goes into my team. What about Mo Salah?
I thought you meant every FC game, like, you know, I'm going to play with right now.
Oh, I don't know. I'm confused. Sorry, I'm confused.
Move on. Question from Glenn. Commentators, I like that. Give me an answer. Who's your favourite team of the season player at the moment?
Got to be Isaac. Tots Isaac.
Isaac.
The beautiful.
Don't let me do that celebration.
Yeah, good job the camera can't see you right now.
Tom?
The Leeds holding midfielder, Tanaka.
Yeah, great shout.
Fullback again, guys.
I got Bruno.
Yes.
Roberto, dink to the back post. Kaka with the header. Good save from the goalkeeper. Again, it's those fullbacks that are proving so difficult to deal with for Chris de Boer.
If you put together a Johnny compilation of goals, the amount of times you would see the trigger there and then that cross-back stick with the elite, exquisite timing, it's genuinely a pleasure to watch. Passion just come out there, didn't it?
One additional minute here.
A lot of shouts in the chat coming through, you know. Seeing people saying about Osimhen, Grimaldo.
We've got Tim Latka in the chat here, legend.
Tim Latka, yeah, one tall pro meets another as Johnny is in, looking to make it 5 before half-time. He's in!
Zico with the strike. Good save from Buffon. He will be allowed the corner to come in. He scored the last one he took into Hullick's bicycle kick. Keeping the pressure moving forward. Ricken into Maldini. That's not going to fall nicely for him. Maldini's hustling and bustling in the box.
That's why you don't mind having Maldini in the box.
What on earth is happening? Lucio Clinton. Maldini's an interesting shout at centre-back.
Haven't seen that too often, have we?
No, we've not at all. Underway in the second half here between Karim's back and Marley. We remind you, if you do want to watch this game in full, if you're seeing how either player is progressing in this tie, you can watch it in all its glory on the B stream right now.
Do you think it's important to touch again on Marley, how close he's come to the E-Premier League titles? To see him make the top 8 here, it would be heartwarming.
Yeah.
It really would.
Yeah, Marley, if you don't know much about him, he's been very, very unlucky in his leagues over the years. He's finished runner-up, maybe three times and a semi-final.
Thanks to you.
Go on, you can say it again. No, yeah, I did beat him in 2022 2-1, and I was a bit lucky at times there. He then
2020.
Back-to-back the last 2 years.
Yeah.
Back-to-back, 3-time runner-up of E-Premier League.
Also, what's stopping him from getting his hands on some silverware?
I mean, the thing is, it's all been tight margins as well. Is it just when it counts? I don't know.
I'm not going to put it down to a mentality problem with Marley. I think it's more, you know, you might just get a bit unlucky, and you're playing against top players like as yourself. Of course, in the final against Tex and Bonanno.
I don't know. Yeah.
It'd be so nice to see this, though. It really would. Of course, no disrespect to Caribou's back, though. This man absolutely deserves his spot at this part of it. And has every chance of coming into it. Like I said, he scored so many goals before this game.
I think the big thing for me, in which Mark Marley's not shown in the last few years, a huge win against El Peixoto, who for me I would have put through in that top 8, beating him 4-1. That gives him enormous amounts of confidence coming into this game now versus Karimi's back. Speaking of 4-2, that's where Johnny and Cristobal kick off for the second half, with the reigning champion still on his way to Munich as it stands right now.
Little statistic for you. Statistic. Johnny scored 5-6, 5-5-5-5 in his games. That is consistency.
Oh, goal scored.
Goal scored.
Yeah.
Do you reckon he just scores 5 here and calls it quits?
He just says, yeah, nah, that's absolutely fine.
Let us know if you think Johnny could do it. Could Johnny go on and defend the eChampions League for the first ever time?
Great player lock inside Kaka.
Cristobal's got other questions about it. But it's not going to happen like that.
Tom, talk to me about the half-drag back pass, because it's a little bit of an elite.
Yeah. That's a sign you're playing someone
That's
good,
how you know you're playing someone good.
it?
You see that in Champs. You see that in Champs. You see someone do the half-drag back pass, you lean forward in your chair.
In Champs, you see someone do a half-drag pass or have Mike on.
Oh, nearly an error there from Johnny as he went to pass around the back. Cristobal wasn't able to capitalise as runners flood forward.
It's every time them deep passes through balls. Can anyone stop Johnny? That's the question.
Got another message in the chat here, guys. Commentators, who's your best park pull this year? I'm assuming it means pack pull.
Maybe Green Park in London. Great Park. Hyde Park, another one as well in Manchester. I really enjoy.
That shouldn't have got me as well as it did.
I'm not sure, to be honest.
He said he needed to know it's foot birthday Ronaldinho for me.
Yeah, light work for you.
Cheeky flex.
So the reason he picked that question out, wasn't it, in the chat? Cristobal, 2/3 of this game about to be concluded. He left it late against Bonanno earlier on today in an absolute cracker.
The right back again.
But I'm not sure he's going to get anything for free out of Johnny.
Pull back again. Good defending from Cristobal.
What do you think, Tom? How do you see this game ticking over?
I can just see Johnny scoring again. I'm going to say it ends 5-2. I think Johnny just gets one. From a deep through ball,
yep.
I think he scores and he's going to wrap that up like that. 5-2 is a very Johnny score. I feel like I've seen quite a lot of that this weekend.
Message in the chat just saying, how does Johnny get these through balls? As we see him win it high up the pitch here. It really is as simple as triggering runs with L1 and the timing of the triangle pass.
The timing's off.
This is more about, guys, working on the time. For you guys at home that are looking to implement this into your game, when you're trying to trigger and runs, it's about learning the timings. That's what the hardest part is.
Trim is back, trying to get some change out of Mark Marley, but it's not going to happen on that attack.
These games are sort of mirroring each other.
They are.
They literally are mirroring each other.
Is there going to be a goal here, though, Marley? This would be the one, surely.
Mo Salah just brushing off the defender. Player lock pass into Rudolph. Now recycling. Xavi, Henry. Good tackle from Nuno Mendes.
And we know from playing Marley, Tom, there's no one quicker down the line than Mark Marley.
Yeah.
The way he can run. He just runs down that line so much.
So much.
Kasia. Karimi's back, trying to find his way back into the tie. That's 4-3.
The ball roll, turn back up, and then finesse is perfect there.
Oh, Marley might be getting flashbacks to Jaden's game here.
This is where it's mentally challenging.
Yeah, this is where you're
really
tested. You know, you've got 20 minutes to make it to Munich. He's been coasting most of the game.
That combination there, Rivaldo, the technical dribbling, straight into that driven pass, all on the same button almost.
It's such quick micro movements. These are what set the good from the great.
And it's only the very, very best that will go to Munich in a week's time for the eChampions League final.
Here we go.
Here we go. Bicycle kick just wide.
Wow. Nearly a rinse and repeat of what we saw in the first half. That is just practice. I genuinely think everyone at home can pick that up if you learn it and practice it. You just need to make sure your player at the near post has acrobatic.
Chris with a couple of step overs. Good save from Buffon. And we got another corner here that's going to be whipped in towards the penalty spot. Good header, but straight down the throat.
It is interesting to see headers sort of coming back into it, and of course the bicycle kicks. We had something earlier this year, a patch come into the game for contested headers, but we have seen a lot go in today.
Look, it's these.
Johnny.
It's these.
Sweeping through ball, but Zio Roberto.
Take the foul. Oh, he didn't take the foul.
Yeah, free kick pen.
Oh, I thought we would have wanted that, you know.
Free kick pens.
Now, Chris de Boer.
That run at the bottom.
He's doing it back.
On. Has he timed it? He hasn't.
Cafu just by a couple of millimetres, edging offside. Something's got to give here. There will be more goals in this game. Will it be the German giant cementing his place? Ooh. Or will Chris de Boer find a way as Hullet goes into the book?
Starts getting tense now. You know you need a goal. Going to start chasing it, aren't you?
Fasho says in the chat, how do you actually practice it? It's a great question. Could be an idea. Go into a couple squad battles games.
Yeah, try and win corners that way. If you have a friend that's willing to do it with you, it's asking for a lot. But me and Shots,
pay him £5 an hour.
Me and Shots have done that, where we, before tournaments, have just given each other corners in friendlies, and you just practice. You get like 30 corners in a half, and you just see how many you can do. So if you have a good friend, you can ask them. If not, you might just have to play squad battles and win a few corners like that, or just gradually practice them as you play every time you get it.
Johnny with only 15 on the clock. Once again, probing on the edge of the box. Trying to find that killer blow, that fifth goal. That's a Travella from deep, but it's the opposing Ruud Hullet that gets a thigh on it. He's so happy just to keep the ball in these areas, Johnny.
This is where you can just kind of relax. You're knocking on the door.
And again,
Buffon. He's going to do it again here. Oh, it's a pause.
Corner coming in.
It's a pause. It is worth noting, whilst we're on about the corners, you can do it in moments as well. There is a part in the moments where you can do a repeated corner kick if you do want to do it. But heading over to the Mali game with 5, maybe 7 or 8 minutes left, actually, including injury time. This is going to be huge. Whoever wins this is going to Munich.
Can Mali clutch up here?
That's the question. Or will Krumi's back?
Teasing the player locks. Mali offside trapping.
Just see Rivaldo there, that pinged pass into Henry. It got a little bit scrappy for a second, but it's Maldini to bring it out. As you see, a change coming in there. Looks like a 4-2-4 for Krumi's back in the final 3 minutes. He's going to throw the kitchen sink. Henry, can he shove off Thuram? Not on this occasion.
Thuram, absolute brick wall in defence. Now, Mali, you have to keep this ball. That's all you've got to do.
High up the
Just
pitch.
keep the football. He hasn't.
Lost possession.
Yeah.
That press high up the pitch, though. Mali has got the chance to just hold the ball here.
Oh, keep it. Okay, how long's on the watch, do we think?
For a top 8 spot in the eChampions League, Mark Mali is moments away. Mark, he's so good along that line at keeping the ball.
You've got one additional minute.
It's a +1.
Mark Mali. The nearly man.
For Mali.
The player
I don't think he's got time. I don't think he's got the time. This has to be the most perfect piece of play. No way.
He's been so close on so many occasions. And Mark Mali, Brighton Hove Albion will be there in Munich at the eChampions League finals.
Wow. Wow, wow, Mali, you deserve that one, my friend. Unbelievable performance, Shori.
That is more than deserved. I keep relaying it back to the goal he scored to make it through the league phase. The La Croquette around the keeper. Mali turns up today in the knockout phase and has just been unbelievable. The players he's beaten is ridiculous.
LJR Peixoto, 4-1. Karimi's back 4-3. He came into this phase of the knockouts with 7 points. He was the 22nd seeded player coming into it.
And as we jump back to this one, Chris has got another one back here.
Mark Marley will be there, and Mark Marley will be watching intently because he plays the winner of this game. Will it be Johnny? Will it be Chris de Boer?
Wow. I love this game.
I love this game. Wow, Shuri.
I'm so entertained. I hope you guys are too.
It's got to be a big moment coming here as well.
Johnny looking to add a fifth. Chris de Boer, he's had late drama.
That fullback run again.
Only an hour ago against Bonanno. As a Barbo drives towards the byline.
Johnny just looks so composed, man.
There's a lot of blue shirts here. He's going to have to get past Kaka. Nedved!
Oh! It has to be! It's Nedders once again! I don't believe it!
I thought I'd just spice it up and hit it with the commentator curse again because I called Johnny composed. Oh, no!
Count Chris de Boer out at your peril.
I thought Johnny marked that passing lane quite well with Thuram. But Chris sneaks the pass off and we're 4-4 here, guys.
Was it 3-0? And then 4-1?
Marley just pulled off not having this happen. Oh my.
I mean,
it just has to be Nedders.
Nedved in the clutch, what can I say? He's done it twice for Chris de Boer now.
Johnny will get a chance to reply. Coming straight from kickoff. Florian Wirtz introduced onto the pitch here for the champion.
Buckley, what are you doing as Johnny now? You keeping the ball?
I think you have
Last
to.
attack?
I think you have to. 8 goals, evenly split, a lot of pauses. You're probably looking at a minimum of 2 minutes.
Johnny might go for it. He's lost it doing it as well.
Something.
He's lost it doing it.
Hold your horses, ladies and gentlemen.
Chris de Boer with Ruud Hullet, passes halfway. And now Johnny faces elimination. He's staring it down. Kaka rustles the side netting. Centimetres away from being knocked out.
Oh my.
Was so close. The extra pass to Nedders was so on.
Oh, as he just snatched it.
Back to the live action. Is Johnny going to do a famous trigger of the run?
One more through ball. One more through ball.
He might just play it out here.
Hullet.
He's doing it.
Keep there. He's got to deal with it, and he does. Chris de Boer. He's used to extra time, and that's where we're going.
That through ball has the tiny bit less on it. That is the biggest limbs we will see.
Hold your horses, Shoz. I thought that was it. I thought that was it, but we are going to extra time, and still every game is being decided by the tightest of margins.
Emre Yilmaz, neat, 5-4. Alihan Lyon, Resende, 2-1. Jaden, 4. Ilian, 5. Levidavid, 6. Nicholas, 7. Johnny and Chris, 4-4. Karimi's back 3. Mahali, 4. Every single game has been razor thin.
It's just been a pleasure to watch.
How is your nerve? How is your nerve? The players that are going through have got some serious minerals, because it's not easy.
Some ice.
It is not easy when you're playing for such a big opportunity to get to top 8 in Munich, to be at the eChampions League finals. And there's the tiniest margins involved.
We've not seen penalties yet.
Could we see our first of the day, Buckley?
Oh, could you imagine?
We might be on our way.
It continues. Nedders winning a cheeky interception there.
You two must have been in this scenario throughout your career where you've gone into extra time, both as the winning player, and then you feel like you've thrown it away, and then also the player that's bringing it back. How do you even think about this now?
Johnny, it's a mental reset.
Yeah.
If you're sat there thinking about the fact you've conceded 2 goals, you were 2 goals ahead late on in a game in order to make it to the top 8, it gets in your head. But you know, I could only dream of having these guys' mentality.
Chris de Boer looking for the opening of extra time. What about you, Tom?
Well, Shoz is always the one in my ear, and he just says you have to deal with what you've got in front of you now. However this game's ended up in this situation, however you want to dress it up, you're drawing 4-4. Forget about how it's happened. You're drawing 4-4. You've got to deal with what's happening in front of you now. Don't stress about what's happened. You can stress about that later. When you go back to your hotel room and it's all over.
That's my favourite quote, Tom. Worry about it later.
Get yourself in the present moment and make sure you're the one that wins this game. Oh, I can smell pens.
Block was. Can you?
Can you smell that?
What's that smell?
What's that smell? I think it is penalties, you know.
We've got a long way to go, though. We've got a long, long way to go.
I think there's a chance they trade goals here again, though.
We saw Nicholas and Levy go deep into extra time, where Nicholas would prevail. Does that experience for Chris de Boer, having played Banana already, gone late in the game? Had it be an absolute cracker, prove anything at all, that is an unbelievable save.
That's one of the most ridiculous. You don't save the low drivens like that.
In. Rude Hully up. That's got to be a foul. I think the referee's going to pull it back.
Buckley, we've got to talk more about that save. You don't save those. You don't save those. That is outstanding from Buffon. Look at this save.
Oh, that's Kakao
Does
as well.
Does he move him? I think he moves him last second. Elite keeper movement there.
And Roberto is going to peel away from Cafu here down this left-hand side. Oh, driven pass into Kaká. He had more time than he thought. I'm surprised we've not seen a finesse there, Kaká, in that area.
Oh, even an extra pass, Buckley.
I mean, he's got the finesse plus. Use it. He's in here.
Ababo.
He's got the legs.
Johnny just wasting a couple of these chances.
That's what pressure does to you, Buckley.
Thought the first time through ball was coming in there.
2 minutes remaining before half-time. They're fighting for the chance.
First time? No. Nedders.
At the eChampions League final.
Any danger of a last attack here, or is everyone just going to fly? They're all just going for it. It's mental. Do you not think? It's 104th minute.
Like, just do what?
Just wait for the last attack. I mean, who am I to tell them? Do you know what I mean?
They're bringing me extreme entertainment, so I'm not complaining.
Just keep it going, lads.
They've done it again, though, Tom.
Yeah, Chris de Boer flying
forward. Look at that Roberto run.
Allowing Johnny to have the last chance in this first half of extra time. There's Kaká with a great touch and fires home at this occasion. Nothing low driven, nothing finesse about it. It was pure pace and power from Kaká.
Play for the last attack, please. You can't give it away there, Chris. You can't. You're going to get punished. The amount of goals we see.
Thought Johnny was going to hit his head on the ceiling then.
Is that inexperience from Chris de Boer not playing last attack?
I mean, everyone's doing it though.
Everyone's doing it. I think it's been in a game that's gone quite back and forth. Late on in the game, you're just trying to go forward quickly. But you know, it's one of them. You know, if you score that goal as Chris going forward there, you look like the hero. You know,
yeah.
But calculated decisions. You're right, Buckley.
I don't know. Maybe we're old school shots. I feel like everyone now is just just flying.
We are 26.
Do you know what I mean? Like, they're just flying. To me, you have to wait for the last attack for that reason. To be fair, I don't always do it. I'm just sitting here telling people I don't even do it myself.
Do you think it's to do with now 9-minute halves? People find it hard to actually figure out how long they've got.
There used to be a rule on 6-minute halves. It's 42, wasn't it? 42 onwards, you could keep the ball. Then that changed, and I don't know if everyone's really familiar with when they should wait. I don't think most people don't care. These players now, they just go and go and go.
And also, you know that in the second half of extra time, you've got a decent amount of time.
Yeah, you have longer than you used to. So maybe it doesn't matter as much as we're saying, but to me, the one goal that hurts the most is the last one. Unless they've built up for it, then I say, okay, I couldn't do much. But if you give it away with 1 minute to go, you've got to be kicking yourself.
Well, it was what? It was 105-30 when he lost the ball in the corner flag.
Just literally one more recycle with the CMs, and then you can just have a free go at goal.
He's going to kick off right away, Chris de Boer, and gets a corner for his troubles.
Here we go. Whippers.
Ababo's over it.
Moving the keeper near post.
Looking for a short one. Goes direct into the box. It's up and it's off the bar. Yap Stam crashes his header across the upright. It came in like a flash, saw it.
It didn't matter that he had his greens there, Buckley. Not on this occasion. It didn't matter.
Not with a contested header.
Thuram, I tell you what, that is a clutch interception. There's that run going from Cafu again, now into Barbo.
But Johnny's sending those players now, knowing that Chris has to track them.
Half the time, Buckley, is baiting them now. Yeah. Half the time it is. Let me send that run. Let me give Chris something to think about, and then just recycle and relax in centre midfield.
Here's a Barbo stretching his legs once again. Is there a recycle onto the edge of the box for Johnny? There it is with Marquisio into Hullet.
I'm expecting a bit more of a press here from Chris coming out in a sec.
Yeah, it's quite lax at the moment. He's allowing Johnny to play. Kaka around the corner. This could be game. It's green. And again, it doesn't matter.
I think the low driven there was on. Don't want to talk about the low drivens, but I think that was the chance.
And we can't even say he doesn't know it, because he does know the low driven.
He does. Of course he does. We've seen it.
It kind of looks like Chris right now doesn't know what he wants to do in terms of like pressing at him or
if he wants to go yet
or not. Yeah, and that's why it seems like Johnny's just sort of walking his way in.
Johnny.
The defensive line is extremely deep from Chris here. Very interesting to watch.
You've got to go for it.
He's allowing Johnny to play his own game.
I mean, I don't know if he's messed up the tactical change. I doubt he's forgotten how to change his tactics on his controller when he's made it this far into the competition.
That's an error from Johnny. Oh!
The Nedders was on. The wing was on, guys.
Small margins, small mistakes and errors can cost you.
Tell you what, above that back stick, he didn't find the pass.
Takes the foul.
It's time.
Sure, you get the pause in now.
It's a time waste.
Something
Chris,
in the pause menu.
Are you pausing or are you staying?
Are both just playing on? But he must have just changed tactics on the D-pad now, though.
Surely you have a constant press set up.
Had to have.
Surely you have a different tactic set up for when you lose it.
You know, subs and stuff.
I mean, again, see, in the 6-minute halves, this is when your time wastes. But does he have to go for it here?
Even if I'm Johnny here, I'm dropping a pause just to calm.
He's ticking down every second.
Yeah.
Here. Johnny with a tactical masterclass. Tom, what do we reckon? This is a huge mistake. I mean, it doesn't get much worse than that.
Yikes! Oh, if this comes to pens, Johnny is going to kick himself.
It's giving Chris a chance.
I think he's just aimed the free kick the wrong way.
Yeah.
You need a perfect attack as Chris here. Johnny's team is completely set up in position.
Yeah, it's a blue wall of Bochum.
He's marking all them runs.
Chris de Boer
to go.
1 minute, 60 seconds.
Can he clutch up?
Johnny Bean once again at an eChampions League final, and Chris de Boer doing the unthinkable. It's not going to happen. The champion survives. He will be there in Munich.
Unbelievable, Johnny. Deserved. Played amazing the entire tournament.
He's been so good. So good over the whole event. And he deserves it.
A lot of questions about Johnny this year, saying he's not at the level. Once again, he's proved it when it matters most.
Stepping up to the plate. He's not giving up this trophy without a fight, is he?
Without a fight?
No.
Well done, Johnny. Absolutely amazing. And we've got to say about Chris de Boer as well. He's played a fantastic game, a fantastic day as well.
Well, there you have it. 75% of your field is ready. They will be heading out to Munich to try and take his title, to try and wrangle it away from him. Coming up next, Anders Vergang and D. Fernandez. We're also going to give you a little extra treat if you haven't figured out the Mystery League by now. This is courtesy of Richard Buckley. Have this.
This league is where total football was invented.
That's easy. 90 minuten lang.
And the Mystery League, of course, is
de Eredivisie.
we have takeoff. Some news will be landing very soon. Here we go.
This is your captain speaking.
I'm pleased to announce that
Qatar Airways are now the official
airline of the UEFA Champions League.
The holding champion will be in Munich. Johnny has an opportunity to defend his title in the finals, as does Marley. Marley is through as well to set up a game against the defending champion. We're nearly there. We've nearly got the final 8. 2 more games remain here in the eChampions League, and what a day it has been so far, and it's only going to get better because we have got Samu Gamer versus RVP Legend. By the way, Samu Gamer was fantastic and has been all weekend. And then we've got D Fernandez against that man, Anders Vergang. Rich, final round of fixtures. I wish we could just keep going.
Yeah, I mean, when you actually just look at some of these fixtures that we've got lined up, they're actually incredible. Like Mark Marley versus Johnny, cracking game. You expect Johnny probably to do it, but Marley's been defying all the odds all throughout this tournament. Ilian Bushi versus Nicholas. I'm actually going to let me say that's my pick for the best game there. I think the level that Ilian has shown in this tournament is right up there, and Nicholas is just inevitable every single time.
And don't forget Emre Yilmaz against Ali Anlian. We heard from them both before. We've heard from them. Emre yesterday, PlayStation Player of the Day. Are we at the point where we're going to try and pick a winner yet? Or are we still going to wait for the next round of fixtures?
I think we have to wait, because you could argue that if Anders Vergang makes it into the top 8, he's everyone's favourite. You've got 3 ECL champions in there already in Johnny, Emre and Nicholas. You've got the FC Pro Open champion and current world champion in there. This is going to be 8 of the best players that we could possibly put on planet Earth in this tournament.
And here's some highlights as well from the last round of fixtures. Marley was fantastic. We've seen so many goals. We've seen so much emotion as well. This is what it means to our players to make it to Munich. They are closer. They're still so far away. Johnny, a man who's done it before, the defending champion, has the opportunity to defend that trophy in Munich. What a performance by him as well, but it took extra time.
No, it certainly did, and I think for Johnny, there were quite a few moments in that game where I thought he was going to lose against Cristobal, and he sort of showed a different side of Johnny. He's been running through players game after game after game, and now he sort of showed that experience, that championship mentality to see the game out, to get in front and make sure this ain't slipping.
Now our focus turns to Samu Gamer, who takes on RVP legend. Now Samu Gamer, I mean, we have to give him as much praise as possible. This man has been exceptional. He has been absolutely brilliant this weekend here in Manchester. How do you expect him to get on?
I mean, for him to go 5-0 and then get 15 points, not get up a result in his last game and not finish top, it's really surprising. From the league phase, he was beating players like they were amateurs. Like the 8-0 win against Kaikara, I think, put in perspective for me that this guy is a real contender. He might only be 17 years old, but having won the Serie A title earlier on, he's already got a championship to his name. He could be the real deal.
He could be indeed. He's one game away from Munich. For now, let's head over to Mr. Ryan Pessoa and Tom Lees.
Thank you, FG. They've kept us apart for long enough, Tom. It's good to be alongside you on the show at the analysis desk. But we're here for something special. It's the ECL Showtime presented by Pepsi. We're going to take a look at some of the key things we've seen throughout the tournament so far, some of the fantastic moments in the tournament. See the first one here, of course, Tom. It's a free kick by Nicholas, who has started to become just synonymous with those.
Yeah, the free kick, clutch as anything. I mean, some of these goals in massive, important moments as well. Look at the reverse. Into the near post finish, behave yourself. What else have we got? Half drag pass, a roulette. Oh, that is just silly. I mean, Ryan, look at some of the goals going in.
Jaden in behind, ball roll around the keeper, open goal finish. But those are some of the moments that we did see. Bicycle kick as well from Ruud Gullit at a corner. Some of the key moments throughout the eChampions League, which has been, honestly, I'm not even just saying this, up there as one of my favourite tournaments I've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, the entertainment has been off the charts. Some of the goals, ridiculous. The level of all the players has been silly, and yeah, massive respect to all of them, to be honest. It's been a pleasure to watch.
Absolutely, and it doesn't stop there as well. We have huge matches coming up in our final 2 rounds of the day. Let's head on over to it now.
Well, here we go then for the final time in our knockout phase in this year's eChampions League. 6 players have already booked their ticket to Munich. There's only 2 spaces left on the plane there for the 28th of May. Shells, Gravison, join me for this one. Gents, I mean, look, we've already seen some crazy knockout games that have had a Champions League final on them. Surely there's going to be a few more upsets along the way.
I don't know if there's going to be another one, because now I don't see a world in which Anders doesn't play in the finals in Munich, really. And then Samu Gamer, with the way he played on Friday and on Saturday as well, but of course on Friday when he got those 9 points, it just, I don't see a way in which those 2 players don't qualify for Munich, really.
Shells?
It's going to be unpredictable. I think it's going to go down to the wire. I mean, Samu Gamer has been my favourite player of the tournament so far, but RVP ain't no joke, so I don't know. I'm going to go with Samu with this one, but it's going to be a tough one.
RVP legend's been involved in this pro scene for quite some time. And it's always just been about him getting the opportunity to show what he can do. He performed well in Super League in Romania, which got him his spot here to the Champions League final. But this man here is only 17 years of age in Samu Gamer. And what a season he's continuing to have. An Serie A champion just a few weeks ago in the city of Naples.
I mean, if you're looking at it, he's so confident. I'm telling you, from minute 1 I saw him, he was playing with... He's got everything, every single mechanic he's using. The dark cards were there, the simple stuff to put someone 1-0 up.
Grabberson, is it a shock for this guy? He's come through, he's young, he's fearless, he's off the back of huge momentum winning the Italian League.
It was surprising to see him win the Italian League. This is the first time that I'm seeing him live on person, and it's just, as Charles mentioned, the mechanics. He's just too good with the way he just triggers those player locks.
Hang on. Did enough there with Buford, didn't he?
And one thing for a 17-year-old kid, of course, he's a great attacker, but I feel like he's a great defender as well.
Well, looking at his groups run that he had, Shells, 5-1. He lost 1 game, but it's against Levi David in his final round. By that point, you could argue the pressure was off his shoulders. He won 5 out of 5 before that. He already knew he was in the top 8.
I mean, yeah, he got the job done pretty early, and that shows the level he was playing with starting off, and losing to Levi David. There's no shame in that at all. Levi David obviously not making it through to the knockout stages, but he's a top-tier player in the FC.
Well, what do we think of this game? We'll ask the chat as well if we can run a poll on this one. Who qualifies for the eChampions League in this game? Di Fernandez or Anders Vergang? Di Fernandez is a pretty chill day, to be honest. He did enough yesterday by finishing 7th out of the 24 competitors. 4 wins, 2 defeats next to his name, and a healthy 12 points with a huge plus 15 goal difference. Speaking of Anders Vergang, looking to open up his account just before the 6th minute strikes. He's up by a goal to 0 already.
I gotta tell you, Di Fernandez's defense was perfect. He got 5 or 6 decisions right. The one he got wrong, he went for the pass instead of the shoot. Anders just score a goal. It's crazy. Like, if you're defending against Anders, you have 6 critical situations in which you gotta defend right. You can do 5 of them perfectly. But if you're running one, you'll just concede.
I mean, Anders is one of the best players in the world. We don't need to say that anymore because we all know. But on the ball, he's so tough to defend against. And Kylian Mbappe on his left foot with goal finesse has puts it 1-0 up.
Well, up by a goal to 0. I feel like that poll might have a slightly different result that is live right now on the Twitch chat for you to get involved in. Here comes Anders looking for a second now. Yapstam does enough to stop Rivaldo. There's the poll we said. 87% of you think that Anders will qualify for the eChampions League.
No love for the underdog, man.
Wow. 87%. That's huge.
A word on Di Fernandez though, Gravson. We've had the pleasure of watching him in La Liga FC Pro for quite some time. He's had consistent runs there which have allowed him to be in this competition. He's made a World Championship a handful of times too. He's a player that really has come up in the last couple of seasons.
Yes, he's always in La Liga, he's always a top 4, top 2 kind of player actually. He's always reaching semi-finals, finals, quarter-finals. And last year, I don't know if you guys remember the match against Need to qualify for the finals as well. He's a fighter and he'll always fight to the last kick of the game. But this, I don't know, I just don't see anyone beating Anders at this stage of the game. It's just, you might beat Anders on the group stage. You might beat him back in FC Pro during the group stage as well. But in knockouts, last, I don't know, round of 16, doesn't look like it.
Corner goes as well. I've got a feeling what's coming here, Shells. Maybe a bicycle kick with Lucio.
We've seen many bicycle kicks going for everybody, but the main thing, Hullet.
Let's see if he can get this one. Hullet on Hullet. Who's Hullet's going to come out on top? Quick change of kick taker, and it goes to Hullet. There was the idea. Amsterdam keeps it in play to bring in another chance for Anders Zico. Hullet! 2-0 in 15 minutes.
He's just too good.
He is one of the best I've ever seen on the ball. It feels like no matter what you do defensively, he's going to score regardless. It's whatever decision you make, he's going to do the other thing. And honestly, the only person I've seen do it like that is Tex.
Yes, yes. And I do feel like Tex was more of a skillful guy. So it was more of a, if you do this, I'll do this skill.
Yeah.
But Anders is just the timing.
Yeah. Anders just decision making. His decision making for his age as well. 10 out of 10.
He's only 19 years of age, isn't he? And in that short time of being a pro player, he has already won so much. Di Fernandez finds himself 2-0 down. We will check in with the other game when we have a moment to do so. We've just heard a roar in there. One who's just found a goal. Is it an equaliser or is it Samu Gamer leading by 2-0? It is the Italian.
First time through.
Samu Gamer of Torino. 2-0. The low driven from Kaka as Anders Vergang makes it 3 in 18.5 minutes.
And you can see Di Fernandez's frustration as he just try to pause the game, talk with his coach, because there's nothing you can do with these passes. I mean, he didn't even need to time the shot. It was just a pass into the camp, pass into the left wing, and with Rivaldo, it was just an easy shot.
We saw this at the World Championships last year, Shells. A player that, as the rounds get harder, for him it sometimes looks easier.
Yes.
Just confidence grows each round. You got to think Anders is trying to kick into gear. You know, every result matters later on in the stages. And I mean, this is about making it to Munich now. So he wants to focus and finish this game as quickly as possible.
If you don't know what we're talking about, off the back of that as well, he won his semi-final in the World Championships last year, 6-0 to Sharif, and he won the World Championship Grand Final 7-0 against Yuval Belli. I mean, how are you doing that in games like this? We'll jump over to this one. to show a bit more attention and appreciation to both of these two players. Samu Gamer with the world right now in his hands, with the momentum that this man is feeling. Was an unused draft player last year in Lega Serie A. Had to sort of sit on and watch the competition unfold. This year was his chance to show what he could do. And I think we often see it, Gravis, when players pop out and new names pop out, but it's different going from Italy or Spain or Germany and then being thrown in amongst the best 36 players in Europe and then to still perform at the level which he has.
It is, because the game style in Italy and Spain is more of a tiki-taka kind of thing. It's more of, I don't know, it's not as direct, I would say. So when you're thrown with the big dogs here in Europe, it's just different game style. So for Samu to just be in here and play as good as he is, I don't know. I definitely didn't expect it, because Shells, I mean, the competition is just different.
I mean, yeah, but it's the beauty of it as well. It brings every single top-tier player all together. So some guys you may never even played each other at all, let alone this year. So I think it works both ways, but it just shows to see how good Samu Gamer is playing.
And also the new wave of talent that seemingly is coming through this FC Pro scene year after year. There is a goal back in this. It's a long way to go. 9-minute halves, remember. Penalty. What follows this? Oh my! That is massive. We're waiting for the penalty to come in. We will show you as it unfolds. But for Lilian Thuram, Samu Gamer down to 10 players. He might be 2-0 up, but that game most definitely is about to change. This one might also too, as Di Fernandez looks to get into the box of Anders Vergang. Very calm though, and Lucia able to defend that.
I would like to say good composure there from Di Fernandez, but defending from Anders, wow, that was great patience.
Well, we're hearing it wasn't actually a penalty, it was a free kick.
Yeah, that's why I was confused there for
on
a
the
second.
edge of the box. And it looked so close, didn't it, to being in the penalty area.
I think I would rather give away the pen and keep it level, to be honest.
100%. Especially with the 9-minute halves.
Was it a red card is my question. I'd love to see it again on the replay when we get a chance to do so. Jarzinho! Reverse elastico into a little Trivela. Could have caused more problems for Buffon, but didn't on that occasion.
I mean, I saw a tweet of Orcaccia, a known figure in Italy, and he mentioned how Nicola's game against Puma for him was a top 3 performance in FC history, with the way he just played with those 10 men and the way he made a comeback as well.
That performance from Nicolas, yeah, it's a pure masterclass performance. 10 men from against a player like Fuma.
This is the red card incident that we were talking about.
I don't know.
Is that on the line?
I'll be having a word with the rest
just on
there.
the line. Did he score the free kick? No. But then this happened moments later. RVP legend making the use of the extra player on the pitch. Thierry Henry drops inside, plays the one more pass, interchange with David Ginola, the 2 French players, ensuring that RVP legend has made that into a serious tie now. We'll keep a real close eye on that one.
RVP is one of the best players going forward in FC, and I mean against 10 men, Samu Gamer has got a tough task on his hands, but you got to pull out a great performance to make it to the next stage.
I guess my question would be, because in Nico's interview he mentioned how he was with 10 men, he was playing with no cam, then no striker, so he was changing back and forth. I'm sure Samu heard all of that back on the players' lines. I'm sure about that. But
here's Di Fernandez, face the player lock. This is the best chance he might have been able to have so far. Maradona off target. That chance comes to nothing. Question for you, Shells, how hard is it to play with 10 players, let alone in 6 minutes? You're playing 9-minute halves now.
I mean, it's hard to play with 11 players against some of the best players in the world, let alone 10. But I mean, it's hard. He had a 2-goal lead at the time, 2-1 at the moment. You've got to keep on going forward because you don't want to put too much pressure on yourselves, but it's very hard. You just got to trust in your ability and really pull something out of the bag.
Grav, I mean, Nicolas showed us quite a perfect example. He even played extra time with 10 players on the pitch.
yes, the thing is, I'm sure Nico has been competing for 10 years now, so he's been in this position before. Samu Gamer being 17, I don't know about that. So
I mean, look, if there's a time to show us what he's all about, this could be that for Samu Gamer. In case you're wondering what we're talking about, He's 2-1 up at the moment, Samu Gamer, but he's down to 10 players. And it's in the first half over in that game. If you have just joined us, by the way, this is the round of 16. This will be our last game of action here. The final 8 continues in Munich on the 28th of May, where the likes of Emre Yilmaz, Alian, Ilian Bushi, Nicholas, Johnny and Mark Marley will all be there competing alongside the 2 winners from these 2 matches.
I'd like to say Di Fernandez definitely stepped it up a little bit in the second half of the first half, but still 3-0. Anders has done very well defensively, giving him minimal chances. Not too high percentage-wise, but Di Fernandez definitely stepped up the level a bit.
Well, he needed to, didn't he, Shells? Because before he knows it, he could be 4-0 down.
And against Anders, it can turn around very, very quickly, but he done well to hang on.
Last chance of the half now, full to Di Fernandez. A goal here for him would be massive to take into the second half, Maradona.
I mean, you can see the frustration for Di Fernandez because, as Shells mentioned, he's playing better, way better, but the result is still the same, 3-0.
One thing I don't think we give credit enough to Anders about is defending.
Incredible, Shells.
He's been defending very well, aggressive, which can be a bit 50-50, but he's been playing very well.
Well, let's jump back to this one then. It's just kicked off for the second half. There was no other goals to report. Shells, you're down to 10 players. I'm guessing you're sacrificing a forward, and if you're lucky enough to have a substitute defender, you bring them on.
Yeah, I would probably sacrifice one of the attacking midfielders. I play 4-2-1-3. The Cam would have to go because I like to have the striker there pushing the defence back, but you've got to use your team to help you out. I think the use of a decisive pass is crucial here. And Samu Gamer is a man of the dark arts. He'll be triggering his players to make runs.
Victor Ababo, that's going to bounce back to him. Low driven from Ricardo Kaka, who might just be the MVP in these last 3 days of the eChampions League. How many times have we seen that go in?
And it's crucial to see how he's triggering runs with the midfielders, with both Xavi and Gullit. Of course, he was lucky with the rebound, but one thing that I'm really enjoying, Shells, from Samu Gamer throughout the whole tournament, we've seen how he attacks on those counterattacks. He's been brilliant, but now with 10 men, he has to attack differently with both the midfielders trying to trigger runs. And the thing is, he's doing that well, scoring goals as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's been so aggressive, which I've been love watching, and see, as soon as he gets in the box with a low dribble with Kaka, it's just...
Jarzinho, Anders makes it 4-0. When does it get to the stage where we might as well just book the plane ticket?
I would love to be this vicious in front of goal like Anders. I feel every time he's in the box, it's just a goal.
I mean, Shells, you've been talking about this throughout the whole weekend, the ruthless part. Anders.
I mean, he's the #1 most probably, as you can see, against... You saw his celebration against Young. He's ruthless, he doesn't care, he just wants to win.
The thing is, sometimes, for example, against Young, he was having fun, right? I don't think he's having fun now. Like, I think he really wants...
I think his fun is by beating his opponent as bad as he can. That is how he has fun, honestly.
Someone in the chat, Gravison, has just asked, what is this accent, Scottish or Scouse? I don't know if they're speaking about me or Shells here, but I don't know if I've heard the Spanish man have a Scouse or Scottish accent.
It might be me, I guess.
I mean, I did say David Beckham as David Beckham a bit earlier, so I might be the Spanish one.
Unless they mean me or Shells, if they do, then let us know.
So the Spanish accent is similar to what? The Scouse, the Scottish?
I don't know. I was just listening to you for a second there and trying to picture if it did sound a little bit Scouse. No, it doesn't.
Go on, mate.
We'll leave it there. Here's Mbappe looking for 5. Quick corner comes in all the way through. And for Di Fernandez, it's not looking great at all, this.
I think one thing I noticed about Anders, he's done so well to progress up the pitch, and every attack he always gets a shot off, or most likely, you know, get himself a corner, which gives him enough opportunity to score. And when you do things like that, Gullit and Lucio, we've seen enough bicycle kicks already, so he does so well.
Never catch Anders on counterattacks. That's a thing. That's a thing.
You never see him use it too sloppy, and if he does, it doesn't happen often.
Anders down the byline. Stopped that time by Jaap Stamen. When does it get to a point, Shells, where you just like make a pause and just go for it?
I mean, he is going for it. It's kind of harsh to say that he isn't. I mean, Di Fernandez is a great player, but Anders is just playing out of his, not out of his skin because he does this often, but you can't go too forward against Anders too early because he will just tear you apart. So still a lot of time left, but things have got to change quickly.
Well, a goal now could certainly be the start of that.
Just the way his player switching.
He missed the opportunity, I think.
Yeah, the amount of times that Maradona's got the ball grabber.
Have you seen that player switching to Stam?
Honestly, great defender for Anders. I do think Di Fernandez has one opportunity to find a pass, but Anders is playing so well.
He keeps getting the ball, Maradona, but then he lacks an option or doesn't really know what to do.
Anders is suffocating. He's squeezing them so well. I don't know. It's top tier FC from Anders, man. This is 10 out of 10 stuff.
This really seems like the Anders we saw last year in the World Championships, in which he was defending perfectly, so he didn't concede any goals. And if he has the space to go forward, he'll score. And what can you do, really?
There's a game that you don't make one mistake. This is the game to do so, isn't it? You qualify for the top 8 off the back of this, and at the moment, it has been a perfect performance in so many ways. Well, another goal has just gone in the other game. We'll let you know which way it's gone as soon as we have the intel. Remember, it was Samu Gamer. Last time we heard was 3-1 up in that game. It wasn't a goal, I'm hearing. Just for the replay, it looked like it might have been.
Wow.
A moment in the tie. I mean, look, this is...
Wow.
I think the lack of words says a lot about what performance this is.
I'm speechless right now.
I would be frightened for the rest of the competition, honestly.
He'll be wanting to play his quarter-final tonight.
But
Reckon. There's one! No, there isn't.
And he celebrates the goalkeeper movement. Anders, come on.
That had to be the one for Di Fernandez, definitely to keep the momentum, to try and flip the momentum, but Anders, man, this is scary hours, I'll be honest.
Well, there's the chance of a pause in the game. 22 minutes here, nothing to report here so far. Samu Gamer is still leading this game. He might only have 10 players on the pitch. Be careful, he might only have 9 soon.
I thought that could have been 9. It'll be interesting if the tournament was all played today, though. Sam, I would like to see Samu play against Anders.
This is
the type of FC I've seen Samu play. He's got it all, honestly. And if he manages to...
What a game that's going to be as well between the two of them.
If he manages to make it out with 10 men, we've got to watch out for this kid. But there's everyone left so far. Wow, I don't know who to pick.
There's been a few comparisons, hasn't there? Henri!
Oh, that was close.
You look at the final 8 in this bracket, we have got potentially 2 new wonder kids coming through.
Yes.
Alian, 16 years of age. He plays Emre Yilmaz in the quarterfinals in Munich in a few weeks' time. Samu Gamer, again, one of those other young names to come through.
The eChampions League is the perfect stage to shine as a youngster, because I do remember Anders back in 2023 when he came onto the big stage. It was the first time that we had the chance to see him play against Nicolas.
Yes, he beat him as well, didn't he?
Yes, he did. It feels like it's the...
RVP legends! Great turn there with Henri.
Great roulette, but wrong decision with a finesse across goal. I definitely think that was a wrong decision by RVP, but great piece of skill.
"14 minutes away. It's more impressive. You can just see the coach of Samu Gamer. Look how close he is to the screen. Is that the goal to send the Italian to a top 8 in the eChampions League? You have to appreciate this goal in particular. Look at the time, and look at the time he took. Look at the run. And then the finish from Kaka. It might be about 6 yards out, but it's still a low driven.
Shells, for me, this is more impressive than getting second position on the group stage, getting 5 wins, beating top players, playing with 10 men against RBP to qualify for the finals in Munich. I mean, just win 4-1, the way he's defending, the way he's building up.
Even if you saw early on in the goal, the use of incisive pass to make it go down the line, the patience with the barbell to find the guy in the middle. Samu Gamer, honestly, I think I'm his biggest fan.
Offside, still. Well, you feel like you're doing something right again, Anders Vergang. There's an offside trap in the way. Well, how about that then for a quarter-final, which looks set in stone at this moment in time? Samu Gamer versus Anders Vergang.
I can't wait for that. To be fair, still a lot of time left. It feels wrong to count these boys out, but I mean, the level these two guys are playing at is...
4 fantastic quarterfinals there, Gravison, but that one does really stand out to me, that Vergang Samu Gamer, or of course Emre Yilmaz against Alihan.
I'm thinking about that one. Emre, former ECL champ, and Alihan seems like he could win it all.
Every single player, I think can win it all.
Yes.
Every single player there at the moment. Johnny, I'm a bit frightened of Johnny as well. I think he's wonderful to watch.
Last 6 minutes.
One thing that I think is going to be interesting in Munich is the game styles. Because I feel like the way Samu plays, it's only him in the world playing that way. Same with Johnny, same with Anders, same with Alihan, really. We're going to be seeing some clash of styles in Munich, and I still predict Nico to come on top, but...
Is that your final confirmation, Nico, to win it all?
I said it 3
Not
days
a bad
ago.
one, but okay.
I said it 3 days ago. I'm going to stick with it. Shells, Samu Gamer.
Listen, I feel like I've got to stick with the UK boys, man. Mark Marley, he's got to do it for us.
Brandon?
I'm a Brighton fan. Don't need to ask me any questions, do you? Mark Marley coming to see him in action. Here is Samu Gamer!
Samu Gamer might be my second pick for sure.
With a bellissimo performance that is going to send him into an eChampions League in his first ever season competing. He's not just a 17-year-old kid from Italy. He's one of the best in Europe.
Just wow.
I think one thing about Samu Gamer, his timing with the third man run, the use of the through ball is perfect all the time. So hard to defend against an FC.
How was it from Santu? 5 meatballs?
We'll have to ask Santu, yeah. Might not be 5 meatballs, it might be a margarita pizza at this point. We've had meatballs on top, that's what he'll be ordering tonight to celebrate. Well, how about this one then? Full-time result. We're looking at a new wave of talent coming into this FC Pro scene. Alihan Lyon's already there. He's the new wonderkid from Bulgaria. And there's also another name from Italy. Commiserations to RVP legends. I'm sure we'll see him later on this year in the play-ins. A chance for him to try and get to the World Championships, but it's the worst game to lose, isn't it?
It is.
Definitely one of the worst games to lose, but commiserations to RVP, of course, a fantastic player, but when playing against a guy like Samu Gamer with 10 men, putting a performance like that, it's kind of hard not to give him credit. He definitely deserves it to be making it to Munich.
Well, full-time result about to come in there any second. It was only 2 weeks ago he picked up 17,000 euros for winning the Serie A. He's just bagged himself $10,000 more for a top 8 finish in this competition. He is full of confidence.
Vamos! He's got a tough...
We'll see you.
If he beats Anders first round as well, he will have the confidence to win it all. I can't wait for that matchup.
And he'll be up for it as well, because he'll be playing against this man. How does he give us his most convincing performance now? In the toughest game on paper in this eChampions League knockout phase. Di Fernandez does get one back. Yeah. He'll be annoyed because his clean sheet bonus is gone. Yep, there he is off his chair.
I mean, it just shows how much Anders is trying his best, just try and get the clean sheet, and how annoyed he is and frustrated to finally let one in. But like I said, Di Fernandez, he's played not too bad. Anders just played the level that we haven't seen before.
I do think if Di Fernandez played like this against any other player, I don't know if qualified, but he'll be fighting for extra time, for sure. But Anders, man, different baby.
He's done it. Well, he wasn't there last year. He didn't make it to the eChampions League. But the year he did compete, he played in Istanbul amongst the best 8 in Europe. He will be in Munich. And he will be back there to try and add that trophy to his cabinet, which is already full of a World Championship trophy and just a few more. He will take on Samu Gamer in a quarter-final. I cannot wait for that one, by the way. Just how they're both going to go into that one. Both full of confidence, both love a cheeky celebration as well.
And I think whoever wins it will be looking at the trophy. I think Anders is the player you got to beat to win it. Samu Gamer, what a performance all weekend. He's going to need something if he wants to beat that man on screen.
I'm just thinking of so many storylines in Munich. Could you imagine semi-finals? Nico against Alihan, for example?
Final against,
it can happen.
Against Anders.
Anders Nicholas.
Johnny Nicholas? I don't know anymore, man. This is too exciting.
We don't know, of course. But, I mean, look, we'll have a quick word on it, guys. 36 down to our final 8. On paper, some names you didn't expect it to be there, but alongside that, a lot of shocks on the way.
Yes, yes. I did expect Levy, for example, to be in the top 8 with the way he was playing Friday, Saturday, even today. He was playing amazing. But, I don't know, Matias Bonanno, for example, he struggled throughout the whole weekend, but you expect Bonanno to be in the finals.
Fumo with 10 men, against 10 men. I thought Fumo would definitely capitalize against Nico, but it just shows the level that's left with these last 8 players. It's a new different caliber.
Yeah, it's been mental, hasn't it? Of course, 36 came here just a few days ago on Friday for the league phase of this year's ECL. Then we had the knockouts today, which players came into it unbeaten, but no one was safe, were they? It was a really difficult road. And now we've got a final 8, 28th of May in Munich. Some crazy games lined up there. I mean, you can have a word with us at home. Who wins it? I mean, there's so many potential final scenarios.
I just don't know. I'm just looking forward to Alihan and Samu Gamer playing against the best players in the world to try to show if they're up there.
Absolutely. Well, look, we can't wait for it. 28th of May will be there. Someone else who will be amongst these behind us right now, Ryan Pessoa, Anders Vergan qualifies for the final 8 of the ECL.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. I'm joined by Anders, who's just qualified. Doesn't seem too happy about it. And I've been warned, actually, not to touch the controller properly. So I'm not going to move the analog sticks, Anders, yeah? Is that right?
Probably I'm going to be as bad as
all right, go on. You can say that. These are the tactics that you've been using for those at home. People have been asking. You're using a 4-2-1-3 formation, build up style and balance, defensive approach and high. I feel like these are the tactics we've seen you use throughout the whole year. Have you really changed anything?
Not really. Like, I mean, everyone is saying I'm a nerd and the only thing I do is playing. And I think if you ask every pro player, I'm probably the player who is preparing, like, not preparing, but like playing the least. Like, you can literally like look at pro. I think it's the exact same tactics. But as everyone say, I'm just looking in the screen all day. No, I'm not, but I always win. So yeah, that's how it is.
Yeah, quickly, how do you feel like that game went against Di Fernandez? Because obviously you had a tough game early against Young, you came through that. Di Fernandez was on good form as well, and you still beat him, and it looked easy.
Like before the game, I was like, normally when you hear his name and stuff, you wouldn't rate him that high, but he always managed to keep the games close, I would say, because he's a good defender. But I felt in the beginning that he was quite shaky, and I was leading like 3-0 after 90 minutes, and I felt like I was defending good, but still, like, when he had some spots, I felt like either he was overplaying or I saved it in the last second. So I could feel that he was kind of nervous, and I mean, if we played yesterday, I think probably he would be better and I would be worse, but today it really matters, and I always play better somehow.
Yeah, and one last thing about your tactics, right? Do you feel like it's important to have the pluses or the plus-pluses on each position?
Like, of course, it makes a difference. Like, I would say the only, like, where I really was thinking about it this tournament was, like, at the fullbacks, I would say, because all other players are now this good that they almost have plus and everything, but I saw a lot of players play with, like, especially Lorente, he has no plus at all.
Yeah.
And some in the beginning was, like, tracking with Bale, he also don't have plus, but I would say that in the end, Pure was playing with, like, Sambrota. I think he has, but I would say it makes a difference, but to be honest, like as I said, I'm not the one who's playing the most, and I don't know the exact difference if they have plus, if they have plus, if they don't have, like I just play, and of course I think okay, plus should be better, and it seems like it was working quite well.
Yeah, well, it's been working for you, and hopefully those at home, you can put Anders' tactics into your ultimate team. I'm looking over, and I think we've got a special guest on the host desk with FG and the team.
We have indeed. Congratulations to Anders. Thank you to Ryan Pessoa. Welcome to the post-show, brought to you by Pepsi. I'll tell you what, before we speak to this man next to me, let's give you all of the tactics from the top 8. They're on the screen for you right now. First things first, Mr. Richard Buckley, I know you like to copy some of the tactics. Whose are you taking this week?
Do you know what? I think I'll be taking a little screenshot of Ilian's for Lost Lille. I was really impressed with how he played. Alongside that, if you want some first-time through balls, Johnny's the man. Get those fullbacks triggered.
I mean, what about Marley? He's right next to us. He's the PlayStation player of the day.
I'm leading you into that.
I'll set you up there. Listen, Marley, massive congratulations, my friend. What a day for you. You're on the flight. You're on the way to Munich. Explain to me how you're feeling.
Yeah, we were just so happy to get over the line this time. We've had a lot of big defeats over the years. Back-to-back finals, ePrem. I lost Club World Cup a few years ago as well, on penalties, so just got to get over the line.
Talk to me about the difference between the league phase and then the knockouts, because you came through, I think, your 22nd seed, just sort of went through the league phase. In the knockouts, how big was that performance against LJR to settle yourself in?
Yeah, I think we got off to a real good start. I got a nice bounce to start off the game, and then kind of just your confidence grows and grows as you play. I know I can beat anyone here anyway, so yeah, once you get a good start, then yeah, you're good to go for the rest of the day.
I mean, Marley, firstly, mate, well done. I love to see you do well. I know how lucky you've been over the years, and obviously seeing top 8 makes you very happy. But I did want to ask you, did you change anything preparation-wise? Obviously, ePrem has been back-to-back. When I say close as well, it's inches. Have you changed anything this time, anything different?
In terms of tactics, it was one instruction we changed, exact same for ePrem. I think I changed to 4-4-2 like the day before the ePrem finals, so I've had the last few weeks or the last month to, practice it and get better. So yeah, it was just try to get better at the game. Obviously, the practice is amazing against all these guys. So
anything with the mindset? Any coaches? I know you've been close with your coach this year.
No, nothing mindset-wise. I actually think I've got a good mindset, regardless of my losses. But it does go through your mind when you're up there. I was 3 goals up quite early, and yeah, I had to see it out in the end. But listen, we done it. So.
Now, Mark, obviously fantastic weekend, but looking forward, big game in that quarterfinals. Reigning champion Johnny is your first opponent in Munich. How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, honestly, I don't think it matters who you play in this stage. My bracket was hard enough to even get through the league stage. I think maybe 4 or 5 of my 6 opponents are at the World Cup, so no, it doesn't really mean too much to me. Obviously, I know how good Johnny is. I practice against him a lot, so yeah, we'll see what we can do in Munich.
Listen, a massive congratulations. We can't wait to see you in Munich on the 28th of May. We'll let you head off, and listen, massive congratulations, my friend. You deserve it. Listen, let's take a look, shall we, at the bracket and see where the state of play is. We started this weekend with 36, and now only 8 remain. It is now time for me to ask the cast to pick their winners. Casey, look at that bracket. Who are you backing?
I'm going Anders. I said it at the beginning of today. I've kind of been flip-flopping a lot, but I'm sticking with Anders till the end now.
And Tom?
Thing is, I do want to say Anders, but I know everyone's going to say it. And he didn't actually play as well as he'd like. I like the look of Alihan. Doesn't say many words. He doesn't need to. He could win his first tournament at 16. I think Alihan and Anders, the 2 youngest players with Samu, I think I'm going to go Alihan, yeah. I'm going to go for it.
It's a good job you did, because you just picked 3 out of the 8 there, mate. Mr. Richard Buckley, looking at the final 8, who are you backing to?
It's so tough. It's so tough. I'm actually going to go for Ilian Bushi. And the reason I do that, I've got reasoning behind it. The week of that tournament is the Champions League final. Who are there? PSG. He represents Lost Lille as well as Vitality. They're going to bring people to Munich. I think it's going to be loud. I think it's going to be boisterous. And I think Ilian's going to get a bit of a, I'm not going to say hometown, but I think he's going to get a big buff from the crowd there.
And here they are, our final 8. It's been a grueling weekend for them through all the phases, the league phase, the knockouts, and now here we are at the road to the finals. They're all on the flight to Munich, but who will be lifting the eChampions League 2025. I mean, that's a wrap from everything this weekend. It's been a great weekend. I think it's only right that we have to give a special mention to our original cast, the ones that are always here, but of course, the new people who joined us. Tom, thank you very much. Shori, give us a wave there in the corner. Santu as well, many meatballs for you this weekend, and Shells as well. A massive thank you to all of you who have watched all of the action, and we can't wait to rerun it, where we will be crowning the eChampions League 2025 winner on the 28th of May. We'll see you then. The ECL knockout phase, 24 will become 8.
And that will do us! Danny Pitbull eliminated Napoli. Nicholas does enough.
Rivalries reignited.
Oh, what a green that is.
Alihan Lyon. What a cross that is.
Ilya Boucher is on his way to the eChampions League final. Nicholas qualifies.
Mali will be there in Munich. The champions of our